The system, a companion for 18 years and 20 days, blares a final warning. A complete shutdown looms in 30 minutes. A critical message urges the host to renew their subscription promptly, threatening to leave by cultivator stranded. By cultivator clutches his head, a desperate scream tearing from his throat. 18 years of an inactive system, and now it demands payment. He rages at the unfairness, trapped in a perilous world with no means to activate his only hope. A flashback reveals his origin. 18 years ago, by cultivator transmigrated into this brutal world, a stroke of luck that brought him a dormant system. This is a realm where humanity battles grotesque aberrations, demons, ghouls, and fiends that spill from eerie domains. To survive, humans must awaken talents and conquer these domains, a never-ending war for supremacy. With a built-in system, Cultivator once envisioned a glorious start, ready to dominate this world. His hopes were high, believing himself destined for greatness. But reality struck hard. His system came with an overdue balance, demanding nether coins earned only by clearing dangerous eerie domains. Without a talent, he was powerless to even begin. His face contorts in despair. In this world, encountering an aberration without an awakened talent means certain death. How could he possibly acquire the elusive nether coins? For 18 long years, Cultivator remained stagnant, passively waiting for a talent to awaken. The system's promise of becoming an invincible exploiter remained a cruel, unattainable dream. Now, the agonizing countdown tightens its grip. With only half an hour left, he curses the system's flawed design, a powerful tool he can't even wield, a constant source of maddening frustration. Suddenly, a citywide broadcast shatters the silence. A C-rank demon, identified as Granny Kai, has infiltrated the city and is roaming Central Avenue. The announcement clarifies the C-rank demon's nature, a neutral aberration. She targets specific individuals. Her sinister method, offering nether coins as bait, turning anyone who accepts into her next victim. All residents are strictly warned to remain indoors, locking doors and windows, as the haunting exorcism bureau vows to ensure their safety. Cultivator's eyes snap open, glowing with a sudden, dangerous realization. Nether coins being given away. A desperate opportunity flickers in his mind. He considers the grim reality. A C-rank demon could crush him with a single blow. The risk factor is astronomically high, yet the reward is his only path to survival. With a surge of desperate resolve, Cultivator leaps from his bed. He knows hesitation is death. If he cannot activate his system, this perilous world will claim him anyway. It's time to act. He emerges into the blood-red, desolate streets of the city, an ominous crescent moon hanging above. The air itself feels heavy with dread and hidden dangers. In the distance, the C-rank demon, an old woman with a chilling grin, appears, holding a basket of tempting nether coins. Her voice echoes, a sinister invitation to her unsuspecting prey. Two police officers, observing from a hidden vantage point, discuss their stakeout. One asks their chief how much longer they must tail the demon. Chief explains the demon hierarchy. Brutal demons hunt indiscriminately, while neutral ones, like the C-rank demon, only target specific individuals. He elaborates that if the C-rank demon fails to find a target, she will eventually leave on her own, thus avoiding a direct confrontation. The officers recall her past rampage in Willow City, where she slaughtered thousands. They are relieved to have located her early, preventing another catastrophe. Chief, confident in their citywide broadcast, asserts that no one, not even an idiot, would dare venture out or approach the C-rank demon now, ensuring a peaceful night. Suddenly, an officer's shout pierces the calm, alerting the chief to an impossible sight unfolding before their eyes. From above, the C-rank demon stands in a swirling vortex of red energy, oblivious, as Cultivator streaks across the street, charging directly towards her. Cultivator's face is alight with fierce determination, his eyes glowing as he locks onto his target, declaring he has found her. Chief's jaw drops in horror, screaming at the unknown young man to get out of there, bewildered by his reckless charge. The C-rank demon, still extending her offer of nether coins, unknowingly invites Cultivator into her deadly trap, completely unaware of his true intentions. Clutching the stolen nether coins, Cultivator bolts away, a triumphant grin on his face. The thrill of the heist electrifies him. This brazen act is his only chance. The police officers stare in utter disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. He actually robbed the C-rank demon. Their entire plan shattered by one audacious act. The C-rank demon reels in confusion and fury. How could a mere human dare to rob her, a powerful demon? Her glowing red eyes betray a rising, murderous intent. Her form begins to distort, muscles bulging, teeth sharpening into monstrous fangs. Never before has the C-rank demon been robbed, and this unprecedented affront ignites a primal rage, promising to tear Cultivator limb from limb. The C-rank demon's transformation completes, her monstrous form now fully manifest. Panic shouts erupt from the approaching figures, recognizing the horror. Crap, Granny Kai has transformed into a brutal demon. Quick, after them, they yell, scrambling forward. Cultivator flees through the darkened streets, the monstrous demon hot on his heels. Her voice, now a guttural snarl, echoes behind him. Pretty boy, stop running. Cultivator glances back, a look of pure disbelief on his face. He can't fathom how the once feeble Granny Kai could possess such terrifying speed, a stark contrast to her previous cane-wielding guise. The C-rank demon looms over by cultivator, a towering figure of grotesque rage. She roars, vowing that no one takes her money and gets away, her monstrous fangs dripping with malice. From a distance, the pursuing figures watch in horror as the demon closes in. They lament that it's too late, noting that Granny Kai has caught up to her target, remarking on the sheer audacity of someone trying to rob a demon. Cornered and out of options, by cultivator clenches his teeth. He knows escape is impossible, leaving him with only one desperate choice: to gamble. He calls out to his system, initiating a top-up. A surge of brilliant blue energy erupts around by cultivator, swirling with golden particles. The system activates, preparing to grant him power. Empowered, by cultivator moves with newfound agility, a fiery aura engulfing him as he deftly dodges a sweeping attack from the enraged C-rank demon. The system confirms his success. Congratulations, host. Top-up successful. Current balance, 3,500 nether coins. It announces, followed by another critical notification. Congratulations, host. You've activated the custom power-up shop. By cultivator stands his ground, enveloped in a fiery glow. The system detects the ongoing threat, detecting host is currently under attack by a C-rank demon. It then offers a crucial option: spend 1,500 nether coins for the one-time attack power-up. Demon dispelling golden light incantation. A confident, almost predatory smirk spreads across by cultivator's face. Without hesitation, he makes his decision: purchase. Golden energy crackles around by cultivator's hands as he swiftly forms a complex mantra, preparing to unleash the newly acquired incantation. The intricate hand seal glows brighter, a testament to the powerful spell about to be unleashed. Behind by cultivator, a colossal, radiant golden figure manifests, its hands clasped in prayer. The words demon dispelling golden light incantation blaze across the air, signifying the ultimate exorcism. Golden giant's massive hand descends, radiating immense power. By cultivator stands atop its palm, directing the overwhelming force. The demon below cries out in disbelief, "What is this?" as ancient symbols swirl around it, proclaiming a great mighty heavenly dragon. The C-rank demon is engulfed in the purifying golden light, its monstrous form twisting in agony as it lets out a piercing scream. With a final, desperate cry of no, the demon's form disintegrates into golden motes, its last words echoing a grim warning: you can never kill a true aberration. By cultivator stands victorious over the dissipating remains of the C-rank demon, letting out a sigh of relief. He praises his system, acknowledging its awesome power in defeating even a long-renowned demon like Granny Kai. Next day, by cultivator takes a call. The voice on the other end, his friend, urgently reminds him, by cultivator, tomorrow's awakening day, don't forget. With our circumstances, we're average by birth and have nothing acquired. No money, no connections, we really have to give it our all this time. His friend continues, emphasizing the stakes: otherwise, we'll never awaken any good talents. Get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, we'll be indifferent to life or death and fight anything that stands in our way. By cultivator simply replies, all right, I know. As by cultivator walks away, a confident smile plays on his lips. He muses that with his activated system, awakening a mere talent feels insignificant. What good are talents, he wonders, if they can't even compare to his system? Meanwhile, Commander Chin and his subordinates arrive at the scene of the demon's defeat. They question what happened, hearing Granny Kai's screams, and wonder if the mysterious perpetrator was the young man they had seen earlier. Stunned, they discover the remains of the C-rank demon. Granny Kai was killed, one exclaims. Another marvels at the presence of such an expert in haunching. Commander Chin interrogates his aide, asking if he got a clear look at the individual. The aide admits the distance was too great and the figure was blurry. Commander Chin's expression hardens. He declares that they must find this expert, no matter the cost, believing such a person could aid the Exorcism Bureau in dealing with the unsolvable time witch aberration. The next day, a massive assembly of students gathers in a grand hall. A speaker addresses them, announcing the long-awaited awakening day. The speaker informs the eager crowd that they will soon head to the trial grounds outside the city to awaken their talents. He emphasizes that successful awakening will grant them the power to fight aberrations and ascend to humanity's elite. Raising his fist, the speaker warns of the perilous nature of the eerie domain, where one moment of carelessness could mean losing their life. He expresses hope that their acquired knowledge will serve the academy and forge bright futures for them all. Among the students, by cultivator stands beside his friend Zhang Paigu, who expresses his nervousness. By cultivator, I'm a little nervous. Do you think we'll die in the eerie domain? By cultivator, with a confident smile, playfully chastises Zhang Paigu. He reminds him of his bold words from yesterday's phone call about facing life and death with indifference, asking if he's already losing his nerve today. Zhang Paigu's composure completely breaks. Tears stream down his face as he shudders, confessing that merely thinking about the eerie domain fills him with dread. He explains it's full of aberrations, impossible to defend against, and incredibly evil, questioning how he could not be scared. By cultivator claps Zhang Paigu on the shoulder, a reassuring grin on his face. He confidently declares, don't worry, I've got you covered. I guarantee you'll awaken an elite talent, no problem. By Cultivator's confident declaration is immediately shattered as Kai Ji with a smug smirk steps forward. He openly mocks By Cultivator and Zhang Paigu, questioning their worthiness to awaken elite talents, calling them mere paupers. Incensed by the insult, By Cultivator glares back at Kai Ji, his fists clenching as he sharply retorts, telling him to back off. Kai Ji doubles down on his arrogance, asserting that conquering demon domains relies on connections and power, not mere academy teachings. He dismisses By Cultivator and Zhang Paigu as two paupers who haven't even hired a private tutor. By Cultivator reflects on his and Zhang Paigu's shared past, acknowledging their status as the academy's poorest students. He recalls Zhang Paigu's family misfortunes and his own orphaned upbringing, emphasizing his entry into the academy through a mere recommendation. Kai Ji's cruel smile widens as he advises them to drop out and skip the awakening trial. He threatens them, stating they won't even know what hit them if they enter the eerie domain. The cultivator steps forward, his expression firm, directly telling Kai Ji that their affairs are none of his concern. He refuses to be intimidated. Kai Ji's eyes glow with a malicious light as crackling purple energy erupts around him. He scoffs, declaring he won't let two losers drag down the academy's reputation, and promises to unleash the terror of aberrations upon them. A grotesque skeletal hand manifests from Kai Ji's palm, his face contorting into a chilling, wide grin. Behind him, two shadowy, purple-skinned aberrations with glowing red eyes materialize, their forms wreathed in dark energy. The aberrations surge forward with terrifying speed, their forms blurring into streaks of purple and red. Their sharp claws extend, aiming to strike with lethal force. Zhang Paigu screams in pure terror, throwing his hands up in a desperate attempt to ward off the approaching aberration. His face is contorted in fear as the shadowy entity looms over him. As Zhang Paigu collapses in fear, By Cultivator remains surprisingly calm, observing the E-rank aberration. Kai Ji, meanwhile, casually holds his skeletal artifact, amused by the chaos. By Cultivator scoffs, unfazed by the E-rank aberration. He dismisses its terrifying aura, comparing it to a C-rank brutal demon he's encountered, subtly revealing his own hidden experiences and strength. The other students murmur amongst themselves, noting the chilling aura of Kai Ji's eerie artifact. They speculate that for Kai Ji to wield such an item and awaken a strong talent, he must possess powerful connections. Kai Ji's sinister grin returns, his eyes gleaming with malice. He declares his intent to give the two paupers a taste of reality, ensuring they learn their place. Suddenly, a collective gasp ripples through the crowd. The students' attention shifts as a new figure arrives, drawing all eyes. Whispers confirm the arrival of Jing Zi. Jing Zi, a striking young woman, strides confidently into the gathering. Students chatter about her month-long absence for special training and predict she'll awaken an incredible talent, with some wishing they could join her trial. Jing Zi stops, her gaze sharp and direct as she calls out to someone in the crowd, her tone commanding. She gestures with a subtle hand movement, singling out her target. She confronts By Cultivator, asking if he's considered her offer to become her slave. Her question hangs in the air, a mix of challenge and expectation. By Cultivator, his expression a mix of annoyance and defiance, firmly refuses her proposal. He internally muses on Jing Zi's persistent and unusual requests, labeling her as nuts with a weird fetish. Jing Zi, undeterred, reiterates her offer, emphasizing the importance of the awakening trial. She promises to help him awaken a powerful talent if he agrees to be her slave. She adds that with her help, people like Kai Ji wouldn't dare bully him anymore. By Cultivator, however, remains resolute in his stance. Jing Zi's eyes narrow slightly, a hint of frustration crossing her features as she waits for his response. By Cultivator turns away, his determination clear. He asserts that he can awaken a powerful talent on his own without her help, and walks off. Jing Zi's expression darkens, her eyes turning cold. She snaps, calling him a stubborn fool and warning him that he will regret his decision. As By Cultivator walks away, another student, Chu Sheng, intercepts him. Chu Sheng sternly reminds By Cultivator that everyone knows he's pursuing Jing Zi, warning him against daring to get close to her. Despite the recent tension, a new challenge loomed for the students of Hanqing Aberration Handler Academy. A stern voice echoed, commanding all to board the bus quickly. Their awakening site was outside the city, a place of unknown dangers, and strict orders were given to remain calm and seated, as aberration handlers would accompany them. Inside the bus, anticipation was palpable. Students, including By Cultivator and Chu Sheng, discussed the legendary aberration handlers. To become one, they knew, required not only awakening abilities but also passing an incredibly perilous assessment. Bus sped through the city, the urban sprawl illuminated by an ominous red sky, hinting at the unsettling world beyond the city's protective walls. As they approached the city's formidable outer gate, the sheer scale of the defensive structures became apparent, towering over the vehicles below. Suddenly, armed guards intercepted the bus, their weapons raised. They sternly declared that no one was permitted to enter or exit the city gate without proper authorization. Bus driver quickly presented his credentials, explaining they were students from Hanqing Aberration Handler Academy heading out for an awakening trial and requesting passage. After a brief verification, the lead guard gave the order. Hanqing Academy students and teachers confirmed. Let them pass. With the clearance given, a guard swiftly moved to the control panel, inputting the access code to open the massive city gate. Colossal gate began to glow with intricate green and blue energy patterns as it slowly opened, revealing the desolate landscape beyond the city's protection. Inside, a student expressed surprise at the glowing gate. Another explained that the main gate was inscribed with numerous anti-aberration formations to prevent large-scale incursions. However, even with such formidable defenses, they acknowledged that individual, powerful aberrations were simply impossible to guard against completely. As the bus continued its journey through the barren outskirts, another student recalled rumors of powerful demons like Granny Kai who had breached Hanqing's defenses just days ago. By Cultivator and a fellow student discussed the unsettling reports of aberrations teeming outside the city, a stark reminder of the dangers they were heading into. Suddenly, a student gasped, pointing outside. "Look quickly, what's that? Balloons? Why are there so many balloons in the sky?" he exclaimed, a note of unease creeping into his voice. Outside, dozens of grotesque, disembodied heads floated through the air like eerie balloons, their pale faces unsettling against the red sky. They drifted ominously around the moving bus. By Cultivator and his companion stared out the window, perplexed. "Strange, there are basically no living people outside the city. Where did so many balloons come from?" he wondered aloud. As By Cultivator watched, one of the floating heads turned slowly, its blank eyes fixated on the bus. In a horrifying instant, the head's eyes flared crimson and its expression twisted into a malevolent, wide-mouthed grin, revealing it to be no mere balloon. A scream tore through the bus as the students realized the horror. The student next to By Cultivator cried out in terror, shielding his eyes. Panic erupted. Students recoiled, covering their faces. From the back of the bus, a figure wrapped in bandages, emanating a dark aura, began to move forward. Bandaged figure, an aberration handler, commanded the students to remain calm and not look out the window. They explained that the balloons were transformed aberrations, harmless as long as they weren't directly observed. Despite the handler's words, fear still gripped the students. They whispered amongst themselves, questioning the handler's unsettling appearance. "Who is this?" one student wondered. The bandaged figure, Subject X, stopped at the front of the bus, bathed in a crimson glow. They stated clearly, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the aberration handler in charge of your awakening trial this time." Students were aghast. "An aberration handler isn't like this," one exclaimed. Another speculated, "I heard some powerful aberration handlers have aberration servants. This must be an aberration servant." A third student added to the unease, remarking on the eerie head balloons that had plagued the city's outskirts for years. "It seems to be a powerful aberration," he concluded, surrounded by the handler's dark, swirling aura. Subject X, their red eyes piercing, pointed a bandaged finger directly at one of the students, demanding, "You, what's your name?" Mysterious handler's dark energy intensified, swirling around them as they moved, their gaze fixed on the chosen student. The student, unflinching under the intense scrutiny, pointed to himself. It was Chu Sheng, who calmly declared, My name is Chu Sheng." Subject X, impressed by Chu Sheng's composure amidst the chaos, praised him. "You're quite good. When you saw the eerie head balloons just now, you were the only one who remained calm. I look forward to your performance later," they stated, a chilling promise. Chilling praise from Subject X sent ripples through the other participants, who immediately began to speculate. One scoffed, wondering if By Cultivator was merely feigning composure, while another darkly joked that perhaps it was a case of using an aberration to fight an aberration, given his perceived status. Unfazed by their whispers, By Cultivator internally acknowledged Subject X's assessment. He realized his innate calm in the face of terror, recalling previous encounters with aberrations, including the recent eerie head balloons. A panicked participant grabbed By Cultivator's arm, his voice a desperate whisper. He warned By Cultivator against staring, fearing it would lead to their demise. Cultivator, with a subtle smirk, concluded that his superior mental fortitude was the key. He attributed this unique resilience to his status as a transmigrator, a fundamental difference setting him apart from ordinary humans. The crimson crescent moon hung ominously over the decaying architecture, casting a blood-red glow on the withered trees. From a distance, the participants gazed upon the unsettling structure. A chilling aura emanated from it, prompting one to question if this was indeed the fabled awakening site. Collective unease settled over the group. The palpable dread confirmed their suspicions. This awakening ritual would be anything but simple. The handler, a stern figure, addressed the students. He revealed the grim truth. The Sunset Glow nursing home had become an eerie domain 5 decades ago, a place of extreme peril. He offered a final chance to retreat, but none dared to move. A sharp gasp cut through the silence as one participant pointed to an upper window. A spectral figure, long dark hair obscuring its face, seemed to watch them from within the decaying structure. The spectral entity intensified its gaze, its form surrounded by a multitude of glowing red eyes that pierced the darkness. A collective shiver ran through the group as the sheer terror of the aberration became undeniable. Despite the handler's presence, the aberration's audacious appearance signaled its immense power, likely a fierce aberration. The participants understood this was no mere trial but a desperate fight for survival. With no one faltering, the handler declared the awakening initiated. He gestured towards the ominous entrance, offering a chilling blessing. "May your eerie luck prosper." Participants, a mixture of apprehension and grim determination, stepped forward, disappearing into the shadowed maw of the Sunset Glow nursing home. By Cultivator observed his companions. In this world, becoming an aberration handler was the ultimate goal, a path so coveted that not a single soul had backed down, even in the face of certain peril. Suddenly, Subject X, the bandaged entity, materialized above them. Its voice echoed with an otherworldly authority, reminding them that within an eerie domain, rules were paramount. A more chilling warning followed: beware of human hearts, for they can be more terrifying than aberrations themselves. As they advanced, By Cultivator instructed his companion to stay close, acknowledging the escalating danger. The group stepped inside the dilapidated halls, a system notification flashing, "Welcome to Sunset Glow Nursing Home." Another system prompt appeared, revealing side quests randomly assigned. A chilling important notice followed: "You must satisfy all patient requests. Otherwise, you will become their food." The random nature of the side quests immediately caused concern among the participants. They knew completing more quests was crucial for awakening stronger talents, but the unpredictability was a major setback. The frustration mounted as they realized the truly hardcore nature of the system. Randomly assigned side quests meant no preparation was possible, leaving them vulnerable to whatever horrors awaited. As if in response to his unique status, a brilliant blue light enveloped By Cultivator. A personal system notification flashed: "Host detected entering an eerie domain. Custom power-up shop opening." The system displayed a personalized shop interface. "Detected you currently have 2,000 nether coins remaining. Power UPS you can purchase have been selected for you." Three distinct options appeared: Demon Dispelling Golden Light Incantation for 1,500 coins, Born Rebel for 2,000 coins, and Universal Prompts for 2,000 coins per minute. By Cultivator quickly calculated. With his 2,000 nether coins, these three were his only available power-ups. The choice would be critical. He immediately dismissed the Demon Dispelling Golden Light Incantation as a one-time consumable. In an eerie domain, facing multiple aberrations was inevitable, making a single-use item inefficient. His choice narrowed to Born Rebel or Universal Prompts. The Universal Prompts option was instantly discarded. 2,000 nether coins per minute was exorbitant. His finger moved decisively to Born Rebel. "Let's see what Born Rebel is," he thought, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. The Born Rebel power-up intrigued him. It promised rewards based on his actions, though the outcomes were completely random. Despite the uncertainty, By Cultivator concluded it was the most suitable choice for his current predicament. Without hesitation, By Cultivator's finger pressed the purchase prompt for Born Rebel. The decision was made. System activates, manifesting as a swirling vortex of blue energy around By Cultivator, signifying the immediate effect of his new acquisition. With the Born Rebel skill integrated, By Cultivator's vision is augmented. He wastes no time, immediately diving back into the system shop, eager to discover what other power-ups he can acquire before the real challenge begins. A new, terrifying option materializes: Summon Death God, an ultimate power-up with a staggering price tag of 20 million nether coins. The Cultivator stares at the astronomical cost, realizing the true scale of power available. He reflects on his current meager 3,500 nether coins, acknowledging the long road ahead to acquire such a formidable summon. A heavy thump echoes as a pair of boots steps through a foreboding doorway, signaling an abrupt shift in environment. Suddenly, a chilling voice announces, "Welcome to Sunset Hospital," as a blood-splattered head nurse appears, her smile unsettlingly wide. Group of new arrivals reacts with a mix of lewd comments and panicked warnings. One remarks on the nurse's figure, while another immediately chides him, reminding everyone to heed her words. The head nurse turns, her words echoing with a predatory undertone. "The caregivers who've come this time are all such pretty boys." She strides deeper into the derelict hospital, leaving the men to ponder her unsettling statement. A disturbing close-up reveals the head nurse's true intent as she licks her lips, murmuring, "So fresh and tender." One of the men, Chu Sheng, boldly declares to By Cultivator that if all aberrations are like this, he can handle them, seemingly unfazed by the sinister atmosphere. The head nurse's sweet facade shatters. A chilling heh-heh escapes her lips as her face grotesquely distorts, revealing razor-sharp teeth and glowing green eyes. She sneers, "It seems you haven't understood your situation yet." Panic erupts as the men witness the nurse's true, terrifying form. Cries of "Holy crap, and I want to go home" fill the air as they recoil in abject fear. One man's face contorts in pure terror, blood splattering around him. He screams, "We're really done for this time. If the beginning is this terrifying, what's going to happen later?" The monstrous head nurse silences their screams with a thunderous command, "All of you, shut up. Next, I will assign your posts." Her voice brooks no argument. The group of men, now utterly terrified, covers their mouths, purple energy shimmering around them as they cower in silence. Head nurse leans in, her monstrous face twisted in a hungry grin, tongue flicking out. "If it weren't for the rules, I'd really like to eat you all," she hisses, her eyes gleaming with malice. A clink sounds as the head nurse points a finger, her glowing green eyes fixing on her terrified audience with a sinister smile. By cultivator and the man beside him exchange confused glances, a collective huh escaping their lips as a strange badge appears on by cultivator's chest. What's this? One man questions, as similar badges materialize on the chests of the other survivors, their faces etched with confusion. The bald man points, exclaiming, "You have one too," as everyone realizes they've all been issued identical ID badges. The true nature of their predicament slowly dawns on them. The nurse's grin widens, her jagged teeth glistening under the flickering lights as she explains that these badges are their only lifeline. "Work hard," she chirps with a blood-chilling giggle, "or face the consequences." Panic sets in as the survivors inspect their labels. Two men find themselves assigned as caregivers, while another stares in disbelief at his chef designation. The roles are set, and the fear is universal. The man beside the white-haired youth turns, showing off his pharmacist tag. He's anxious, looking for any sign of solidarity in this nightmare, and asks what role the youth has been given. His eyes go wide with shock. The youth's badge is a complete void, no title, no instructions, just a blank piece of plastic pinned to his chest. A man nearby erupts in anger, pointing a trembling finger at the anomaly. He demands to know why one of them gets to bypass the system while they are forced into servitude. The atmosphere thickens with suspicion. The other survivors glare at the youth, their faces twisted with a mix of envy and distrust as they wait for the monster's judgment. The nurse monster leans in, her voice dripping with mock sweetness. She tells him he's incredibly lucky. A blank badge means he has no work to do today. Jealousy spreads like a virus through the crowd. They curse their luck, wondering why a nobody like him gets a free pass while they risk their lives. The youth isn't looking for a vacation. With a mocking smirk, he reaches for the badge, his eyes burning with a hidden agenda. In a shocking display of defiance, he rips the badge off and slams it into the ground. He roars about the unfairness of resting while his comrades suffer. "I will work," he screams, his voice echoing through the dark, oppressive halls. He refuses to be seen as useless, putting on a dramatic show of rebellion. The silence that follows is deafening. Even the nurse looks stunned, her head tilting in confusion at the human who is literally begging for a death sentence. Suddenly, a system notification flickers into his vision. By making a rebellious choice, he has triggered a hidden reward: 3 instances of immunity to aberration attacks. He hides a cold grin. This wasn't a tantrum, it was a high-stakes gamble. He just secured an invincible defense by manipulating the rules of the game. The other survivors are livid, their faces flushing with rage. They see his act as pure arrogance, a death wish meant to mock their own cowardice. The nurse's playful demeanor vanishes instantly. "You actually violated the rules," she whispers, her jaw unhinging as her murderous intent floods the room. Without a second's warning, she attacks. A massive, muscular tongue lashes out from her throat like a wet whip, aimed directly at the youth's head. The crowd watches with sadistic glee, certain they are about to see him torn apart. To them, this is the inevitable price for his defiance. Loud clap echoes through the room as the youth catches the slimy appendage with his bare hand, not moving an inch. Activating aberration immunity. The system confirms the successful block. 1 charge used, 2 remaining. The lethal strike is rendered completely harmless. The nurse's eyes bulge in pure disbelief. Her prey stands there, unfazed, holding her tongue as if it were a common piece of rope. Shock waves of confusion ripple through the group. They can't comprehend how a normal human is physically overpowering a high-level aberration. With a casual, dismissive flick, he releases the tongue. His expression is bored, as if the monster's best effort wasn't even worth his time. The nurse regroups, her eyes glowing with a toxic green light. "Fine," she hisses. "You want to work? Go to the top floor and take care of the patient there." She leaves him with a chilling warning: "That patient won't let you die so easily." It's a task that sounds more like a slow, agonizing execution. She turns and walks away into the darkness. The survivors are left reeling, unable to understand how the aberrations became so easy to negotiate with. The leader of the group snaps them back to reality. They only have 3 days to complete the mission. Every second wasted brings them closer to death. The youth turns to his companion. "You're the pharmacist," he says with a knowing look. "Let's check out the pharmacy first. We need supplies." But as they move to leave, a voice commands them to stop. The tension in the room hasn't vanished, it has simply found a new target. A new voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know why Cultivator intervened with the head nurse's attack and if he possesses any items capable of dealing with the aberrations. The Cultivator's eyes narrow, a cold defiance in his gaze as he retorts, refusing to divulge any information. Enraged by his insolence, one of the muscular men lunges, grabbing Cultivator by the collar. He threatens to kill him, reminding him that in this eerie domain, life is cheap. Despite the aggressive grip, Cultivator remains calm, explaining that he carries no special items. The aberration didn't attack him because the system's prompt only required satisfying patients' requests. He clarifies, with a sharp glint in his eye, that the head nurse is clearly not a patient. The muscular man releases his grip, a sneer spreading across his face. He mocks Cultivator, revealing his true intention was to find out if he had any valuable items. A sly, predatory smile plays on the muscular man's lips as he exchanges a subtle glance with his accomplices, a sinister plot clearly brewing. Fat man, emboldened, points at the towering head nurse. "My big brother doesn't want to work," he shouts. "Arrange for him to rest." Without a word, the head nurse's grotesque tongue lashes out, a crimson blur tearing through the air. The third man from the group, caught completely off guard, is impaled through the back, a horrifying wound blossoming on his chest. Blood-curdling scream escapes his lips as the head nurse's tongue begins to drain him, his body shriveling instantly into a husk. The lifeless husk of the man collapses to the floor, leaving by cultivator and the remaining 2 men staring in stunned horror at the brutal display. The head nurse turns, a monstrous grin stretching her face, sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. "Anyone else want to rest?" she challenges, her voice dripping with menace. Panic grips the remaining men. "He was sucked dry into a human skin," one shrieks, urging the others to flee and avert their gaze from the gruesome sight. The head nurse extends a hand, pointing down the hallway. "Find your own workstations," she commands. "Fail to complete your tasks, and I'll ensure a horrible death." The muscular man, now furious and terrified, points at Cultivator, accusing him of deception. Cultivator merely glances back, a single, dismissive word escaping his lips: "Idiot." The fat man, now desperately seeking an ally, attempts to guide Cultivator towards the pharmacy, expressing concern about impatient patients. Cultivator dismisses the suggestion, stating his intention to head to the operating room to acquire some gear. As they reach the operating room door, both men halt, their faces contorted in shock at the sight within. The room is not an operating room at all, but a gruesome slaughterhouse, adorned with hanging carcasses and a severed head on a blood-soaked table. The fat man recoils, his face pale with horror, questioning how a pharmacist could possibly work in such a vile environment. Cultivator, exasperated, reminds him they are in the eerie domain, not a typical office, emphasizing the harsh reality of their situation. He picks up a pair of surgical scissors, testing their sharpness by snipping at the grotesque severed head on the table. Cultivator observes that the scissors appear to be ordinary surgical instruments, showing no unusual properties. The fat man, alarmed, warns Cultivator against casually touching items in the eerie domain, explaining that many are eerie artifacts harboring dangerous parasitic spirits. Ignoring the warning, Cultivator picks up a scalpel, finding it, too, to be nothing out of the ordinary. His gaze then falls upon a large, menacing hammer, radiating a faint, crimson glow, a hint of its hidden power. The hammer's latent power explodes, manifesting as a terrifying crimson skull, its glowing eyes locking onto Kai, threatening to overwhelm him. Kai seizes the blood-stained hammer, its crimson energy now coursing through him. A system notification flashes, successfully immunized against one aberration attack. One remaining. A triumphant smirk crosses Kai's face as the system confirms his acquisition. "Congratulations, you have obtained an eerie artifact, blood-stained hammer." He confidently declares that he knew an operating room would hide such formidable artifacts. With the blood-stained hammer in hand, Kai turns to his companion, instructing him to check for the necessary medicine. They encounter a locked cabinet, and Kai notes the need for a key to access its contents. Kai assigns the task to his companion, reminding him of his pharmacist background, confident he can retrieve the key and the necessary medicine. His companion readily agrees. Kai strides deeper into the ominous corridor, reassuring his worried companion to stay safe while he proceeds to check on a patient on the top floor. As Kai navigates the dimly lit hall, his eyes catch a fresh splatter of crimson on the floor, eliciting a sharp exclamation. Kai cautiously peeks around a corner, his expression grim with apprehension. Kai's gaze falls upon a horrific scene. A man writhes on the ground, clutching his mangled hand, while a sinister figure watches from a bench. The tormentor's chilling grin dominates the frame, his red eyes blazing as he threatens to amputate 2 more fingers, warning of dire consequences for future disobedience. Injured victim, trembling in fear, desperately pleads for mercy, swearing absolute obedience. Kai steps forward, his grip firm on the blood-stained hammer, a cold resolve settling over him as he observes the truly vicious nature of these patients. He finally reaches his destination, a door ominously labeled 404, bathed in an unsettling green glow. Kai's determined expression hardens as he realizes the patient he's searching for lies beyond this very door. Inside, an emaciated old patient on crutches immediately calls out to Kai, pleading for assistance. Outside the eerie domain, a group of observers stands vigil, one wondering about the events unfolding within, another expressing concern for the young participants, including Subject X. Reporter from the Exorcism Bureau, Tan Wei, introduces herself to Dean Zhongwen, seeking information. Tan Wei outlines her objective: to film outstanding students as role models, boosting public confidence in the fight against aberrations. Dean Zhongwen assures reporter Tan that Hanqing Academy possesses no shortage of exceptional students for her project. The dean confidently names Jing Zi and Kai Ji as top-tier students, predicting their success in the trial and the awakening of powerful aberration handling abilities. Eager, reporter Tan urges Dean Zhang to immediately provide footage of Jing Zi and Kai Ji's trial. The mysterious Subject X, wrapped in ancient bandages, emits a chilling presence. Her glowing red eyes fixate on an unseen target as she utters a single, resonant name: Chu Sheng. Dr. Lin, microphone in hand, turns to the eerie Subject X, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. "Aberration handler, what did you just say?" she probes, seeking clarification. Elder Ren, a man of clear authority, steps forward proposing a new course of action. I suggest we check on by cultivator's trial status, he declares, a glint of anticipation in his eye. He's a student I've seen before who has a lot of talent. I'm really looking forward to his performance. Dr. Lin, now fully on board, turns to her cameraman with a determined smile. Since the aberration handler has spoken, we'll follow her lead, she announces. Let's broadcast by cultivator's entire trial live. With a decisive motion, Elder Ren activates a mystical artifact, the recording demon bone. A crimson glow emanates from the relic, preparing to capture the unfolding events. The recording demon bone projects its feed onto a massive, ethereal scroll. The image materializes, revealing by cultivator standing before an elderly, sickly figure supported by a cane. Elder Ren, Dr. Lin, and Subject X watch intently as the live feed from the recording demon bone plays out. On the glowing scroll, by cultivator's trial begins to unfold. Watching the footage, Elder Ren's composure cracks. His eyes widen in alarm. What's going on? He exclaims. How did this kid walk right up to an aberration? You can't get close to aberrations. That's the #1 safety rule. Dr. Lin, a hint of doubt in her voice, questions Subject X aberration handler. This student seems a bit reckless. She remarks, are you sure he's very talented? Inside the trial, the frail old man looks up at by cultivator, his voice wavering with gratitude. Young man, you're so kind. Thank you, he says. Help me get out of here. I want to go find my old wife and chat. The old man's demeanor suddenly shifts. His eyes glow a malevolent red as a chilling grin spreads across his face. The moment you touched me, you couldn't escape, he rasps, his voice now laced with menace. Such a tender young human must be shared with my old man. A close-up reveals by cultivator's hand making contact with the old man's, gripping the aberration's distinctive cane. Surprising speed, by cultivator snatches the cane from the old man's grasp, a casual you're welcome, escaping his lips as he deftly evades the aberration's reach. The old man stands bewildered, his cane now gone, a single escaping his lips as he stares at his empty hands. Back in the observation room, Elder Ren is aghast. This, he stammers, pointing at the screen. He actually took the aberration's cane. What is he trying to do? Cultivator stands triumphant, the aberration's cane discarded behind him. A system notification flashes. You made a rebellious choice and obtained 1 serving of beef brisket and potato stew over rice. By cultivator's face contorts in disappointment. The rewards really are random, he sighs, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. This time, the reward isn't entirely useless. It's completely useless. The aberration, now radiating a sickly green aura, glares at by cultivator. Young man, what are you doing with my cane? It demands, its voice a guttural snarl. Give it back to me. Unfazed, by cultivator crosses his arms, a confident smirk playing on his lips. I'll ask you a question, he challenges. If you answer correctly, I'll give it back to you. The aberration, momentarily taken aback, responds with a wary question. And if I answer incorrectly? By cultivator's answer is swift and cryptic. If you answer incorrectly, I'll give you 80, he declares. The aberration, confused, echoes, 80. By cultivator glows with a faint blue aura, gripping a hammer. First question, he begins, his gaze sharp. How many times did I blink today? The aberration's face twists in utter confusion, a flurry of question marks swirling around its head. The question is clearly absurd. Before the aberration can even process the question, by cultivator activates his skill, striking with devastating force. 80. He roars, a surge of purple energy erupting from his hammer. The hammer connects with a brutal impact, sending the aberration reeling. Ugh! It groans, clearly damaged by the blow. Enraged, the aberration fully transforms, its skin turning a grotesque green. You little bastard! It screams, its voice filled with fury. Is this the 80 you were talking about? Undeterred, by cultivator prepares another powerful swing, his body crackling with blue energy. 80, he shouts, ready to deliver another crushing blow. The hammer descends once more, striking the aberration with relentless force. The impact sends shockwaves through the air. The aberration, now severely injured and staggering, tries to regain its footing. How dare you? It growls, clutching its chest. I'm a fierce spirit here. Give me the cane. Another swift, decisive strike. 80. By cultivator declares, the hammer connecting with brutal precision. By cultivator unleashes a flurry of attacks, each blow echoing with the same declaration. 80, 80, 80, he chants, pummeling the aberration relentlessly with purple-infused strikes. Back in the observation room, Elder Ren is utterly bewildered. Is this really a new student? He questions, his voice filled with disbelief. He just went in and is already pummeling an aberration. Don't students usually act cautiously and tremble when they encounter aberrations? Elder Ren, regaining his analytical mind, begins to dissect by cultivator's strategy. Bold yet meticulous, he muses. By cultivator must have realized that although this aberration is powerful, it heavily relies on its cane. Without its cane, it practically loses all mobility. Also, the hammer in his hand is an eerie artifact. As Elder Ren ponders the nature of by cultivator's eerie artifact, the scene shifts dramatically to an external broadcast. A reporter, her eyes gleaming with excitement, comments on the unfolding events, marveling that by cultivator could acquire such a powerful, mysterious item so early in the trial, hinting at his hidden depths. Meanwhile, in the eerie domain, Bicultivator stands amidst the dissipating essence of the defeated aberration. A soft fume escapes his lips as he surveys the inert, mechanical remains of his opponent, the battle's intensity fading into a tense calm. His brow furrows in confusion, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. Bicultivator murmurs, "Is it dead?" the question hanging heavy in the dimly lit air, hinting at an unexpected outcome. Before his eyes, a translucent, glowing blue spirit rises from the aberration's fallen form, coalescing into a distinct human figure. Bicultivator watches, captivated by the ethereal emergence. The spirit, its form now distinct, expresses profound gratitude to Bicultivator, thanking him for the liberation from the aberration's cruel enslavement, a faint smile gracing its spectral lips. Intrigued by the spirit's plight, Bicultivator gestures for it to recount its tale. He urges the spectral figure, "Tell me your story," eager to unravel the mystery of this eerie domain. The spirit reveals its tragic past, a clan soldier, gravely wounded, who sought refuge in this place. Unexpectedly, the eerie domain descended, trapping him and transforming him into an aberration. With fading energy, the spirit implores Bicultivator to grant a final, heartfelt wish, to deliver his precious belongings to his old wife before he completely fades away, a plea etched with sorrow. System notification blazes into existence. Side quest issued. Fulfill the last wish of the patient in room 404. Bicultivator's expression hardens with resolve, accepting the challenge. Back in the observation room, the reporter marvels at Bicultivator's swiftness in triggering a side quest, an unexpected turn in the trial. Beside her, an elder observer listens intently. The elder observer, a seasoned figure, cautions against such haste. He explains that while side quests offer rich rewards and awaken stronger abilities, the trial has just begun, and there is no need to rush into danger. He stresses the inherent dangers of side quests, noting their potential to trigger unforeseen chain reactions within the plot. For a 3-day trial, stability, he concludes, is paramount, urging caution. Unwavering in his decision, Bicultivator accepts the quest. The spirit, relieved by his compassion, thanks him, calling him a truly good person for taking on such a task. The spirit, with a gesture, points towards a nearby filing cabinet, explaining that the candy box intended for his wife is in the drawer over there. Cultivator moves to the specified drawer, pulling it open with a decisive motion. He discovers a simple box nestled within, just as the spirit described. "This is the box," he confirms. A triumphant system message appears. "Congratulations on obtaining the belongings of the patient from room 404, a box of candy representing sweetness, and a grenade kept as a memento from his time as a soldier." Bicultivator holds the box, its peculiar contents now revealed. The spirit gives his final instruction to Bicultivator. "Young man, please deliver these to room 204 downstairs." "Thank you." The urgency in its voice is palpable as its form begins to shimmer. Spirit's form flickers, its voice growing faint as it bids its last farewell. "Old woman, this is the last gift I'll ever give you," it whispers, "this living gift. I'm sure it'll be to your liking." The observers watch, aghast. The reporter exclaims that Bicultivator is too bold, not only accepting the side quest but also openly delivering the items. She sighs, fearing their filming is about to end, anticipating a catastrophic turn. Unfazed by the dire predictions, Bicultivator navigates the dimly lit corridor, his footsteps echoing softly as he descends further into the eerie domain, a lone figure against the encroaching darkness. He mutters room numbers under his breath, 201, 202, 203, his gaze scanning the doors as he approaches his destination. A chilling aura begins to emanate from further down the hall. Chilling squeak pierces the oppressive silence. From the deepest shadows, a grotesque, shrouded figure with glowing red eyes and elongated claws emerges, its presence radiating malevolence. The horrific entity fully reveals itself, a blood-soaked woman, hanging upside down, her dark hair cascading downwards, eyes burning with malevolent red light. Its appearance is a pure nightmare. Undeterred by the ghastly sight, Bicultivator calmly addresses the apparition, his voice steady. "Move aside," he states, "don't interfere with important business." His focus remains unwavering. He ignores the chilling presence, his mission paramount. 204, "This is it," he announces, reaching the designated door, the air thick with anticipation and unseen dangers. With a confident air, Bicultivator stands before the door, box in hand. He announces, "Delivery to your door," his voice echoing in the silent, ominous hallway, a challenge in itself. The door creaks open just a crack, revealing the ghastly face of an old woman, her skin sickly green, eyes glowing crimson. She rasps, "Delivery. You can get deliveries in the eerie domain now," her voice laced with eerie surprise. The cultivator maintains his composure, a slight, knowing smile playing on his lips. "Please sign for your delivery," he requests, extending the box, seemingly unfazed by her monstrous appearance. The ghastly old woman's eyes widen as she recognizes the box. "My old man's box," she murmurs, a flicker of something almost human in her gaze. "So he's the one who sent you," she realizes, taking the package. Her expression twists into a predatory grin, eyes burning a fiercer red. "Young man, you've come at just the right time," she snarls, her voice dripping with menace. "I was just getting hungry." The cultivator, now observing from a higher vantage point on a balcony, calmly addresses her. "If you're satisfied," he calls down, "remember to give a 5-star review." A hint of mischief plays on his face. The ghastly old woman's grin stretches unnaturally wide, a long, grotesque tongue flicking out. "Hee hee, I'm very satisfied with you," she cackles. "I'll definitely give you a good review after I'm done eating." Her expression of satisfaction shatters into utter shock. "This is," she begins, as a wisp of smoke curls ominously from the box. Inside, a green grenade, its pin visibly removed, is about to detonate. Green grenade detonates in a blinding flash, a concussive force ripping through the eerie domain. The feral zombie, caught in the blast, recoils violently, its grotesque form momentarily stunned. By cultivator, unfazed by the explosion, stares down the creature with a cold, challenging gaze, asserting his dominance. He turns, a flicker of satisfaction in his sharp blue eyes. The residual energy of the blast still ripples against the ancient walls, but by cultivator simply reminds himself of the good review he's securing, a testament to his unconventional tactics. A raw, explosive force erupts, tearing into the structural integrity of the domain. Red and orange energy bursts outward, signaling the raw power unleashed by the seemingly simple grenade. The cultivator observes the aftermath, noting that while the eerie domain itself remains intact, the explosion proves that conventional firearms, though generally ineffective against such entities, can still cause localized destruction. He turns to the feral zombie, now visibly crippled and groaning on the ground, its red eyes dimming with pain. By cultivator allows himself a smirk, realizing his risky gambit paid off, severely weakening the aberration. Miles away, Dr. Lin, Elder Ren, and Subject X monitor the unfolding events. Dr. Lin, surprised by cultivator's unorthodox approach, questions why he's engaging in such a side quest with explosives. Elder Ren, with a knowing look, acknowledges the success of cultivator's physical exorcism, noting how the blast temporarily disrupted the eerie domain's functions. He praises the unconventional tactic. He explains to the assembled observers that cultivator acquired the grenade from a previous patient. He elaborates that most would never consider using firearms, as they typically only enrage aberrations without inflicting real damage within demon domains. Subject X, her bandaged face inscrutable but her red eyes glowing with thought, listens as Elder Ren concludes that firearms can indeed cause some damage. He commends cultivator's cleverness in deducing this fact. Dr. Lin, a smile gracing her lips, admits her initial underestimation of cultivator. She expresses admiration for his strategic depth, acknowledging that he operates on a far more advanced level than she initially perceived. Back in the domain, the feral zombie, now recovering from the shock, glares at cultivator, accusing him of inhumane tactics and vowing eternal vengeance should it fully transform into an aberration. Cultivator, now radiating a faint green aura, holds up a mysterious artifact. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he retorts, declaring that he simply won't allow the feral zombie to fully become an aberration. He advances on the crippled feral zombie, which desperately warns him to stay away. Cultivator, however, questions the nature of the eerie artifact it possesses, hinting at a deeper purpose behind his actions. Without hesitation, cultivator's hand shoots out, seizing the feral zombie's arm. A tearing sound echoes as he begins to forcefully drag the struggling creature, a raw display of power. The feral zombie screams in protest, begging for release and refusing to be dragged out of its domain. Cultivator, however, dismisses its pleas, telling it to bear with it for a moment as he continues his relentless pull. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, meet the unseen gaze of the camera. He challenges any onlookers with a direct, intense query, asserting his control over the situation. As cultivator continues to drag the feral zombie, a helpless civilian, witnessing the terrifying spectacle, screams in terror and flees, utterly horrified by the aberration and its ruthless captor. Back at the monitoring station, Elder Ren and the other observers are stunned. He exclaims his disbelief, having never witnessed a student capable of scaring off all aberrations during an awakening trial. Dr. Lin, holding a microphone, confidently predicts that cultivator's score will skyrocket, having effectively killed 2 aberrations. She believes if he survives the next 3 days, he'll awaken a powerful ability. However, Subject X interjects with a chilling no. Her glowing red eyes convey a deeper understanding as she reveals the truth. Cultivator did not actually kill the second aberration. The feral zombie, still being dragged, pleads with cultivator, assuring him it means no harm and only wishes to be released. Its voice is laced with desperation, but cultivator remains unyielding. Cultivator's face twists into a cunning smile. He dismisses the feral zombie's pleas, declaring himself its new caregiver and implying that escape is no longer an option. The feral zombie screams in utter horror and rejection. It vehemently refuses cultivator's unwanted care, begging him to simply leave it alone and mind his own business. Cultivator, fed up with the feral zombie's protests, silences it with a forceful strike, commanding it to shut up. A system notification flashes. Ding. You've made a rebellious choice to be a caregiver for a patient who doesn't want one. As a reward, Cultivator obtains one lure the aberration from the mountain bomb. A special tip reveals its sinister purpose. The bomb can emit an aberration-luring fragrance, attracting aberrations. Cultivator smirks, a dangerous glint in his eye. Feral zombie, battered and broken, desperately pleads for release, assuring Cultivator it poses no further threat. Just let me go, it whimpers. Unmoved by its pleas, Cultivator declares his intention to take the feral zombie to a pharmacist for treatment, citing his responsibility for its injuries. His resolve is absolute. The feral zombie's screams intensify, vehemently refusing to go anywhere and demanding to be returned to its room. I'm not going, let me go, it shrieks. Once more, Cultivator silences the feral zombie with a decisive blow, enforcing his care with brute force. Shut up, he commands. Cultivator hefts the unconscious feral zombie over his shoulder, a bizarre display that terrifies a hidden observer, the helpless civilian, who cries out, too terrifying. Help! The helpless civilian, cowering in a dark corner, desperately prays for protection from aberrations, hoping to survive the next 3 days. Buddha protect me, he whispers. Cultivator looms over the cowering helpless civilian, his presence a stark contrast to the man's desperate prayers. A silent exclamation mark hangs over Cultivator. Startled, the helpless civilian cries out in pure terror, demanding to know, who is it? The helpless civilian, relieved but still shaken, recognizes Cultivator, admitting he mistook him for an aberration. You scared me, I thought it was an aberration. With a sly smirk, Cultivator gestures to the feral zombie, announcing he has brought another aberration for the helpless civilian. Helpless civilian stares in bewildered shock at the feral zombie lying at his feet, utterly confused by Cultivator's bizarre offering. The helpless civilian recoils in alarm, demanding to know why Cultivator has brought an aberration here. What are you doing bringing an aberration here? He exclaims. Cultivator, oblivious to the helpless civilian's fear, playfully pats the feral zombie's head, calling it a little old cutie and urging it to give us a smile. Feral zombie, eyes burning with defiance, roars back, asserting its dignity and warning Cultivator, we aberrations have dignity too, don't go too far. Cultivator unleashes a powerful blow, sending the feral zombie hurtling through the air with immense force. Cultivator stands victorious over the completely incapacitated feral zombie, which lies motionless on the ground. Feral zombie twitches, then slowly lifts its head, revealing glowing red eyes and a chilling, grotesque smile that sends shivers down the spine, emitting a low hee sound. The helpless civilian screams in renewed terror, begging the feral zombie not to smile, finding its grin even more horrifying than its previous rage. Don't smile, that smile is even scarier. Cultivator swiftly steps on the feral zombie's head, effectively silencing its unsettling cackles and putting an end to its grotesque display. Cultivator turns to the helpless civilian, asking if he's found the key. The helpless civilian, frustrated, explains he's been trapped and has no idea where to find it. Cultivator muses aloud, hand to chin, realizing that obtaining the key will be more complex than he initially anticipated. It seems getting the key isn't that simple. Undeterred, Cultivator addresses the feral zombie once more, insisting it needs to see a pharmacist for its injuries. Little old cutie, let the pharmacist take a look at your injuries. The helpless civilian interjects, drawing Cultivator's attention to his own injuries, claiming he was wounded by a grenade. Young man, take a look at my injuries. Cultivator, bewildered, questions the grenade story, finding the idea of someone using one to fight an aberration utterly ridiculous. Injured by a grenade? You've got to be kidding, right? Cultivator coughs awkwardly, then dismisses the details of the grenade incident with a knowing smirk, redirecting the conversation back to their main objective. Don't worry about those details, let's get down to business. Suddenly, a system notification flashes, issuing a new side quest to the helpless civilian. Side quest issued. Treat the injuries of the patient in room 204. The helpless civilian, surprised, asks Cultivator about the side quest. Cultivator advises him to accept it, believing this should be the key to getting the key. The helpless civilian, now understanding the quest, confidently tells the feral zombie he can treat its injuries. The helpless civilian, now fully immersed in the task, reveals a vital clue. To access the medicine cabinet, they'll need to find the head nurse for the medicine cabinet key. He points to Cultivator, confirming the head nurse holds the crucial key. There's a clue, the key is with the head nurse. Cultivator, with a decisive tone, instructs the helpless civilian to lead them to the head nurse immediately. Take us to the head nurse. Grotesque guy, battered and terrified by the cultivator's relentless blows, finally screams for mercy. Stop hitting me, I'll take you to the head nurse. A malevolent grin spreads across the guide's face, her single red eye glowing with malice. She secretly relishes the thought of their deaths, believing it will finally buy her freedom. As they navigate the oppressive darkness of the corridor, the cultivator presses the guide for more information. He questions her earlier statement, asking who truly holds the most power if the head nurse isn't the strongest aberration. The guide's red eye gleams as she reveals the unsettling truth. The head chef is the most brutal and powerful entity here. You must show him the utmost respect. Nearby, a green-haired observer watches the unfolding events in confusion, questioning the cultivator's reckless actions. Beside her, an elderly man adjusts his monocle and echoes her sentiment. He notes that such behavior is highly unusual, as first-time students typically remain discreet within the eerie domain. The scene shifts to reveal the imposing figure of the head chef, a hulking, pig-headed monstrosity wielding a blood-stained cleaver. He roars at a terrified worker, threatening to butcher him for his slow pace. The worker, struggling under a heavy stack of plates, stammers out a fearful "why yes" as the chef's menacing presence looms. Plates inevitably slip from his trembling hands, shattering into sharp fragments across the cold, hard floor. The head chef's green eyes flare with cold fury. He turns slowly, a low grunt indicating his displeasure at the broken dishes. The man immediately prostrates himself, stammering apologies and promising to clean up the mess. The head chef advances, his voice dripping with sinister finality. "No need," he growls. "In this kitchen, anyone who breaks the dishes gets thrown into the deep fryer." Panic seizes the worker as he turns and flees, his desperate pleas for help echoing through the grim kitchen. With a swift, brutal motion, the head chef hurls his twin cleavers, which spin through the air with deadly precision. One cleaver finds its mark, embedding itself deep in the man's skull. He screams in agony as his life is brutally cut short. The head chef, utterly unfazed, casually drags the lifeless body away by the leg, muttering about being short-handed once again. The guide delivers a chilling warning with a sinister chuckle. "Tomorrow at breakfast, you'll meet the head chef. Remember, never, ever insult his food, or he'll be furious." Her words send a shiver through the group just as she announces their arrival, gesturing toward a hidden entrance. "We're here." The head nurse is inside. They stand before a grand, imposing gate adorned with grim warnings. The living keep out, and the eerie fate is unpredictable. The air crackles with an unsettling energy. The companion's face pales, his voice laced with dread. "Those warnings, entering this place will definitely not end well." The guide's grin widens into a venomous sneer. "Hee hee, the head nurse's greatest pleasure is eating handsome young men, and you all fit her appetite perfectly." Her glowing red eye fixates on the cultivator with chilling emphasis. "Especially you," she snarls. The head nurse loves gnawing on fresh ribs the most. His companion, a faint blue energy shimmering around his hand, pleads with the cultivator. "Why don't we go back? If we just lay low for 3 days, the awakening trial will be over." He continues to urge caution, begging the cultivator not to provoke the head nurse and to simply follow the rules for survival. The cultivator's resolve is unshakable. His eyes burn with determination as he declares, "I'm going in." The guide lets out a surprised grunt, her red eye widening slightly at the cultivator's unexpected defiance. His companion is equally stunned, managing only a bewildered huh as he watches the cultivator step forward. The determined glint in his eye, the cultivator steps forward, declaring the head nurse's domain too dangerous. He instructs Paigu, his bewildered companion, to wait outside and return to the infirmary immediately if he doesn't emerge. Just as the cultivator prepares to advance, Paigu's voice cuts through the tension with a desperate weight. Paigu places a hand on the cultivator's shoulder, offering to face the danger himself. But the cultivator firmly rejects the idea, insisting Paigu remain outside. Paigu argues, explaining that as a pharmacist, this is his designated side quest, giving him a slim, yet legitimate, chance of survival where the cultivator might have none. Ominous dark energy swirls around them, hinting at the peril within. The cultivator turns, questioning Paigu's resolve and urging him not to force himself. Paigu's thoughts drift back to a phone conversation, remembering their shared understanding. Born without advantages, money, or connections, they must seize every opportunity. He reaffirms his conviction, stating that this time, they truly have to risk everything. Paigu expresses his deep desire to change his good-for-nothing life, embracing a philosophy of treating life and death with indifference, vowing to fight hard rather than submit. With a final, resolute declaration, Paigu charges into the oppressive darkness of the room. The cultivator watches Paigu disappear into the gloom, surprised by his timid companion's sudden reliability in a critical moment. He reflects on the formidable reputation of the head nurse, knowing she won't be an easy opponent. Clutching a makeshift pickaxe, the cultivator calls out to Paigu, instructing him to shout if he encounters danger, promising to rush in immediately. The feral zombie kneels silently behind him. Inside the eerie room, Paigu looks around nervously, questioning the suffocating darkness that surrounds him. Sudden, chilling "waah" echoes through the silence, a sound of pure terror. Overwhelmed by fear, Paigu clutches his head, green tendrils of fear-induced energy swirling around him. He curses his impulsiveness, regretting his decision to enter. Suddenly, a dim, flickering lantern springs to life, casting an unsettling glow across the room. The light reveals the head nurse, a grotesque figure with a stitched mouth and unsettling eyes, lounging in a chair. An eerie smile stretches across her face as she observes Paigu, remarking on the arrival of a pretty boy. Paigu, trembling, stands before the chilling figure, barely managing to utter, "Head nurse." The head nurse's eyes glow with malevolent red energy as she leans forward, demanding to know Paigu's purpose for being there. Panicked, Paigu immediately prostrates himself, bowing deeply and declaring he has come to pay his respects. The head nurse observes his desperate act, a sinister amusement playing on her lips. She notes with interest that he is the first to proactively offer such respects. Back outside, the feral zombie warns by Cultivator to retreat, emphasizing that no one who has entered that door has ever emerged alive. By Cultivator, axe raised and eyes burning with frustration, snaps at the feral zombie. Shut up. With a swift, powerful strike, by Cultivator brings his axe down, sending the feral zombie flying with a sickening crack. Inside, the head nurse rises, a chilling presence. She confides in Paigu, stating her preference for darkness and finding the human world too bright. Her form shifts subtly, revealing a more monstrous aspect. A long, unsettling tongue flickers, and her nurse uniform appears stained with blood. She prophesies a day when the world's sun will be extinguished, plunging all into darkness, transforming it into a paradise for aberrations where the Dean will personally arrive. Paigu, still cowering, desperately agrees with her every word, trying to appease the terrifying entity. Pleased by his obedience, the head nurse smiles, her unsettling gaze fixed on him. She remarks that it's been a long time since a human has gratified her so, declaring that he has successfully aroused her desires. Suddenly, the lantern's flickering flame sputters and dies, plunging the room into absolute darkness once more. Outside, by Cultivator hears a faint sound, recognizing Paigu's voice, and a grim realization dawns on him. Something terrible has happened inside. Chilling certainty grips by Cultivator. The unsettling sounds from within, coupled with Paigu's voice, confirm his worst fears. Something is terribly wrong. Meanwhile, inside, the grotesque old woman's face twists into a malevolent grin, her red eyes burning with satisfaction. She gloats, convinced that the young man who entered her domain would never emerge alive. Inside the eerie confines, the grotesque old woman playfully teases a male figure, enjoying his blush as if in a twisted game. The man, seemingly intimidated, can only stammer a plea to the head nurse. By Cultivator's expression hardens with resolve, his mind racing as he processes the strange sounds and the ominous feeling emanating from the room ahead. The door creaks open with a soft groan, and Paigu, a male figure with a nervous expression, peeks out from the shadowy interior, his eyes darting around. Cultivator steps into the dimly lit room, his gaze falling upon Paigu and the grotesque old woman. The old woman, her face a mask of surprise, mutters, surprised that he emerged alive. By Cultivator's eyes narrow with concern as he directly asks Paigu if he is unharmed, sensing the lingering danger. Paigu forces a wide, somewhat unsettling smile, quickly reassuring by Cultivator that he is perfectly fine, even boasting that he easily acquired the key he now dangles in his hand. As they walk further into the facility, by Cultivator, still wary, presses Paigu for details on how he managed to obtain the key so effortlessly. The grotesque old woman follows behind, her presence unsettling. Paigu, with a peculiar, almost flustered expression, explains his method with unsettling simplicity. He merely went in and knelt. By Cultivator's face twists into a knowing smirk. He probes further, questioning if kneeling was truly the extent of Paigu's actions. Paigu, his cheeks visibly reddening, vehemently insists that nothing else transpired, betraying his unease. Reaching a foreboding medicine cabinet, Paigu declares his intention to open it, unaware of the lurking dangers. The grotesque old woman watches from the shadows. By Cultivator's instincts scream danger. He halts Paigu, stating that the situation feels too smooth and insists on opening the cabinet himself. With a decisive click, by Cultivator inserts the key into the cabinet lock, a sense of foreboding hanging heavy in the air. The moment the lock turns, a monstrous burst of crimson energy erupts from the cabinet, coalescing into a terrifying, shadowy entity. A chilling voice echoes, celebrating the long-sealed cabinet's opening. Paigu's eyes widen in horror as he realizes the insidious truth. An aberration was cunningly hidden within the keyhole itself, waiting for a victim. The crimson aberration lunges, its shadowy tendrils reaching out as a desperate cry of "What? No! Ah!" echoes through the chamber. The Cultivator stands firm, his body enveloped in a protective aura as the aberration's attack slams into him. A system notification flashes, successfully gained immunity to aberration attacks once. 0 uses remaining. Paigu clutches his arm, wincing in pain, but his concern immediately shifts to By Cultivator, asking if he is alright. By Cultivator confirms his well-being, his gaze hardening. He explains that the head nurse, the grotesque old woman, had intentionally given Paigu the key, knowing he wouldn't survive opening the cabinet himself. The dangers of this eerie domain are truly unpredictable. Grotesque old woman's eyes, once filled with malice, now widen in genuine shock. She realizes that not even her fierce aberration could defeat By Cultivator, a feat requiring immense power. Her internal monologue shifts from villainy to subservience, acknowledging him as a hidden big shot and resolving to obey him. With the immediate threat neutralized, By Cultivator, now holding a pulsating red object, directs Paigu and the subdued grotesque old woman to return and rest, anticipating tomorrow's breakfast. The scene shifts to the next day. By Cultivator lies asleep on a cot while Paigu stands nearby. Suddenly, a loud alarm blares, announcing breakfast time. Everyone, please head to the dining hall in 20 minutes. By Cultivator's eyes slowly flutter open, his gaze sharp despite the lingering sleep, ready for the new day's challenges. Haigu approaches By Cultivator, respectfully offering a cloth and instructing him to wipe his face, a clear sign of his newfound subservience. By Cultivator reaches for the cloth, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he remarks that Haigu has figured it out, acknowledging his new position. By Cultivator, with a subtle smirk, holds a cloth to the feral zombie's face, warning him to behave or face dire consequences. The feral zombie, now compliant, bows deeply, assuring By Cultivator that he will follow his every command. By Cultivator's new shoes hit the floor with a soft thud as he prepares to move. The feral zombie eagerly prompts By Cultivator to head to the dining hall, though By Cultivator reveals he plans to go early, having something specific in mind. Inside the cavernous dining hall, another feral zombie explains the strict rules. Meals are served punctually, and any tardiness or complaints about the food will result in punishment. By Cultivator's gaze sharpens, his determination radiating with an eerie glow as he takes in his surroundings. The feral zombie points towards an adjacent room, indicating it's right next door. The Cultivator instructs the feral zombie to wait while he investigates the kitchen. The feral zombie recoils in fear, warning By Cultivator about the head chef, describing him as vicious and ill-tempered, questioning his intentions. Unfazed, By Cultivator dismisses the warning, stating his intention to check if the chef has finished cooking, and continues towards the kitchen. The Cultivator enters a dimly lit, unsettling room, observing the grim environment before questioning if this is indeed the kitchen. A chilling scene unfolds as Butcher Zhang, a monstrous figure, prepares what appears to be human flesh. By Cultivator, from a hidden vantage point, grimaces, noting the disgusting stench even before fully entering. Butcher Zhang barks orders at a terrified Ling Wei, berating her as a cowardly aberration and lamenting that he's forced to use her help. Ling Wei, her eyes glowing red with fear, can only stammer a terrified "why yes." In response, Butcher Zhang's anger flares, his cleaver flashing dangerously as he threatens to chop up Ling Wei, cursing her cowardice and the restrictions preventing him from outright killing her. Observing the brutality, By Cultivator realizes he must first draw the head chef away. By Cultivator pulls out a lure the tiger away from the mountain bomb, a system item, and applies it, a purple mist rising as he tests its effectiveness. Butcher Zhang, alerted by the mysterious aroma, sniffs the air, his eyes widening in curiosity as he questions the strange smell. Ling Wei meekly agrees to continue working, while Butcher Zhang, drawn by the scent, declares he's going to investigate. The alluring fragrance intensifies, captivating Butcher Zhang. He salivates, declaring it even more aromatic than human flesh. Seizing the opportune moment, By Cultivator springs into action, moving swiftly towards Ling Wei. Ling Wei gasps in shock as By Cultivator appears before her, questioning how he managed to get inside. By Cultivator silences her abruptly, holding up a hammer and threatening to beat her to death if she makes another sound. Ling Wei, her mouth covered by her hands, can only emit muffled sounds of terror. The Cultivator, holding a bottle of sleeping pills, explains his plan. The head chef's food is disgusting, so he's adding some spices for him. With a menacing knife, By Cultivator warns Ling Wei not to reveal his actions to the head chef or he'll kill her. Ling Wei nods frantically, her small, terrified ahm, confirming her understanding and compliance. Terror gripping Ling Wei gives way to a new, unsettling reality. Within a desolate facility, an aberration, a spectral woman in white, shivers. She whispers of another, a cowardly aberration that isn't truly frightening, as By Cultivator strides past with an air of detached authority. Elsewhere in the grim facility, a motley crew of figures, some human, some monstrous, gathers with anticipation. A voice cuts through the eerie silence. Food's finally ready. The group moves through dimly lit corridors, their shadows stretching long. One of them remarks on the head chef's flesh and blood cuisine, claiming it's a delicacy they never tire of. The unsettling nature of their food is heavily implied. Amidst the crowd, Lao Wang struggles, pushed roughly by a burly, one-eyed man. The aggressor barks at Lao Wang, demanding to know why he's rushing and ignoring his trouble. Despite being the victim, Lao Wang, ever the helper, offers assistance to the one-eyed man, trying to de-escalate the situation. The one-eyed man, with a menacing glare from his single red eye, snaps at Lao Wang, ordering him to fetch water immediately. His impatience is palpable. Lao Wang, now on the floor, quickly agrees to the demand, his voice tinged with a mix of fear and resignation. Moments later, Lao Wang returns, humbly presenting a basin of water to the one-eyed man, urging him to wash his hands. The dining hall is filled with other weary figures. Internally, Lao Wang seethes. He curses the old bastard, vowing that once he becomes an aberration handler, he will return to settle the score with such tormentors. Meanwhile, By Cultivator, referred to by the aberrations as Young Master Chu, is guided by a green-skinned aberration. The scene highlights his unusual status among the monstrous beings. Lao Wang and Shaoli observe this bizarre interaction with disbelief. They question if the aberration has gone mad, or if Young Master Chu possesses some unknown power to command such respect. The aberration dutifully rubs By Cultivator's shoulders, expressing concern that he must be tired from waking early. This further deepens the mystery of By Cultivator's influence. The other occupants of the dining hall, including Lao Wang, are utterly bewildered. They can't comprehend an aberration serving a human, wondering if young Master Chu wields some form of magic. Lao Wang turns to Shaoli, asking incredulously if that pauper Chu Sheng has truly managed to subdue an aberration. Shaoli admits he has no idea how it was done, emphasizing their own vulnerability as ordinary humans against aberrations. Shaoli theorizes that the aberration serving young Master Chu must be the weakest of its kind, perhaps incapable of defeating even an ordinary human. He concludes that young Master Chu simply got lucky, as killing such a weak aberration would significantly boost his reward for passing whatever trial they are in. In a different observation room, Elder Ren and Dr. Lin, along with others, monitor the events. Elder Ren expresses his astonishment at a student making an aberration subservient in such a dangerous domain. Dr. Lin, with a thoughtful expression, admits her confusion regarding young Master Chu's ultimate intentions. Elder Ren, addressing Subject X, hints at a crazy theory that no one has ever attempted before, urging them to continue observing the unfolding spectacle. Back in the dining hall, Butcher Zhang, a towering figure with a pig's head, triumphantly announces that the food is ready, pushing a cart with a steaming pot. A wave of disgust ripples through the room as the putrid smell from the food buckets fills the air. Many recoil, questioning the source of the stench. A moment later, a ladle scoops out a viscous, green, lumpy substance into a bowl, emitting unsettling steam. This is the flesh and blood cuisine. Butcher Zhang moves through the tables, generously serving the repulsive concoction to the waiting individuals. With a wide grin, Butcher Zhang proudly dishes out the food, his imposing presence dominating the room. Lao Wang, utterly repulsed, clamps his hand over his nose. He can't believe this foul-smelling slop is considered food, lamenting that even a toilet wouldn't stink so badly. In stark contrast, the one-eyed man, the same one who earlier pushed Lao Wang, eagerly devours the green meal, praising its delicious taste and the top-notch skills of the head chef. Lao Wang stares in utter disbelief, dumbfounded that anyone could find such a grotesque meal delicious. One-eyed man continues to savor his meal, adding a chilling comment: "This breakfast is quite good and has a hint of pretty boy in it." A dark implication about the ingredients hangs heavy in the air. The one-eyed man, still relishing his grotesque meal, demands more, exclaiming that it's been a while since he's eaten something this good. His insatiable appetite for the pretty boy-flavored breakfast is disturbingly clear. A skeptical inmate, observing the scene, questions the one-eyed man's claim. He wonders if the vile green liquid is like stinky tofu, foul-smelling but surprisingly delicious, and challenges any brave soul to confirm it. Driven by gnawing hunger, a brave inmate steps forward, declaring he'll take one for the team and try the mysterious dish, despite its repulsive appearance. He scoops a spoonful, his face a mix of resolve and apprehension. The inmate's cheeks puff out as he tries to swallow the concoction, a moment of tense silence as the taste registers. The facade shatters. The inmate violently retches, spewing the green liquid back into the bowl, his face contorted in utter disgust. He screams that it's so damn disgusting, worse than SHT. Beside the serene bicultivator, a ghastly woman with glowing red eyes watches the unfortunate inmate suffering, a sinister grin spreading across her face. She finds the spectacle a good show. Butcher Zhang, in his hulking, pig-like form, looms over the disgusted inmate, spoon still in hand. His eyes narrow, demanding to know what the inmate just said, his anger palpable. The brave inmate, now cowering, stammers in fear, utterly intimidated by Butcher Zhang's monstrous presence. Butcher Zhang, radiating fury, towers over the inmate. He roars that while the inmate isn't forced to eat, he has no right to insult his cooking. Desperate, the inmate falls to his knees, begging Butcher Zhang for forgiveness and pleading for mercy, promising he was wrong. Butcher Zhang delivers a brutal, swift blow to the pleading inmate, a sharp impact echoing through the room. The inmate lying motionless in a pool of blood, Butcher Zhang casually pushes a cart laden with the repulsive green food. He announces that mealtime ends in half an hour and that insulting the food is a death rule here, a chilling warning to the other prisoners. The skeptical inmate from earlier looks on in horror at the fallen man, relieved that he held back and didn't taste the food himself, realizing the deadly consequences. Other inmates express their despair and agonizing hunger. They lament not having eaten or drunk anything since arriving, fearing they will starve or lack the strength to even stand if forced to endure this cafeteria for 3 days. Suddenly, an inmate in a tank top sniffs the air, a flicker of surprise on his face. He asks if anyone else smells something unusual. Others pick up the scent, their eyes widening. It's not the usual stench of their slop, it's the delicious aroma of beef and potatoes, a tantalizing scent of real food. An inmate points across the room, directing everyone's attention to bicultivator. The question hangs in the air: how did he get such a feast? The cultivator sits calmly, savoring a plate of beef and potatoes with gravy, completely unfazed by the surrounding chaos and the ghastly woman watching him. The sound of his eating echoes in the sudden silence. The aggressive inmate in the tank top stares in disbelief and rage. He can't fathom how bicultivator is enjoying such a meal while they starve. The inmate who had vomited earlier now looks wistful, marveling at how a simple plate of beef and potatoes could smell so incredibly amazing, a stark contrast to the slop they are forced to endure. Chorus of hungry voices demands to know where Cultivator acquired the forbidden dish, their eyes fixed on his plate with desperate longing. Cultivator turns, a slight, mocking smirk playing on his lips, and asks if they want some, his tone dripping with condescension. The aggressive inmate's fury explodes. He yells back, confirming that, damn it, of course he wants some, his hunger overriding all caution. Cultivator simply shrugs, returning to his meal. He dismissively tells them to figure it out themselves, his indifference a cruel jab at their suffering. The aggressive inmate clenches his fist, barely containing his rage. His companion tries to calm him, sensing his imminent explosion. The aggressive inmate speaks to his companion, expressing his unbearable hunger and frustration. He declares they can't let that kid eat all by himself. With a determined glint in his eye, the aggressive inmate proclaims they will snatch it from him, ready to confront Cultivator. A cautious inmate interjects, reminding them of their caregiver status and the danger of straying too far from the aberrations in the room. The aggressive inmate flashes a sly, dangerous smile. He reveals a darker plan. Not only will they snatch the food, but they can also kill that aberration with Cultivator, implying a ruthless opportunism. He subtly reaches into his pocket, pulling out a wad of cash, a clear indication of his next move. The aggressive inmate approaches the one-eyed man, offering him a stack of nether coins as a token of respect to allow him to step away for a bit. One-eyed man, his eye gleaming with greed, accepts the bribe, chuckling that money makes the mare go, granting the aggressive inmate his temporary freedom. With his path cleared, the aggressive inmate and his companion stride towards Cultivator, ordering him to stop eating, the confrontation now inevitable. Cultivator continues to eat, a sly smirk playing on his lips, completely unfazed by the approaching threat. The aggressive thug leader reaches for Cultivator's plate, declaring his intent to rob him in broad daylight and challenging him to resist. Thug follower watches, a smirk mirroring his companion's aggression. Cultivator, still smirking, glances up. Behind him, Subject X looms, her presence unnoticed by the aggressors. Thug leader demands to hear the second announcement they had planned. Thug leader points triumphantly, announcing that Subject X, the bold hag, is now his property. Thug follower grins, sharing in the anticipated plunder. Faint purple aura flickers around Cultivator as his smirk widens. He casually retorts that they should ask Subject X if she's willing to be taken. Thug leader, oblivious to the impending danger, arrogantly orders Subject X to come with them quietly. Subject X's eyes flare crimson, a terrifying smile stretching across her face as she challenges Thug leader to repeat his words. The air crackles with latent power. Thug follower shivers, his face pale with fear, whispering to Thug leader about Subject X's unsettling smile. Thug leader, dismissing Thug follower's apprehension, confidently asserts that Subject X is merely a weak aberration, easily manageable since she was supposedly scared of their caregiver. Thug follower, emboldened by Thug leader's words, steps forward, his voice rising in a shout. He threatens Subject X, warning her against ingratitude and promising death if she doesn't obey. With a guttural roar, Subject X unleashes her true form, transforming into a grotesque, green-skinned entity with razor claws and a long tongue, lunging at the terrified Thug follower. Thug follower's eyes are wide with sheer horror as Subject X's monstrous form fills his vision. Thug follower, miraculously still standing, forces a laugh, claiming he's unharmed and that Subject X is just a weakling. Their faces contort in pure terror as Thug leader points, stammering about something in Subject X's hand. Thug follower collapses, clutching his chest. A gaping wound is visible as he gasps about his empty chest, blood staining the floor. Thug leader flees in a desperate sprint, screaming for help, realizing the true, terrifying power of Subject X. Thug follower lies lifeless on the ground, his body drained. Subject X appears behind the fleeing Thug leader, her red eyes burning, taunting him for running after desiring her. Green energy erupts around Subject X as she viciously strikes Thug leader, who screams in agony. Thug leader's body stands hollowed out, a chilling sight, as Subject X holds his still beating heart. He laments the cold emptiness within him. Cultivator calmly takes another bite of his food, a slight smile on his face, observing Subject X's brutal efficiency. Subject X turns to face the remaining Thug leader, her voice chilling as she declares him the last one left. Desperate, Thug leader pulls out a wad of cash, begging for his life and offering nether coins to appease the monster. Subject X lunges forward, a surge of red energy radiating from her. She dismisses his offering, stating his money is insufficient to buy his life. Thug leader screams in pure terror, money scattering around him as he collapses to the ground, losing control of his bladder. Subject X recoils in disgust, remarking on the Thug leader's pathetic display of fear. 20 minutes later, the scene shifts. An eye patch inmate sits alone, yawning and complaining about being sleepy. The eye patch inmate lies down on the table, planning to take a nap and leave the cleaning to the head chef and 4 drip connected to him. While the eye patch inmate drifted into a restless slumber, the eerie silence of the Sunset Glow nursing home cafeteria hung heavy. All around, the aberrations lay still, seemingly asleep. A caregiver wondered aloud if the head chef, who was supposed to be back for mealtime, was missing, half an hour past schedule. But the quiet was shattered as Kai, the true agent of chaos, rose from his meal, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. He declared his feast complete and that it was time to get down to business. With a brutal swing, Kai brought his hammer down, striking a sleeping figure with immense force. The impact registered a devastating 80 damage. Blood splattered violently, coating a nearby female caregiver in a gruesome crimson shower. Her eyes widened in horror. A chilling scream tore through the air as the caregiver recoiled, her hands flying to her face in utter disbelief and terror at the sudden, bloody massacre. Kai showed no mercy, repeatedly hammering the helpless figure on the table. Each strike dealt another 80 damage, a chilling testament to his destructive power. Leaving the mangled body behind, Kai calmly walked away, his voice cold as he stated, "One down. Next up, the second one." Another caregiver, witnessing the brutality, confronted Kai, demanding to know what he was doing. Kai merely raised his hammer, poised for another strike, as the terrified caregiver pleaded for him to wait. Without hesitation, Kai brought his hammer down again, a crimson energy burst indicating a lethal blow to the caregiver. As Kai continued his rampage, other caregivers and aberrations in the cafeteria reacted with shock and fear, questioning his sudden, unprecedented ferocity and boldness. Two caregivers discussed Kai's weapon, realizing the hammer in his hand must be an eerie artifact, granting him the impossible power to kill an aberration so easily. Meanwhile, in a hidden observation room, Dr. Lin, Elder Ren, and Subject X, alongside another figure, watched Kai's brutal actions unfold through a projected image. They commented on his crazy and unprecedented ruthlessness. Elder Ren, observing Kai, deduced that his meticulous plan to wipe out all aberrations must have begun the moment he entered the eerie domain. Even his visit to the pharmacy was part of the setup. Subject X confirmed the suspicion, noting that Kai's objective was to eliminate all aberrations, a feat never before accomplished in an awakening trial. Back in the cafeteria, Kai delivered another decisive blow with his hammer, the impact echoing through the desolate room. A system notification materialized before Kai. "You have killed all patients in the Sunset Nursing Home and obtained the title Aberration Slaying General." It also delivered a special reminder about maintaining SAN value of no less than 50. Kai pondered the SAN value, recalling its critical importance for aberration handlers in eerie main world exploration quests. A sudden realization struck Kai, a jolt of electricity rippling around him as he questioned, "Wait, that's not right. I killed all the patients." Before him stood Feral Zombie, a green-skinned, elderly figure who Kai mistakenly identified as a patient. Feral Zombie quickly clarified her status, explaining that she was not a patient but had accidentally arrived at the nursing home when the eerie domain descended, even finding a sunset romance with an old man. She earnestly assured Kai that she meant no harm and had no bad intentions, desperately trying to avoid his wrath. Feral Zombie's face contorted in pure terror, her red eyes wide with fear as she prayed the god of slaughter wouldn't decide to hammer her to death. Another system message flashed, "Attention all caregivers, all patients in the Sunset Nursing Home have been killed." According to eerie domain rules, with the patients gone, caregivers no longer have a reason to exist. After the head nurse awakens, she will kill everyone. The remaining caregivers erupted in panic, realizing their lives were now forfeit and blaming Kai for their impending doom at the hands of the awakened head nurse. One caregiver, fueled by terror, pointed an accusing finger at Kai, demanding he be tied up, convinced it was all his fault. Kai's eyes burned with a cold, murderous intent as he warned them that if anyone dared to speak out again, he would rip out their heart. Feral Zombie, her previous fear replaced by a chilling hunger, moved closer, her voice a sinister chuckle as she wondered whose heart would taste better. The two caregivers, caught between Kai's threat and the monstrous Feral Zombie, could only utter a single, terrified word, "You. You." The word hangs in the air, thick with dread, as by cultivator looms over them. With a look of pure disdain, he dismisses the caregivers, calling them nothing more than a bunch of cowards before turning his back on their trembling forms. The cultivator reaches a heavy set of doors. He moves with the silence of a predator, peeking through the crack to confirm his theory. If he's going to strike, it has to be now, while the monsters are vulnerable. Inside the dimly lit room, his targets are exactly where he expected. Butcher Zhang, the massive head chef, and the terrifying head nurse are both slumped over, lost in a forced slumber. This is his only window to eliminate the facility's powerhouses. By cultivator doesn't hesitate. He draws a heavy hammer, the metal gleaming coldly under the flickering lights. He isn't here for a fair fight, he's here to survive. With a brutal overhead swing, he brings the hammer down on Butcher Zhang's skull. Blood sprays across the floor as the first blow connects with a sickening thud, but the aberration is tougher than it looks. 5 minutes pass in a blur of violence. By cultivator continues the assault until Butcher Zhang is nothing more than a corpse. Suddenly, a system notification pings. A side quest has been issued. With the chef dead, someone must cook for the patients to receive their praise. Wiping sweat from his brow, By cultivator pants heavily. He notes that the head chef was an absolute tank. It took 5 full minutes of continuous hammering to deplete that massive HP pool. Most aberrations would have folded in seconds. He turns his attention to the next threat. The head nurse is still seated, but the air in the room has grown cold. He raises his hammer once more, knowing the eerie domain is a death trap where one wrong move ends everything. Just as he prepares to strike, her eyes snap open. The forced sleep has worn off far sooner than anticipated. A surge of killing intent fills the room, freezing by Cultivator in his tracks. Panic flares in his chest. Oh no, she's awake, he realizes, his grip tightening on the hammer handle. The hunter has suddenly become the prey. The head nurse lunges upward, her face twisted in fury. She demands to know what he thinks he's doing, her voice a screeching rasp that echoes off the bookshelves. The Cultivator swings, but the nurse is fast. She deflects the blow with supernatural strength, mocking his attempt. You think you can? She sneers, her power dwarfing his own. She reveals her true form, her jaw unhinging to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. Are you looking to die? She asks, the blood on her face making her look like a demon straight out of a nightmare. Cultivator tries to reset, swinging the hammer again with desperate force. But the head nurse is playing with him, her movements fluid and mocking as she easily counters his every move. The dismissive scram, she delivers a powerful blow that sends him flying across the room. He crashes into the floor, the sheer weight of her attack leaving his ribs aching. Struggling to sit up, Cultivator realizes he's in deep trouble. He never expected her to wake up this early. His plan has completely fallen apart, and now he's trapped with a high-level monster. Outside the domain, Dr. Lin and Elder Ren watch the broadcast with grim expressions. Elder Ren sighs, noting that the boy's luck has finally run out. In their eyes, there is no chance for survival against the head nurse. Back in the room, Cultivator decides to play a different game. He looks the nurse in the eye and tells her he knows he's going to die. He asks for one final request, to choose the method of his execution. A sly, unexpected smile creeps across his face. I want to die blissfully, he declares, his tone so calm it borders on insane given the circumstances. The head nurse pauses, her long, serpent-like tongue flicking out as she processes his words. She stares at him in silence, her monstrous hunger momentarily replaced by sheer confusion. In your dreams, she hisses, her tongue lashing the air. She decides she won't grant him any peace. Instead, she promises to twist his head off with her bare hands. The Cultivator stands his ground, his hammer held loosely. I refuse that method, he says flatly. I don't want my head twisted off. He's negotiating his own death as if it were a business deal. The nurse is baffled. She reminds him that he just said he wasn't afraid of death, claiming a severed head is just a scar. Why the sudden change of heart? He looks away, his expression deadpan. I'm afraid of scarring, he admits. The absurdity of the statement hangs in the air, a bizarre joke in the face of certain doom. Head nurse can only stare, completely speechless. She has encountered many victims, but none who cared about their complexion while being hunted by a high-level aberration. Watching from the monitors, Dr. Lin is stunned. Even in this life-or-death moment, he has the mood to joke around. Elder Ren is forced to admit that the kid's mental fortitude is abnormally strong. A sudden ding echoes through the room. A system box appears. You have made a rebellious choice. By refusing the head nurse's method of death, Cultivator has just triggered a hidden mechanic that might be his only way out. Having made a rebellious choice, Cultivator faces the system's consequence. With life or death hanging in the balance, he desperately calls upon the system for a lifeline, hoping for a powerful asset to turn the tide. A system box immediately materializes, delivering a surprising notification. Congratulations, you have obtained a flamethrower. The bulky weapon appears, ready for action. Cultivator stares at the newly acquired flamethrower, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. He questions its effectiveness, wondering aloud if such a mundane weapon could truly harm the terrifying aberrations he faces. Before he can fully process his new tool, the monstrous head nurse lunges from behind, her terrifying form and elongated tongue striking with incredible speed. She snarls, demanding he freeze. Without hesitation, Cultivator spins, activating the flamethrower. A torrent of searing fire erupts, engulfing the aberration as he commands it to burn. The head nurse is instantly consumed by the inferno, her body twisting and contorting under the intense heat. The unexpected power of the flamethrower leaves Cultivator stunned. Screams of pure agony rip through the air as the head nurse thrashes within the flames, her monstrous form burning fiercely. The fire rages, consuming her with brutal efficiency. From a remote observation room, Dr. Lin and Elder Ren watch the shocking scene unfold. Dr. Lin expresses disbelief at the appearance of a flamethrower in such an eerie domain, a sentiment Elder Ren echoes, finding it utterly absurd. Cultivator, drenched in sweat, exhales sharply. The green energy surrounding him pulses as he clutches the flamethrower, catching his breath after the intense burst of combat. He surveys the scorched remains of the head nurse, noting that the flamethrower's fuel is completely depleted. A lingering doubt prompts him to question if the aberration is truly vanquished. Determined to leave no room for error, Cultivator raises the now empty flamethrower like a club. He declares his intent to deliver finishing blows, ensuring the head nurse is definitively eliminated. With a powerful swing, Cultivator brings the heavy flamethrower down, aiming to crush the smoldering body of the head nurse. The air crackles with residual energy. The flamethrower connects with a dull, heavy thud. Cultivator's grip tightens, blue energy flaring around his hand as he channels his remaining strength into the attack. Despite being reduced almost to ashes, the head nurse's body still shows signs of resistance. Cultivator's eyes widen in disbelief and frustration at her horrifying resilience. Suddenly, a small, grotesque hand shoots out, clamping around by Cultivator's throat. His eyes bulge as he's caught off guard, the attack swift and brutal. The head nurse, now shrunken and even more terrifying, mocks by Cultivator. She reveals her true nature as an aberration, immune to ordinary flames, questioning his naive attempt. Her eyes glow with malevolent green light as she lectures him on the fundamental rules of their world. Only aberrations, eerie artifacts, or other rules can truly defeat aberrations. She scoffs at his lack of knowledge. Choking, by Cultivator struggles against her grip, his face contorted in pain and despair. He coughs, wondering if there is any chance left to escape this dire situation. The head nurse tightens her hold, savoring his torment. She gloats, promising to collect his head as a trophy, a chilling declaration of his impending doom. Suddenly, an unexpected savior appears. A feral zombie lunges from the shadows, impaling the head nurse from behind. Her eyes widen in shock as she's pierced, screaming in disbelief. By Cultivator collapses to the ground, gasping for air as the feral zombie and another ancient ghoul stand over the wounded head nurse. The head nurse, bewildered, questions why an aberration would aid a human. The feral zombie turns, a grim smirk on its blood-splattered face. It reveals its motivation, a desperate act of self-preservation, having no other choice but to intervene. With a swift motion, the feral zombie tosses a hammer towards by Cultivator, urging him to catch it. A new weapon, a new chance, is presented in the midst of chaos. By Cultivator snatches the hammer mid-air and, fueled by renewed determination, lunges at the injured head nurse. The battle intensifies as he prepares a decisive strike. He brings the hammer down with brutal force, impacting the head nurse with a resounding smash. The raw power of the blow reverberates through the eerie domain. The Cultivator delivers a relentless barrage of hammer strikes, each blow landing with devastating impact. He unleashes his fury, determined to finally end the head nurse's monstrous existence. The feral zombie intervenes, calling out to by Cultivator, urging him to cease his assault. It confirms that the head nurse is unequivocally dead, the battle finally over. Exhausted but safe, by Cultivator wipes sweat from his brow, gasping for air. He expresses heartfelt gratitude to the feral zombie, acknowledging that his life was saved. Feral zombie explains its actions, revealing that its assistance was also an act of self-preservation. It knew the head nurse would not have spared it if she discovered its connection to by Cultivator. Standing over the lifeless body of the head nurse, the feral zombie reaffirms its commitment, declaring that it now owes by Cultivator a significant favor. Back in the observation room, Dr. Lin, Elder Ren, and Subject X react with astonishment. Dr. Lin exclaims that the head nurse is dead and that by Cultivator survived, bewildered that an aberration actually helped a human kill another aberration. Elder Ren claps his hands together, a wide grin spreading across his face. He praises the brilliance of the situation, declaring that by Cultivator's trial is now perfect teaching material. Subject X, however, maintains a stern demeanor. She notes the extreme rarity of such a complex relationship between a human and an aberration, vowing to report this unprecedented event to the Aberration Handler Alliance. Meanwhile, by Cultivator, ever pragmatic, begins to search the head nurse's body for loot. The feral zombie offers crucial advice. Deceased aberrations leave behind ownerless eerie artifacts that no longer pose a threat. By Cultivator, intrigued by the feral zombie's advice, discovers a peculiar book titled King's Nursing Home Introduction. His brow furrows in surprise. The book reveals a shocking truth. This entire facility is merely a branch of a larger, more ominous entity known as the King's Nursing Home. He learns the King's Nursing Home is a colossal chain headquartered in the eerie main world, a realm of pure aberrations accessible only to specialized handlers. The grim realization hits him. This current eerie domain was a result of the King's Nursing Home's invasion, their ultimate goal to transform the entire real world into another one of their twisted domains. Feral zombie warns by Cultivator about the Dean of the King's Nursing Home, an immensely powerful Titan aberration. If the Dean discovers by Cultivator killed the head nurse and destroyed this domain, he would face unimaginable retribution, making the eerie main world a death trap. By Cultivator's search continues, and he pulls out a peculiar, dark stocking from a filing cabinet. A system notification flashes. By Cultivator has obtained the head nurse's eerie artifact relic, a smelly stocking. The system suggests wearing it on his head for unexpected effects, much to by Cultivator's disgusted disbelief. Despite the bizarre instruction, by Cultivator acknowledges its status as an eerie artifact and prudently stores it away, deciding against immediate experimentation. Panic erupts among a group of survivors. They question their safety, speculating if Chu Sheng was responsible for clearing the domain, hailing the unknown victor as a hero. By Cultivator and the feral zombie calmly walk past the now agitated crowd, their presence unnoticed amidst the chaos. The survivors, recognizing by Cultivator, swarm him, awkwardly addressing him as Big Bro Chu and demanding to know if he truly eliminated the head nurse. One man, Zhao Delay, shamelessly tries to curry favor, declaring by Cultivator his big bro and offering his services, clearly hoping to benefit from the situation. By Cultivator's patience wears thin, his eyes narrow, and he barks a single, sharp command, scram. Zhao Delay, startled by Cultivator's ferocity, quickly scrambles away, bowing and apologizing profusely. The dismissive glance by Cultivator turns his back on the cowering survivors and walks away, the feral zombie trailing behind him. Deep within the nursing home, a new aberration emerges, a long-haired female figure with glowing red eyes and a stitched mouth methodically chopping meat with a cleaver. By Cultivator and the feral zombie approach the unsettling figure. The feral zombie instructs her to stop, informing her the head chef, her previous master, is deceased. Cultivator, observing the timid female, questions the feral zombie about her nature and origins, wondering if she is truly an aberration. The feral zombie explains its own accidental involvement in the invasion and identifies the female as a native aberration of the king's nursing home. Intriguingly, the head nurse, despite her immense hatred, never managed to kill her. By Cultivator raises an eyebrow, surprised that the head nurse, a powerful entity, failed to eliminate such a seemingly weak aberration. Feral zombie elaborates, the female aberration is incredibly timid, never retaliating against bullies. Her survival against the head nurse is, therefore, a significant enigma. With the eerie domain's imminent collapse, By Cultivator inquires about the feral zombie and the timid aberration's plans for survival. The feral zombie reveals their fate: they will be teleported back to the king's nursing home in the eerie main world. Timid aberration recoils in terror, her stitched mouth a silent scream as she clutches her chest, clearly dreading a return to the king's nursing home. Noticing her distress, By Cultivator confirms her reluctance to return to the ominous king's nursing home. The timid aberration nods vigorously, her red eyes conveying a desperate plea. Seizing an opportunity, By Cultivator offers her a chance to remain in this world, but not without conditions. He asks if she is willing to comply. He clarifies his offer: become his ghost servant and she can stay. He promises no harm, his expression firm but reassuring. Without hesitation, the timid aberration agrees, a silent okay, echoing her desperate acceptance. By Cultivator, surprised by her immediate compliance, internally remarks on her apparent lack of intelligence, labeling her a little coward. With the agreement struck, By Cultivator issues his first command for her to relinquish her lifebound object. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. For a supernatural being to even possess a lifebound object is a 1 in 1,000 chance, and securing their 100% willingness is near impossible. Elder Ren, observing the scene, remarks on the sheer difficulty, while Dr. Lin, microphone in hand, expresses amazement at the unprecedented act of taking a ghost servant before even becoming a true ghost tamer. Without hesitation, the spectral being presents her lifebound object, a sleek, dark rectangular case, to By Cultivator. The moment is charged with a quiet anticipation. The Cultivator examines the object, a look of utter bewilderment crossing his face. A pencil case? He questions the absurdity, noting that such artifacts are usually bones or weapons, items of power or death, not mundane school supplies. Despite his surprise, By Cultivator's resolve hardens. He dismisses the oddity, declaring his intent to complete the pact regardless. The commitment to his decision is absolute. A single, crimson drop of blood falls, striking the surface of the pencil case. The pact is sealed, a binding contract forged between human and spirit. Immediately, a surge of brilliant blue energy erupts around By Cultivator and his new ghost servant. The air crackles with spiritual power as the connection solidifies, marking the success of the impossible feat. Dr. Lin, witnessing the spectacle, erupts in excitement. She exclaims that By Cultivator has not only succeeded but has shattered all previous records, achieving an unprecedented milestone. Elder Ren beams with pride, proclaiming that By Cultivator has brought immense glory to their academy. The scene is one of triumph, with Dr. Lin, Elder Ren, and the mysterious Subject X observing the results. Yet, Dr. Lin notices a subtle unease in Subject X, the Master Ghost Tamer, and inquires about her apparent worry amidst the celebration. Subject X reveals a grim truth: a ghost tamer can only form one contract with a ghost servant in their entire life. The gravity of this rule settles over the onlookers. The realization hits Dr. Lin like a physical blow. She remembers the servant By Cultivator chose, a timid, seemingly useless entity with no combat ability. The weight of his singular, irreversible choice becomes a source of profound regret. Elder Ren, too, expresses deep disappointment. He laments that By Cultivator, who started with such immense potential, has seemingly squandered it by choosing such a worthless card. Unaware of the observer's dismay, By Cultivator stands, empowered. Swirling red energy emanates from his core, a tangible manifestation of his new connection. He feels a strange, potent sensation coursing through him. Later, in a dimly lit chamber, By Cultivator and his ghost servant stand amidst swirling green energy. The air is thick with spiritual power, hinting at the ongoing process of integration and training. By Cultivator, now composed and confident, reveals his strategic genius. He explains that the skill-born rebel could only be utilized for a single day, and he successfully executed his entire plan within that critical window. The trial, for him, was a resounding success. Elder Ren, arms crossed, acknowledges the uniqueness of By Cultivator's awakening trial. He asserts that such a perilous path cannot be replicated or publicly broadcast, as it would dangerously mislead others into underestimating the supernatural realm, leading to countless unnecessary deaths. Dr. Lin, turning to Elder Ren, notes that only one day of the trial has passed with 2 remaining. She suggests shifting their focus to film other students seeking new subjects for their observations. Elder Ren, a red orb pulsating in his hand, agrees. He proposes checking on Kai, whose parents are renowned ghost tamers. He anticipates an exceptional performance from Kai given his formidable lineage. A recorded scene plays out. By cultivator kneels, offering to massage an old man's legs, humbly asking to be treated like a grandson and vowing to undertake any dirty or tiring work. His dedication is palpable. Elder Ren watches the footage, a comical expression of shock and bewilderment on his face. The unexpected turn of events leaves him speechless. Dr. Lin, however, is unimpressed by the other trials. She covers her face in exasperation, finding everyone else's performance utterly dull after witnessing By Cultivator's extraordinary display. 2 days later, By Cultivator is seen relaxing under an umbrella, sipping a drink, alongside his ghost servant who has taken on the form of an old woman. He muses that the trial has become surprisingly relaxing, almost making him wish to stay longer. The old woman approaches By Cultivator, her expression gentle, informing him that only 5 minutes remain until the trial's conclusion. The peaceful interlude is drawing to an end. By Cultivator turns to her, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He admits that he still doesn't know her name, desiring a proper address for his unique companion. The old woman smiles, her red eyes glowing softly. She explains that a name is merely a title and he can simply call her Old Mrs. Nye. The name carries a sense of familiarity and age. By Cultivator accepts her chosen name, bidding farewell to Old Mrs. Nye and expressing a hope that their paths will cross again. A bond has formed in the most unlikely of circumstances. As night falls, a chilling rumble echoes over a desolate psychiatric hospital. The sky above is a menacing crimson, and a crescent moon hangs ominously, signaling a shift in the atmosphere. The cultivator and Old Mrs. Nye look up, a powerful, dark purple aura descending from the sky. Old Mrs. Nye identifies the terrifying presence. The director of the king's nursing home has arrived. By Cultivator's face contorts in shock and anger. The sudden, overwhelming arrival of such a powerful entity leaves him stunned, the peaceful end of his trial shattered. Another figure emerges, confronting By Cultivator and Old Mrs. Nye. The accusations are hurled. By Cultivator destroyed the supernatural domain and killed the head nurse. The director himself has come to exact lethal retribution. The director's terrifying presence immediately takes its toll. A nearby individual, overwhelmed by the sheer spiritual pressure, clutches himself, his face contorted in abject terror as his very soul trembles. The director's voice booms, manifesting as a colossal crimson eye in the sky, radiating malevolent purple energy. It condemns By Cultivator, declaring his sins unforgivable. Meanwhile, within a secure facility, Dr. Lin, Elder Ren, and Subject X observe a monitor displaying a relaxed figure. The contrast is stark, as a voice expresses frustration over the subject's casual demeanor compared to others undergoing a trial. Group, including Dr. Lin, Elder Ren, and Subject X, watches as the sky above them twists into a maelstrom of black fog and crackling purple lightning, a clear sign of a supernatural domain manifesting. One of the observers, a masked man, stares up in disbelief, questioning the sudden appearance and origin of the encroaching black fog. Dr. Lin confirms her fears, identifying the phenomenon as a full-blown supernatural domain enveloping the entire nursing home. She urgently questions Subject X, seeking an explanation for the unfolding chaos. Subject X, deep in thought, acknowledges the unmistakable aura of a supernatural domain. He expresses profound confusion, remarking on the unprecedented occurrence of such a manifestation twice in the same location. Elder Ren voices his grave concern for the hundreds of students still trapped inside, fearing for their fate within the newly formed domain. Without hesitation, Subject X declares his intention to forcefully breach the supernatural domain, his hands glowing with potent purple energy as he prepares for action. Dr. Lin gasps in recognition, identifying the energy as Soul Fire, a rare ability wielded only by seasoned ghost tamers from the supernatural otherworld. She realizes Subject X's immense power, understanding why he was assigned as an examiner. A colossal, ethereal purple energy construct, shaped like a blooming flower, erupts from the ground, towering over the awestruck group as Subject X unleashes his formidable power. With a decisive command, Subject X propels himself forward, a swirling vortex of purple energy following his charge as he plunges into the heart of the domain. From an elevated perspective, the immense purple energy dissipates, carving a path through the oppressive black fog and revealing the structures below. Elder Ren reels back in shock, unable to comprehend how such a massive energy manifestation could be extinguished almost instantly. Crouching low, Subject X's expression turns grim. He warns that the black fog is no ordinary phenomenon, sensing a profound horror lurking within, and immediately orders a distress call to the Ghost Tamer Alliance. The scene shifts back to By Cultivator, who stands firm as a terrified bystander shivers behind him. A system notification flashes, ominously counting down. 2 minutes left. The colossal crimson eye of the director hovers above By Cultivator, its voice dripping with sadistic intent, offering a gruesome choice of demise: melted into slime or skinned alive. The terrified man, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, collapses to the ground, whimpering about the sheer terror of the situation. The cultivator glances down at the unconscious man, noting his collapse from fear. He speculates if the man's SAN value has plummeted to 0, a critical system metric. Receiving no response, the director's eye flares with renewed fury. It vows to inflict the most excruciating death imaginable, promising by cultivator an existence of regret for ever being born. The cultivator, undeterred, boldly retorts, ordering the director to cease his attempts at intimidation. The director's eye narrows in surprise at Bicultivator's audacity. Bicultivator presses his advantage, taunting the director about his inability to manifest in his true form. With a confident smirk, Bicultivator exposes the director's true motive to terrorize him into a SAN value drop to 0, thereby achieving his sinister objective. The director acknowledges Bicultivator's intelligence, confirming his role in destroying the king's nursing home's branch. It then reveals its true intention. SAN value below 50 is sufficient to subjugate Bicultivator, transforming him into a tormented specimen. Bicultivator's smile widens, his voice laced with defiance as he declares the director's expectations will be met with disappointment. The director scoffs, proclaiming Bicultivator's ignorance of its true terror. A crimson laser beam erupts from its eye, lancing directly towards Bicultivator. Old Mrs. Nye, her face contorted in horror, screams a warning. She identifies the attack as the director's unique skill, the calamity of bloody light, explaining that a hit will plunge the victim into a terrifying, hellish illusion. Bicultivator shudders, acknowledging the potent effect of the calamity of bloody light, clearly feeling its insidious power. The director's eye widens in astonishment as a system notification confirms Bicultivator's SAN value remains above 50. It expresses disbelief that its attack failed to lower it sufficiently. The cultivator, with a triumphant grin, reiterates the director's disappointment. He reveals his SAN value will not drop below 50 thanks to his Fearless Ghost Slayer title, which provides a critical resistance to such effects. The director scoffs at the notion of disappointment, asserting that even if it cannot subjugate Bicultivator, it retains the power to terminate him at any moment. A spectral skeletal hand manifests from its swirling energy, demonstrating its lethal intent. Bicultivator raises a defiant fist, revealing his true strategy. He admits to already knowing the director's lethal capability and confesses to having stalled for time throughout their entire confrontation. The director's colossal eye flares in utter shock, its power momentarily wavering as it processes Bicultivator's audacious confession. The director, enraged by Bicultivator's defiance, unleashes a colossal skeletal arm wreathed in dark, crackling energy, attempting to crush him. Its voice booms, a chilling command to go to hell. Yet, Bicultivator stands firm, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He calmly counts down. It's over. 3, 2, 1. As if on cue, a system notification blazes across the ether domain. The awakening trial has ended. All personnel must now leave the ether domain. Bicultivator and a fellow participant, Paigu, lie on the ground as the trial concludes. A zombified survivor gasps in disbelief, exclaiming that it's unbelievable. Bicultivator actually survived his encounter with the director. This is absolutely shocking. Amidst the returning crowd, Dr. Lin, Elder Ren, Subject X, and Butcher Zhang observe the scene. A voice announces, "It's over, everyone's out." Looks like that last incident didn't cause any major problems. 3 male survivors collapse in relief, one wailing, "Boo-hoo, I survived." Another adds, "I almost died in there." While a third vows, "My old man is never setting foot in an eerie domain again." Elder Ren silences the commotion, his stern voice cutting through the air. "Quiet. What comes next is the most important part for all of you, the awakening phase." Dr. Lin stands beside him, observing the participants. Elder Ren elaborates, explaining that whether or not you can become an aberration handler depends largely on the kind of aberration handling ability you awaken. The participants listen intently, hoping for a powerful talent. Bicultivator kneels, gently rousing Paigu, telling him, "Paigu, wake up. It's time to awaken our abilities." The other survivors stand by, anticipating their turn. Paigu, now sitting up, is still visibly shaken. He exclaims, "Holy crap, that scared me to death just now. I thought we weren't going to make it out alive." A smug participant, Kai Ji, laughs derisively, taunting the trembling survivors. "Huh, look at you cowards. It's all over and you're still this scared." Bicultivator observes Paigu calmly. Kai Ji leans in, sneering at Bicultivator. "So, how many times did Bicultivator piss his pants in there?" He mocks, attempting to provoke a reaction. With a swift, dismissive hand, Bicultivator shoves Kai Ji away, retorting, "Get lost. I'm not here for your PDA." Kai Ji's face contorts in fury, his eyes burning with indignation. "How dare you curse at me?" he seethes, taken aback by Bicultivator's bluntness. Pink-haired participant steps forward, her voice sharp. "What's wrong with cursing at you? You were asking for it," she declares, defending Bicultivator from Kai Ji's harassment. The pink-haired participant smiles reassuringly at Bicultivator, telling him, "It was okay. Even if you didn't do well, it's fine. Just making it out alive is good enough." She then reiterates a strange offer to Bicultivator. "Same offer as before, be my slave, and I'll protect you." The attention of the participants, including Bicultivator, is drawn to a towering, glowing blue screen that materializes before them, ready to display the trial results. IG confidently explains to the surrounding participants, the rankings for this trial are about to be announced. The rankings largely determine the strength of the aberration handling ability we awaken. He then boldly predicts the top two should be Jing Zi and Kai Ji. Kai Ji strikes a proud pose, his chest puffed out. I, Kai Ji, am not weaker than anyone. I'm definitely number one. He boasts, brimming with overconfidence. The blue screen flashes, revealing the official rankings. First place, by Cultivator 120%. Second place, Jing Zi 67%. Third place, Zhang Paigu 51%. Fourth place, Kai Ji 34%. Kai Ji's jaw drops in utter disbelief. What? By Cultivator is first. He shouts, his confidence shattered as the other participants look on in surprise. Three male participants furiously debate the impossible results. Yeah, how could By Cultivator possibly be first? One demands. The key thing is, did you see By Cultivator's completion rate? What the hell is that? Another adds, isn't the maximum completion rate for an eerie domain 100%? How can it be over 100%? The third exclaims. That's absurd. Totally absurd. A male participant yells. A purple-haired participant points out By Cultivator's completion rate is actually double Jing Zi's. Another adds, he's just a pauper. His family has no aberration handlers and he didn't hire a private tutor. How could he possibly get such a high completion rate? Furious participant raises his hand, addressing Elder Ren. Principal, there's been a mistake. This data has to be wrong. I request a full investigation, he demands, convinced of foul play. Dr. Lin and Subject X watch silently. Elder Ren strokes his beard thoughtfully. An eerie domain exploration completion rate of 120%. I'll admit, I find it incredible too, he concedes. Then, his expression hardens. But the data is generated automatically by the eerie domain. It's absolutely impossible for there to be a mistake. The pink-haired participant, still beside By Cultivator, turns to him, her eyes wide with curiosity. How did you manage to get such a high completion rate? She asks, echoing everyone's unspoken question. The cultivator simply smiles, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Easy, he replies, you just need hands. The answer is cryptic, but his confidence is undeniable. The awakening phase officially begins. Participants glow with nascent energy, eagerly anticipating their new powers. Time to awaken our aberration handling talents. Someone exclaims, while another pleads, oh please, let me awaken a powerful talent. But not all awakenings are glorious. One male participant stares in utter dismay at his system notification. What's going on? Eat a pound. He groans. My awakened talent is being able to eat an extra pound of rice at a critical moment. That's absurd. Another purple-haired participant throws her hands up in disgust. You think that's absurd? Mine is even more ridiculous. She sighs dramatically. I awakened P on sight. She elaborates on her bizarre talent, tears streaming down her face. When I see an aberration, I immediately piss myself, and there's a chance the smell will drive the aberration away. She sobs. I could just die crying. Boo-hoo. A system box materializes, announcing Kai Ji's awakened talent. CAIJI awakened A-rank talent. Eerie object perception. Perceives information about eerie objects. The other participants look on, some with envy. Elder Ren beams, clearly impressed. Excellent. As expected of a descendant of an aberration handler, Kai Ji awakened an A-rank talent, he praises. While eerie object perception isn't a combat ability, it can greatly increase one's chances of survival in an eerie domain. A system notification blazes into existence, revealing Jing Ziyi awakened A++ rank talent immobilization technique. This exceptional awakening sends ripples of awe through the onlookers. Elder Ren claps enthusiastically, his voice booming with pride. He declares an A++ rank talent is a rare sight, one their academy hasn't witnessed in many years, emphasizing that the immobilization technique is a potent combat ability. Subject X, with glowing red eyes, confirms its power, stating that once an aberration handler masters this technique, they can effortlessly eliminate any ordinary aberration, a testament to its devastating potential. Meanwhile, in another scene, a young woman playfully teases By Cultivator, asking if he's impressed. Her smile is confident, almost challenging. Suddenly, By Cultivator is engulfed in a brilliant blue aura, crackling with raw power. The surging energy indicates a profound awakening within him. The young woman shields her eyes, overwhelmed by the dazzling display. She exclaims in shock, unable to comprehend the sheer intensity of the light emanating from By Cultivator. Back with Elder Ren and Subject X, their expressions shift from impressed to utterly stunned. A single thought echoes between them, an S-rank talent. Dr. Lin joins Elder Ren, her eyes wide with disbelief. She questions if she's truly seeing an S-rank talent, pondering if By Cultivator is about to etch his name into Academy history. Dr. Lin, now holding a microphone, emphasizes the monumental significance. She states this is the first S-rank talent she's ever witnessed, a power that would make By Cultivator a major figure even in the perilous eerie main world. The system box reappears, confirming the S-rank talent and revealing its name, Nethercoin Critical Rebate. The words glow with an ethereal light. Two fellow students look on with puzzled expressions, openly questioning the nature of this Nethercoin Critical Rebate talent. They speculate that the talent grants extra nether coins upon eerie domain completion. However, they quickly dismiss its utility, calculating that even with a 10 times critical bonus, a mere 100 nether coins is hardly useful. Dr. Lin, still unconvinced, asks Elder Ren if this truly represents an S-rank talent. She points out that other S-rank talents are overwhelmingly powerful, making by cultivators seem disappointingly ordinary. Subject X counters, acknowledging that while nether coins are common, a sufficient quantity can trigger a qualitative change. They hint that a staggering amount of nether coins could fundamentally alter many things. The system announces the completion of Talent Awakening and the commencement of eerie domain trial reward settlements. The air crackles with anticipation. Other participants receive their rewards. One gets 5 nether coins, another 3. Their meager earnings are displayed in small, floating system boxes. Their attention quickly shifts to by cultivator, wondering how many nether coins he, the S-rank talent holder, could have possibly acquired. A massive system notification appears above by cultivator. Based on your outstanding performance in the eerie domain, you are awarded 18 nether coins. A 10,000x critical bonus has been triggered. Congratulations, you have received 18,000 nether coins. By cultivator's face lights up with a smug grin. He triumphantly declares his newfound wealth, exclaiming, "Holy cow, a 10,000x critical bonus. 18,000 nether coins. I'm rich." Enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, by cultivator confidently asserts that his trash S-rank talent is superior to any other. He reveals his plan to use the coins in his custom power-up shop to acquire any ability he desires. The other participants completely misinterpret by cultivator's silence, believing him devastated. They express pity, imagining the emotional whiplash of awakening an S-rank talent only to receive extra coins. The young woman reaches out, attempting to comfort by cultivator, who looks surprised by her touch. With a condescending smile, she offers him a bright side. If his talent doesn't work out, he can always come to her, implying a life of servitude. Enraged by her patronizing remarks, by cultivator violently grabs the young woman's face. Subject X, now radiating purple energy, delivers a stern address. They declare the awakening trial over, reminding everyone that this is merely a starting point, regardless of their awakened abilities. Subject X raises a finger, emphasizing their final, crucial point. True experts are forged in the eerie domains. The words hang in the air, a stark warning and a promise. Elder Ren steps forward, a red crescent moon hanging ominously in the sky. He announces that all awakened students are now provisional aberration handlers, tasked with the grave responsibility of eliminating aberrations and eerie domains for humanity's survival. Elder Ren instructs everyone to board the bus back to the academy. He informs them that in 3 days, an expedition will be organized to clear out nearby aberrations, promising contribution points for their efforts. Bus speeds away through the eerie, red-tinged landscape, carrying the newly designated aberration handlers back to their academy. On the bus, a fellow student casually asks by cultivator about the talent he awakened. By cultivator, looking slightly embarrassed, dismisses his talent as nothing special. His fellow student, slightly annoyed, insists he'll find out eventually. Later, in his room, by cultivator collapses onto his bed, utterly exhausted. He recounts the mentally draining 3 days in the eerie domain, particularly the terrifying moments when the dean of the king's nursing home descended. He realizes the true extent of his mental fatigue only after escaping the domain. With a heavy sigh, he resolves to get some much-needed sleep. Just as he settles down, a ghostly figure with long black hair suddenly materializes beside his bed, a chilling green glow emanating from its form. By cultivator stares in shock at the apparition, recognizing it. He demands to know, "How did you get out?" Ghostly woman simply points at by cultivator, her intentions unclear but unsettling. By cultivator, bewildered, asks if she wants to sleep with him. The ghostly woman nods in affirmation, confirming her bizarre request. With a resigned, awkward smile, by cultivator agrees, stating he won't take off his clothes, and invites her to sleep together. A truly unexpected end to his exhausting day. The morning after, by cultivator finds himself sharing the bed with Subject X, grappling with the surreal reality of his situation. His mind races, realizing this is his first time truly sharing a bed with a girl, let alone one who is an aberration. The city awakens, bathed in the gentle glow of the morning sun, oblivious to the strange events unfolding within its walls. Back in the room, the scene is even more bizarre as Subject X has now snuggled closer to By cultivator, clinging to him in her sleep. Suddenly, a frantic knocking erupts from the door. Bai's roommate's voice pierces the morning calm, urgently calling out for Chu Sheng to wake up. Bai's roommate bursts into the room, exasperated, demanding to know why Bai cultivator is still asleep, oblivious to the strange presence that was just there. The cultivator sits up, disoriented, the lingering warmth of Subject X still on his side. He glances around, confused by his friend's frantic energy. He turns to Bai's roommate, a hint of suspicion in his eyes, asking if he saw anything unusual on his bed when he entered. Bai's roommate, scratching his head in confusion, denies seeing anything at all, completely unaware of the aberration's presence. Bai cultivator stretches, shaking off the remnants of sleep and the bizarre encounter, then asks what could be so urgent this early in the morning. Bai's roommate throws his hands up in exasperation, revealing it's already noon, and drops a bombshell. The school's eerie artifact shop is open. The cultivator, now fully alert, looks up, a question in his eyes. An eerie artifact shop. Bai's roommate explains that as provisional aberration handlers, they'll need to regularly clear aberrations. The school has opened the shop to provide artifacts for this purpose. Bai cultivator agrees, finding the news genuinely useful, and suggests they immediately go check it out. Crowd of students gathers before the imposing entrance of the eerie artifact shop, a mix of anticipation and trepidation on their faces. Inside, the students are in an uproar, complaining loudly about the exorbitant prices. One student laments needing to enter an eerie domain 200 times just to afford a single artifact. A stern shopkeeper, Tian, pipe in hand, dismisses their complaints, telling them to scram if they aren't buying. His shopkeeper's partner stands silently beside him. Shopkeeper's partner quietly chides shopkeeper Tian, suggesting he shouldn't tease the students so harshly. Shopkeeper Tian scoffs, arguing that these students are too coddled and haven't even faced a real awakening trial, let alone learned how to clear an eerie domain. He continues his tirade, stating that students are always looking for shortcuts and he intends to teach them that shortcuts don't come easy. Shopkeeper's partner sighs, wondering what to do with the stubborn, elderly shopkeeper Tian. Shopkeeper Tian boasts about the quality of his artifacts, claiming they're worth 5,000 nether coins outside, making his 1,000 coin price a bargain. The shopkeeper's partner remains unimpressed, muttering that it makes no difference if no one can afford them anyway. Students continue to complain, noting the cheapest item is still an astronomical 1,000 nether coins. Bai cultivator picks up a pair of scissors, examining it. He notes that this eerie artifact feels significantly weaker than the powerful hammer he acquired from the nursing home. Shopkeeper Tian confirms Bai cultivator's observation, revealing that these are not true eerie artifacts but pseudo-eerie artifacts. He elaborates, explaining that true eerie artifacts are far too precious, akin to an aberration handler's life and fortune, to ever be sold for such a low price. Bai's roommate, now understanding, questions the purpose of these pseudo-artifacts if they aren't the real deal. Shopkeeper Tian's gaze sharpens as he challenges the notion that they are useless, his tone hinting at a hidden value. He clarifies that these pseudo-artifacts are imbued with yin energy and are single-use items. They can be activated once to save a life in a critical moment. Bai's roommate throws his hands up in frustration again, exclaiming that 1,000 nether coins for a single-use item is still outrageous, especially when most students barely have 10. Shopkeeper Tian smirks, confirming they can't afford them. He states he opened the shop merely for them to look, before instructing them to return to the eerie domain and work harder. Bai's roommate, utterly defeated, calls shopkeeper Tian evil. Bai cultivator watches on, a thoughtful expression on his face. Shopkeeper Tian begins to pack up his wares, preparing to close the shop. Just as the shopkeeper is about to close, Bai cultivator's eyes flash with determination. He extends his hand, a surge of power radiating from him, and shouts, "Wait!" Bai cultivator's sudden declaration catches the shopkeeper off guard, but he quickly recovers, waving him off dismissively. "Go on, get out of here and play," he retorts, clearly not taking Bai cultivator seriously. Bai cultivator isn't playing. With a swift motion, he slams a substantial stack of nether coins onto the counter, the unexpected display of wealth silencing the room and drawing gasps from onlookers. The shopkeeper's eyes widen, his dismissive air vanishing. Don't tell me you actually have the money," he stutters, clearly shocked by Bai cultivator's unexpected financial power. Bai cultivator's gaze is sharp, his hand outstretched with resolve. "Here's 8,000 nether coins, cash on the barrel," he states, his voice firm. "Give me all 8 pseudo-eerie artifacts." The shopkeeper's suspicion mounts. He presses Bai cultivator, demanding to know how he acquired such a fortune. Even a veteran aberration handler couldn't save up this much so easily, he exclaims. He scrutinizes Bai cultivator, attempting to gauge his background. "Which aberration handler family are you from? Do your parents know you spent this much money?" he asks, trying to intimidate the young man. Unfazed, Bai cultivator delivers a sarcastic jab. "So, old man Tian," he retorts, his hand gesturing dismissively, "does all this questioning mean I get a discount?" Shopkeeper's eyes snap open, his expression resolute. "No," he declares, putting an end to any hopes of a price reduction with a definitive refusal. With a sigh of resignation, the shopkeeper hands over a case containing the 8 pseudo-eerie artifacts. "This is killing me," he laments. "I've never even made this many eerie artifacts for my own granddaughter." Bai cultivator grins, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips as he secures the case. "Thank you, Mr. Tian," he says. "If you have new eerie artifacts in the future, I'll be sure to come back for them." As Bai cultivator departs, the shopkeeper fumes. "The nerve of this kid," he mutters to his assistant. "He gets a great deal and still acts all smug, like I should be thanking him. Isn't that infuriating?" The shop assistant offers a philosophical perspective, a slight smile on his face. "He's not wrong," he says. "You should just think of it as a contribution to the human race. Old man, doesn't that make you feel much better?" The shopkeeper's face darkens further. "Better my ass," he snaps, his eyes narrowed in frustration. "I lost over 30,000 nether coins. I'll feel better if you reimburse me." As by cultivator exits the shop carrying his valuable acquisition, a voice from the crowd calls out, identifying him as the buyer to others. Back inside, the shopkeeper chuckles to himself, seemingly amused by the notoriety by cultivator is already gaining. Beast, he muses, finding the nickname fitting. That makes me feel a little better. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, Kai walks with his companions, Xiaoli and Lao Wang. Xiaoli turns to him, asking, Brother Kai, did you really get enough nether coins? Kai beams confidently. Of course. I asked my parents for it, he replies, then his smile falters slightly. But I only managed to scrape together 1,000 nether coins, enough to buy just one eerie artifact. Kai quickly regains his swagger. What the hell do you know? He scoffs. My dad said that real eerie artifacts are a once-in-a-lifetime find. Even a pseudo-eerie artifact costs at least 5,000 nether coins. 1,000 is an absolute steal. Kai proudly displays a skeletal hand artifact. See this eerie artifact in my hand, he declares. It doesn't even count as a pseudo-eerie artifact. At best, it's a mere imitation tainted with some energy, and my dad still spent 2,000 nether coins to get his hands on it. Later, Kai and his friends arrive at the artifact shop. Kai, now dressed in a more formal purple suit, confidently approaches the counter. Shopkeeper, get me an eerie artifact, he demands. The shopkeeper, the familiar old man Tian, delivers a crushing blow. There are none left, he states flatly. Sold out. Kai's jaw tightens, his eyes flashing with fury. Sold out? Are you kidding me? He snarls, disbelief and anger warring on his face. Xiaoli echoes Kai's frustration. Yeah, he exclaims. Besides Brother Kai, who else in this academy can afford one? Kai's expression hardens as he deduces the identity of the buyer. It was him, he growls, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Let's go, we'll find him. As they stride forward, Lao Wang questions Kai's impulsive decision. Are you stupid? He asks. Did you forget what talent he awakened? Xiao Li's eyes widen in realization. Nether coin critical rebate, he whispers. Don't tell me that kid got a huge rebate on his nether coins. Kai's smile turns cold and predatory. That's the only possibility, he sneers, his voice dripping with disdain. This nobody with no background, a piece of trash who awakened a garbage talent, and he thinks he's worthy of these eerie artifacts. Unaware of the brewing storm, by cultivator walks away, the newly acquired artifact secured in his case, his path diverging from the envious gaze of Kai and his crew. The silence of the alleyway is shattered by a desperate roar. Kai and his subordinates are in full pursuit, their footsteps echoing against the cold pavement as they demand a halt. An Chang tenses up, recognizing the approaching threat. He warns that the group likely caught wind of the high-grade artifacts, but by cultivator remains unfazed, choosing to simply walk on. Being ignored is a spark to a powder keg. Kai lunges forward, his face contorted with rage as he screams at the perceived insult, unable to handle being treated like a ghost. The path is blocked. Kai and his crew surround the duo, their presence radiating hostility. Kai demands to know why a nobody like by cultivator thinks he can ignore his betters. Lackeys chime in with mocking laughter. They sneer at the artifacts, claiming these pseudo-items are only effective against monsters, leaving by cultivator defenseless against humans. Kai reaches out a hand, his eyes gleaming with greed. He drops the pretense and demands a 50% cut of the artifacts as a tax for walking his streets. By cultivator stops. His gaze turns icy, a single word of defiance hanging in the air as he challenges the logic of this blatant robbery. Kai erupts into a manic display of arrogance. He boasts of his innate talent to perceive the supernatural, threatening that killing someone from the shadows would be child's play for him. The air temperature seems to drop. By cultivator stares him down, his eyes narrowing as he processes the death threat with a chilling lack of fear. Sensing the tension, Kai tries to pivot to a fake camaraderie. He offers to protect by cultivator in future missions, provided he hands over the loot now. Suddenly, crack. Before Kai can finish his sentence, by cultivator's hand moves in a blur, delivering a lightning-fast slap that sends a shockwave through the group. Kai clutches his burning cheek, his ego shattered. He snarls through gritted teeth, declaring that by cultivator is officially courting death. With a calm, methodical motion, by cultivator reaches into his gear. He ignores the threats, his focus shifting entirely to the weapon he's about to reveal. Kai charges blindly, convinced the artifacts are useless. He screams his defiance, refusing to believe that any of the toys by cultivator bought can harm a human. Cultivator counters with a heavy swing. He shouts 80 as he brings down a small, glowing hammer with pinpoint accuracy and devastating force. The impact is absolute. Kai is slammed into the ground, his head ringing as his world spins. His subordinates watch in horror as their leader is humbled in a single move. Desperate and bleeding, Kai scrambles back and activates his own trump card. He draws a skeletal hand artifact, a sinister purple aura radiating from the bone. The cultivator doesn't flinch. He points his glowing weapon at the fallen bully, his voice low and dangerous as he dares Kai to make another move. The lackeys pale as they sense the aura. They realize too late that this isn't a pseudo-artifact, it's a genuine eerie artifact capable of rending flesh and soul alike. Driven by pure malice, Kai lunges one last time. He swings the skeletal hand with everything he has, screaming a final, murderous command. Two artifacts collide in a blinding flash of energy. The air ripples from the sheer force of the impact as the hammer meets the bone. The sound of shattering bone fills the air. Kai's artifact is reduced to splinters, leaving him staring at the useless fragments in total disbelief. The cultivator stands over him, the hammer still glowing with lethal intent. He asks a simple, cold question. Has the lesson finally sunk in? The gang is paralyzed. They look into the cultivator's eyes and see a void of murderous intent so deep they realize he wouldn't hesitate to end them all right here. Kai finally breaks. The arrogance is gone, replaced by a trembling fear as he stammers out his surrender, begging for the nightmare to end. The cultivator leans in, delivering a final warning. In the eerie domain, mercy is a luxury they can't afford, and no one is as weak as they appear. With the threat neutralized, the cultivator turns his back on the broken group. He walks away with Han Chang, leaving the defeated gang in the dust. As he walks, the cultivator examines his hammer. He wonders about its true rank, realizing that this bargain find is far more powerful than he initially anticipated. Behind them, the lackeys rush to Kai's side. They help their battered leader up, their voices hushed as they try to process the overwhelming defeat. But the fire in Kai's eyes hasn't been extinguished. He stares at the retreating figure of the cultivator, swearing a blood oath of vengeance that will change the course of their journey. While Kai's blood oath of vengeance echoed in the shadows, elsewhere, the city of Hanqing faced a relentless infiltration. Whispers of a dangerous mission spread among new recruits, a full-scale urban operation against unseen threats. Rookies gathered, their faces a mix of apprehension and determination. They were to cooperate with the elite Exorcism Bureau, tasked with purging the insidious aberrations that had breached the city's formidable defenses. As the trainees lined up at the designated mission location, a stern instructor announced the arrival of their leader. Their tasks were about to be assigned, and the true test of their abilities would begin. Stepping forward, Captain Shuiyu, the formidable leader of the Hanqing Exorcism Bureau, addressed the provisional aberration handlers. His presence commanded immediate respect, his words holding the weight of their perilous mission. Captain Shuiyu elaborated on the city's desperate situation. Despite massive anti-aberration walls and intricate formations, the sheer volume of threats outside had allowed some to slip through, turning the urban landscape into a new battleground. With a sweeping gesture, he pointed towards the shadowy urban village ahead. Your mission today is clear. Find the multiple aberrations hiding within its labyrinthine streets. To further ignite their ambition, Captain Shuiyu dangled a powerful incentive. Exceptional performance would not only yield contribution points but also a coveted chance to join the Exorcism Bureau itself. The Bureau, a beacon of stability and guaranteed income in a chaotic world, represented the ultimate path to safety. Becoming a powerful aberration handler or an official member was the only true way to secure one's future. The mission parameters set, Captain Shuiyu gave the command. Let the operation begin. The aberrations are cunning and dangerous. Everyone, be careful. The trainees surged forward, disappearing into the city's neon glow. As the trainees dispersed, a bureau guard's voice cut through the air, drawing Captain Shuiyu's attention. Captain, look at that person's back. He pointed towards a lone figure walking away. The guard leaned in, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Doesn't he look like the kid who killed Granny Kai? The name hung heavy in the air, stirring a memory in Captain Shuiyu. Jolt of realization struck Captain Shuiyu. His eyes widened, a silent exclamation confirming the guard's suspicion. A triumphant grin spread across Captain Shuiyu's face. It's him. That's right, it's him. We finally found him. The target of their secondary pursuit was now within grasp. The figure, now identified as by Cultivator, had entered the urban village. Captain Shuiyu's team quickly followed, their mission now twofold: hunt aberrations and apprehend by Cultivator. With renewed urgency, Captain Shuiyu barked orders. Quick, after him. The chase was on, deep into the labyrinthine alleys of the urban village. Meanwhile, the cultivator and his fellow trainee, Chu Sheng, found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the urban village. This urban village is so big. Where are we supposed to look? It's like finding a needle in a haystack, Chu Sheng exclaimed. By cultivator, ever pragmatic, suggested a new approach. Let's ask the villagers here. If aberrations are present, there must have been related incidents. His logic was sound. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up in agreement. Right, why didn't I think of that? The simple solution had eluded him in the heat of the mission. They spotted an old villager fanning himself leisurely outside his home. A potential source of information, he seemed oblivious to the lurking dangers. Chu Sheng approached respectfully, attempting to gauge the situation. Sir, can I ask if anything strange has happened here recently? The old villager scoffed, his gaze unwavering. Strange things? Sure. Does eating more than I used to count? He dismissed their concerns with a wave of his fan. Chu Sheng, flustered but undeterred, decided to be more direct. Sir, I'll just be direct. Have there been any haunting here? He hoped to cut through the old man's dismissiveness. The old villager's expression hardened. Saishu village has always been prosperous and peaceful. He insisted, his words laced with an odd finality. By cultivator's keen senses picked up on a subtle evasion. He pondered the old villager's earlier mention of the village chief, He Xiangfu. Who is He Xiangfu? More powerful than an aberration handler? He mused, suspicion growing. The old villager, now standing, proudly declared, He Xiangfu is our Saishu village's chief. He can summon gods to the mortal world. His boast seemed a bit too grandiose. With that, the old villager abruptly ended the conversation. Enough talk, I'm hungry, I'm going to eat. He turned his back and disappeared into his house, leaving the trainees with more questions than answers. Chu Sheng, still bewildered, turned to Bai Cultivator. The old man seems pretty normal. I didn't find anything. Should we go ask the village chief? He Xiangfu. Bai Cultivator, however, had a different idea. His intuition told him otherwise. No rush. Let's go check out the old man's house. A faint glow of energy began to emanate from him. His gaze sharpened, challenging the unseen. Cowardly aberration. Are you scared of this old man? The blue energy around him intensified, signaling his readiness for confrontation. As if on cue, a grotesque urban ghost materialized behind Bai Cultivator, its glowing red eyes fixed on him. It let out a chilling, guttural sound, confirming its presence. Bai Cultivator's expression remained resolute. If you're scared, that proves there's something wrong with this old man. His suspicion was confirmed. The old villager was far from innocent. The true hunt was about to begin. Unbeknownst to Bai Cultivator, a sinister plot was already unfolding. From the shadows, a figure identified as young Master Kai observed Bai Cultivator and the old villager from a distance, giving orders to his waiting hitmen. The chilling smirk, young Master Kai confirmed the target, Bai Cultivator. He issued a cold command, execute him cleanly and confiscate any pseudo-eerie artifacts found on his person. The blood-splattered backdrop hinted at the brutality to come. Meanwhile, back inside, Bai Cultivator and his companion watched in growing horror as the old villager continued his grotesque feast. Dozens of empty bowls piled up, a testament to an insatiable hunger that defied all reason. Bai Cultivator turned to his companion, a grim question in his eyes. The answer was clear. No ordinary human could consume such a monstrous amount. The old villager was far from normal. His patience exhausted, Bai Cultivator stepped forward, demanding the old villager cease his meal. The tension in the room thickened, a prelude to the inevitable confrontation. The old villager's calm facade shattered. His eyes flared with a malevolent red glow as a dark aura erupted around him. He roared a chilling threat. Anyone who disturbed his meal would die. The sheer force of the old villager's rage sent Bai Cultivator and his companion recoiling. Blood splattered across the floor as Bai Cultivator frantically tried to appease the enraged monster, desperately promising not to disturb him further. Identifying the old villager as an aberration, Bai Cultivator and his companion debated their next move. Direct engagement was too risky. They decided to alert the Exorcism Bureau, prioritizing safety over direct confrontation. As they planned their escape, a hand reached for the door, twisting the knob. An unknown threat was about to breach their precarious sanctuary. The door swung open, revealing the two hitmen from earlier. Their arrival caught Bai Cultivator and his companion completely off guard, plunging them into another layer of danger. Bai Cultivator, still reeling from the old villager's transformation, confronted the newcomers, demanding to know their identities. The hitmen responded with chilling clarity, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. They were there to kill him. Confusion etched on his face. Bai Cultivator pressed for answers, unable to comprehend why these strangers sought his life. The hitmen offered no explanations, their silence a stark declaration of their ruthless intent. Bai Cultivator and his companion were trapped between two terrifying threats. Producing pistols, the hitmen revealed their dark secret. They possessed aberration handling abilities but would refrain from using them to avoid alerting the Exorcism Bureau. Their plan was to eliminate Bai Cultivator quietly, underestimating the volatile situation. With no other option, Bai Cultivator grabbed his companion, urging him to run. Their desperate flight began, a frantic dash for survival. They scrambled across the floor, their panic palpable as they tried to escape the armed assailants. In a desperate, last-ditch effort, Bai Cultivator shoved his companion behind the enraged old villager, using the very aberration they feared as a shield. Hitmen scoffed, dismissing their tactic as foolish. They believed the old villager was just a senile old man, oblivious to the monstrous power lurking beneath his frail exterior. Bai Cultivator, recognizing the hitman's fatal ignorance, issued a grave warning. The old villager was not to be trifled with, urging them to retreat if they valued their lives. Unheeding the warning, the hitmen raised their pistols, threatening to kill the old villager alongside Bai Cultivator and his companion. Bullets ripped through the air, impacting the old villager's body. Bai Cultivator and his companion cowered behind him, caught in the deadly crossfire. Yet the old villager remained unfazed. The bullets had no effect, merely shattering the bowls around him as he continued to eat, utterly unharmed. The relentless assault finally broke the old villager's composure. His eyes blazed with pure fury as he roared, enraged that his meal had been disturbed. The hitmen, believing their target dead, ordered the elimination of Bai Cultivator and his companion. But behind them, a terrifying transformation was already underway. The old villager's form twisted and expanded, his skin hardening into a reptilian hide as he swelled into a colossal, monstrous ghoul. Red energy pulsed violently from his body, dwarfing the terrified hitmen. Terror seized the hitmen as they finally understood. This was no mere old man, it was a powerful ghoul, and they had been tricked by Cultivator's desperate warning. The monstrous ghoul unleashed a guttural roar, its power exploding outwards, signaling the terrifying rampage that was about to consume them all. Ghoul's monstrous roar was met with desperate gunfire. Kai and another provisional aberration handler, panicked, screamed get away, as they unleashed a hail of bullets. Yet the bullets were useless, merely pinging off the ancient ghoul's thick hide. Its red eyes glowed with malevolent intent, completely unfazed by the assault. A wave of despair washed over the handlers. The muscular handler yelled, "It's no use. A normal gun can't kill her. Use your aberration handling abilities." Muscular handler gritted his teeth, crimson energy flaring around him as he prepared to activate his unique talent. With a surge of raw power, he activated his transformation talent, his body swelling with immense strength, muscles bulging as he became a hulking titan. Meanwhile, Kai swiftly donned a strange gauntlet, green energy crackling around his hand, readying his own unique ability. Now, both provisional aberration handlers stood transformed, the muscular handler a towering powerhouse, and Kai wielding an energized gauntlet prepared to face the monstrous threat. From behind cover, by Cultivator and a brown-haired observer watched intently. The observer noted, these two are both provisional aberration handlers, and they both awaken transformation talents. Muscular handler roared, "Kill!" charging forward with incredible speed and power, aiming a devastating punch at the ancient ghoul. But the ancient ghoul, surprisingly agile for its size, swiftly dodged the powerful blow, leaving the muscular handler stunned by its unexpected speed. Before the muscular handler could react, the ancient ghoul lunged, its massive jaws clamping down on his arm with bone-crushing force, eliciting a shocked "what" from him. With a brutal motion, the ancient ghoul slammed the muscular handler's head into the ground, a sickening crunch echoing as blood splattered across the floor. Muscular handler was flung through the air, his pained scream of "aah" ripped from his throat as he became a projectile. The ancient ghoul loomed over the crippled muscular handler, a horrifying crunch sound accompanying its gruesome meal as the handler let out a weak "ah." Seeing his comrade devoured, Kai, fueled by rage, leaped onto the ancient ghoul's back, screaming "Die!" as he prepared to unleash a powerful attack with his energized gauntlet. The ancient ghoul was too fast. It swung its massive arm, a blur of motion that sent Kai flying across the room with devastating force. The ancient ghoul stood triumphant over the incapacitated handlers, a scene of brutal carnage. From their vantage point, the brown-haired observer muttered, "So brutal." The brown-haired observer, his eyes wide with fear, exhaled in relief. "Luckily we didn't try to attack that guy just now." Kai, battered but defiant, stood back up, his face grim. "No, we can't beat him," he admitted, the reality of their overwhelming opponents sinking in. Instead of fighting the ghoul, Kai sprinted towards by Cultivator and his companion, shouting, "Let's take care of that Chu Sheng first." A hand, transformed into a weapon of brutal efficiency, extended, its sharp crimson claws gleaming menacingly. Before Kai could reach them, the ancient ghoul's clawed hand erupted from the shadows, seizing him in a vice-like grip. "What?" he cried out in shock. The ancient ghoul snarled, its voice guttural and enraged, "You disturbed my meal. You must die." Kai could only curse, "Damn it," as his fate was sealed. As the ancient ghoul prepared to crush its new victim, by Cultivator, witnessing the brutal scene, declared with unwavering resolve, "I'll fight you to the death." The ancient ghoul delivered a powerful kick, sending Kai flying once more, his desperate plea of "Let me go," lost in the chaos. Trapped in the ghoul's iron grip, Kai conceded defeat. "It's over. I can't break free at all," he despaired, his strength failing. By Cultivator, now standing, looked directly at the captured Kai. "I can save you," he stated, his voice calm amidst the terror, "as long as you tell me who wants to kill me." Kai, still in his monstrous form, thrashed wildly, his voice a guttural plea to By Cultivator. He begged for salvation, promising to reveal the mastermind behind the assassination plot if only he were saved from his agonizing transformation. The Cultivator, without a word, launched himself into a brutal assault, aiming a powerful kick directly at Kai's monstrous head. His movements were swift and precise, a blur of white and black against the blood-soaked floor. The impact resounded through the chamber as By Cultivator's foot connected with Kai's body, a shockwave rippling outwards. Red energy flared around the monster as it reeled from the blow. By Cultivator landed gracefully beside the groaning Kai. He observed the monstrous form, noting the strange, eerie artifact that seemed to be fueling its transformation. He realized Kai possessed a true, dangerous relic. Amidst the chaos, Kai's monstrous jaws clamped down on one of the other captured individuals, who screamed in agony, questioning why he was being bitten when By Cultivator was the one attacking. The grotesque transformation receded as Kai lay lifeless on the floor, once again in human form. By Cultivator stood over the fallen figure, his gaze piercing the two remaining captives. He simply commanded them to speak. One of the injured men, clutching his bleeding arm, frantically revealed that a person named Kai Ji and his father had hired them. Their mission, to kill By Cultivator and seize his eerie artifact. By Cultivator's eyes narrowed, processing the information. The injured man continued, expressing shock at Kai Ji's supposed evil nature. Butcher Zhang, the other captive, interjected with a warning. He cautioned By Cultivator that Kai Ji's parents were not ordinary aberration handlers but powerful and famous individuals. He advised against provoking Kai Ji again. The injured man, desperate, tried to appeal to By Cultivator, praising him as an honest and trustworthy student, hoping to earn his mercy. By Cultivator acknowledged their words, stating he wouldn't harm them this time. But his expression hardened as he delivered a chilling promise. "The next time we meet, I'll be sure to kill you." Han Chan, standing beside By Cultivator, looked on with surprise, questioning if he was truly letting the men go so easily after their betrayal. Butcher Zhang hoisted the injured man onto his shoulder, a smirk playing on his lips. He scoffed at cultivators' perceived foolishness for letting them escape so easily. As they made their escape, the two men plotted their revenge. Butcher Zhang declared cultivator too naive, vowing to kill him and seize his eerie artifact once they recovered. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on Butcher Zhang's shoulder. The air crackled with an ominous energy. The cultivator stood behind them, a chilling smile gracing his lips. His purplish eyes gleamed as he greeted them. "We meet again, you two." Butcher Zhang and the injured man froze, their faces contorting in horror and confusion. They stammered, demanding to know what he meant. With a swift, menacing gesture, cultivator brandished a sharp weapon. He reiterated his earlier threat, his voice devoid of mercy. "I said that the next time we meet, I would kill you." Panic seized the two men. They screamed in terror, pleading with cultivator to stop, calling him a beast as their fate became horrifyingly clear. Cultivator moved with deadly efficiency, a whirlwind of strikes. His weapon flashed, cutting down both men in a brutal, decisive assault. The two men lay dead, their bodies sprawled on the grimy floor amidst pools of blood. Cultivator stood over them, his expression grim. He then called out, "They're all dead, come on out." From the shadows, a ghostly figure with long dark hair and glowing red eyes emerged, a faint green aura surrounding her. She drifted towards cultivator, her presence ethereal. Cultivator turned to the ghostly figure, acknowledging her. He stated he could feel her desire for the ghoul, then declared, "From now on, it's yours." The ghostly figure recoiled, hands flying to her stitched mouth, a soft, fearful "no" escaping her. She seemed terrified of the offer. Cultivator dismissed her fear as cowardice, reminding her that the ghoul was already dead. He took her hand, leading her away from the fresh corpses. Despite cultivator's words, the ghostly figure's red eyes remained wide with apprehension, her grip on his hand tight as he guided her. The ghostly figure knelt beside one of the fallen bodies, a dark, viscous substance beginning to seep from the corpse and coalesce around her. With focused intent, the ghostly figure performed a ritual. The dark essence from the dead body converged into a shimmering, black orb that she held delicately in her palms. Cultivator and Han Chang watched the kneeling ghostly figure with curiosity. Han Chang voiced their confusion, wondering what the cowardly aberration was doing. The ghostly figure rose, holding the dark orb. She explained that she was pulling something vital out of the ghoul's body, a process that captivated both cultivator and Han Chang. Dark orb pulsates with malevolent energy, revealing a grim vision from the past. A man's face, etched with despair, is trapped within its depths, a soul's final horrifying moments replayed. The vision solidifies, showing a stern figure, Xian Gufu, delivering a chilling prognosis. He declares, "You're terminally ill. It won't be easy for you to survive." An old man, frail and desperate, clings to a sliver of hope, pleading for salvation. He clutches Xian Gufu's hand, begging, "Xian Gufu, your methods are divine. Please, save me. I'm only 70, I can still have another child." Xian Gufu presents a scroll, his expression unyielding, as he lays bare the ominous terms of the agreement. "I can save you, but you must sign a symbiotic contract. From now on, your body will be shared with a god," he declares. The old man recoils, his face contorted in shock and fear, the crushing weight of the impossible decision upon him. He utters a single, hesitant word, "I." Xian Gufu's words cut through the silence, leaving no room for doubt or negotiation, as he reminds the old man, "With your illness, you won't live for more than a month." Desperation triumphs over fear. Facing his inevitable demise, the old man cries out, his voice hoarse, "I'll sign it right now." His trembling hand moves to sign the ancient contract, each stroke sealing his horrifying fate, binding him to the symbiotic pact. The pen glides across the parchment, the old man's signature, a final, irreversible step towards his monstrous transformation. The magical energy of the contract begins to surge. Xian Gufu's face twists into a sinister smile as the signed contract ignites with an eerie green flame. "Very good. Congratulations on your new life," he pronounces, a chilling blessing. Guttural scream erupts as the old man's body on the bed is violently engulfed in a swirling vortex of dark smoke. He cries out in agony. The black smoke expands violently, consuming the entire space around the bed, hinting at the monstrous birth within its swirling depths. An explosion of dark energy. From the dissipating smoke, a grotesque reptilian ghoul emerges, its red eyes glowing with primal hunger. "Hungry, hungry, hungry. I'm so hungry," it roars. Newly formed reptilian ghoul lunges with terrifying speed, its monstrous form a stark contrast to the calm, observant Xian Gufu. But the transformation isn't over. Xian Gufu's eyes glow with a malevolent red, a system notification flashing, transforming. His own power surges. In a burst of green energy, Xian Gufu sheds his human form, morphing into a terrifying insectoid creature with razor-sharp limbs. His power is immense. The insectoid Xian Gufu brutally attacks the reptilian ghoul, tearing through it with savage force. The ghoul cries out in pain and submission, "How dare you? Ugh, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Horrific vision fades, leaving by cultivator and Han Chang stunned by the revelation. The keeper explains, this is the old man's past from before he died. The symbiotic contract that Xian Gufu had him sign is probably the root cause of him turning into a ghoul. The keeper, still holding the orb that held the ghoul's memories, lets out a surprisingly cute ACHO, a stark contrast to the grim information she just delivered. By cultivator observes the keeper's unique ability with keen interest. This ability of the cowardly aberrations is pretty good, he remarks, acknowledging its potent power. The cultivator turns to Han Chang, a thoughtful expression on his face. She can see the past footage of the ghouls she devours. This must be her own innate talent, he deduces. Han Chang's gaze hardens, the truth now undeniable. The source of the hauntings in this urban village is Xian Gufu. I just don't know how many people he's turned into ghouls, he states grimly. A silent resolve settles among them. The path is clear, their mission defined. Let's go. We're going to find Xian Gufu. The thought echoes. The cultivator, Han Chang, and the ghostly keeper move with determined purpose, their shadows stretching long behind them as they embark on their hunt through the desolate village. The scene shifts to a vast, ancient-looking arena, bathed in an eerie red glow under a crescent moon. Several figures are bound to pillars, while others, including a group of students, stand ready for battle. Village head he expresses his fear to the exorcism leader, a man with a confident smirk. I can't believe our Kai Su village actually has ghouls. It's terrifying, he admits, clearly shaken. The exorcism leader, with a chillingly reassuring smile, addresses Village Head he. Village Head he, with us aberration handlers here, you don't need to worry, he declares, exuding false confidence. With a triumphant fist pump, the exorcism leader rallies his group of students. Everyone, with me, kill these two ghouls, he commands, initiating the brutal culling. A flurry of attacks erupts, red energy blasts impacting the bound ghouls, who writhe in pain. The battle is swift and brutal, a coordinated extermination. Two students exchange satisfied glances, pleased with their easy victory. These ghouls are pretty easy to kill. We'll probably get a lot of contribution points this time, they boast. Village head he bows deeply to the students, expressing profound gratitude. Students, thank you for helping us eliminate the aberrations. On behalf of all the villagers, I thank you, he says humbly. The exorcism leader's smile widens, a hint of self-satisfaction in his eyes. You're too kind, Village head he. It's also thanks to your cooperation that we were able to find these two aberrations so smoothly. He replies smoothly. Close up on the exorcism leader's hand, a subtle gesture that hints at his true intentions or a hidden power, unseen by the villagers. From a hidden vantage point, by cultivator and Han Chang observe the scene, Han Chang questioning the strange alliance. Why would Xian Gufu help everyone kill ghouls? He wonders aloud. By cultivator, his expression thoughtful, deduces the deception. He's probably just trying to bluff his way through this. After all, people from the exorcism bureau are right outside, he states, seeing through the facade. The exorcism leader addresses the students near the bound ghouls. Student Kai, since the ghouls have been found and the villagers are terrified, will be heading back first, he announces, concluding the staged event. With a theatrical gesture, the exorcism leader agrees to their departure. Alright, please head back, Village head he. We also need to take the bodies of these two ghouls back to report, he states, maintaining his act. Village head he turns to the remaining villagers, dismissing them with a wave. Fellow villagers, stop staring. Everyone, go home, he commands, clearing the scene. The cultivator and Han Chang step out of the shadows, their sudden presence halting the departure. By cultivator declares, his voice firm, hold on. How can you leave when the show is just getting started? The exorcism leader's confident facade cracks, his eyes widening in surprise as he recognizes by cultivator, muttering, Chu Sheng, how is he still here? The unexpected encounter leaves him stunned. The scene shifts dramatically. A new, unknown character stands over a fallen by cultivator and Han Chang, a sinister smirk on his face. Kai Ji, surprised to see me, he taunts, as a new threat emerges. New threat, Chu Sheng, stands over the fallen by cultivator and Han Chang. Facing him, Kai Ji, the man in the tailored suit, feigns ignorance with a forced smile, claiming he has no idea what Chu Sheng is talking about. Chu Sheng's patience snaps. With a swift, powerful strike, he silences Kai Ji's pretense, delivering a brutal punch to his face while commanding him to cut the crap. Bystanders erupt in shock and confusion, questioning Chu Sheng's audacity to strike Kai Ji, a prominent figure. Kai Ji, clutching his now swollen cheek, glares at Chu Sheng, baffled by his survival. He mutters, wondering how the previous two attackers failed to eliminate him. Chu Sheng turns his back on Kai Ji, dismissing him with a chilling promise to deal with him later, his resolve unwavering. Kai Ji's bruised face contorts into a sneer. He accepts the challenge, his eyes burning with a vengeful fire, ready to see who truly deals with whom. A new figure, Village head he, steps forward, his expression stern, ordering the lingering crowd to disperse and return home, attempting to restore order. Ground beneath them is etched with ancient, glowing patterns, hinting at the unsettling nature of this place and the forces at play. Chu Sheng challenges Village head he, questioning his haste and asserting that the hunt for aberrations isn't over. Village head he dismisses Chu Sheng and another student, declaring them late as the two aberrations from before have already been eliminated. Chu Sheng's smirk returns, a glint of suspicion in his eyes as he questions the thoroughness of their hunt, implying some aberrations might still be lurking. Kai Ji, confident in his abilities, scoffs at Chu Sheng's doubt. He boasts about his A-rank talent, eerie object information perception, assuring everyone that no aberrations remain. With a wide, almost unsettling smile, Kai Ji tells village head he to disregard Chu Sheng's ramblings and proceed with their departure. The group begins to move, following village head he, leaving Chu Sheng standing alone amidst the unsettling patterns of the ground. Suddenly, Chu Sheng strikes. He delivers a devastating blow to village head he's back, a system notification flashing 80 indicating significant damage. Village head he reels from the unexpected attack, his face contorted in pain and disbelief, clutching the back of his head. Bystanders are aghast, demanding to know why Chu Sheng would attack village head he, accusing him of going completely insane. Chu Sheng stands defiant, pointing a finger and declaring that village head he, or He Xian Gufu, is the true aberration they should be worried about. Kai Ji vehemently denies Chu Sheng's accusation, his face flushed with anger, asserting that his talent confirmed village head he is merely an ordinary human. Village head he lies prone on the patterned ground while the other characters stare in disbelief at Chu Sheng's actions. Injured and disoriented, village head he weakly questions Chu Sheng's motives, blood trickling from a wound on his head. Ignoring the pleas, Chu Sheng delivers another brutal strike, the system once again displaying 80 as village head he takes more damage. Village head he collapses completely, lying motionless on the ground as Chu Sheng stands over him, a tense silence filling the air. The bystanders express their alarm, condemning Chu Sheng's impulsiveness and reckless violence, unable to comprehend his actions. Chu Sheng mercilessly stomps on the fallen village head he, demanding he drop the act and reveal his true form, intensifying the brutal assault. IG, horrified, screams at Chu Sheng, accusing him of public murder and declaring his actions a heinous crime. Chu Sheng calmly observes the unconscious village head he, noting that despite the brutal beating, the aberration still hasn't revealed its true form, a chilling testament to its resilience. Suddenly, a new force arrives. Uniformed figures of the Exorcism Bureau storm into the scene, their presence announced by a shout, "He's up ahead." The bystanders express relief, realizing that with Captain Xue and the Exorcism Bureau here, Chu Sheng's rampage will finally be brought to an end. IG quickly approaches Captain Xue, formally introducing himself as an outstanding student and immediately reporting Chu Sheng for public murder. Before Chu Sheng can react, Captain Xue's hand clamps firmly onto his wrist, halting his movements. Captain Xue looks directly at Chu Sheng, a calm yet authoritative expression on his face, stating that he has finally found him. Declaration hangs heavy in the air, leaving the surrounding onlookers stunned. What is going on? The suited accuser mutters, his eyes wide with disbelief. The suited accuser and the bald bystander exchange bewildered glances, unable to comprehend Captain Xue's unexpected deference. Why is Captain Xue being so polite to Chu Sheng? The bald bystander whispers, confusion etched across his face. He doesn't have any special background, does he? Captain Xue's voice resonates with conviction as he recounts the day he witnessed Chu Sheng's thunderous methods in eliminating Granny Kai. He reveals they have been searching for him ever since, confirming their successful pursuit. Chu Sheng simply nods, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. So that's how it is, he acknowledges, his demeanor unperturbed by the revelation. A hand extends, revealing a meticulously crafted bronze medal, its surface gleaming with ancient symbols. "Let's cut to the chase," Captain Xue states, presenting the third-class Guardian medal to Chu Sheng. He declares it a commendation for Chu Sheng's significant contributions to Hanqing. Bystanders erupt in disbelief. "A third-class medal?" the bald bystander exclaims. "That's for saving hundreds of lives. Many powerful aberration handlers have never even received one. How does Chu Sheng deserve this?" The indignant suited accuser steps forward, directly challenging Captain Xue. "You've got the wrong person," he protests, accusing Chu Sheng of being a murderer. Captain Xue's expression hardens. "A murderer? Impossible," he declares, his tone leaving no room for argument. The suited accuser gestures wildly towards a lifeless body on the ground. "Chu Sheng has a long list of crimes," he shouts. "He publicly killed village head He Xian Gufu of Kai Su village. The facts are right here." Captain Xue turns to Chu Sheng, his voice calm but firm. "Young man, I believe someone with your skills wouldn't kill indiscriminately. Tell us, what's truly going on here?" Chu Sheng's eyes narrow with conviction. He reveals the shocking truth. The real aberration in Kai Su village was He Xian Gufu himself, the man lying dead on the ground. All the other aberrations were merely converted by him. The suited accuser scoffs. "Ridiculous. You already beat He Xian Gufu to death and now you're trying to frame him. Are you saying dead men tell no tales?" Chu Sheng simply turns, gesturing towards the body. "Go take a look," he challenges, his confidence unwavering. A guard kneels, activating an advanced scanning device. A pale green light sweeps over He Xian Gufu's corpse, initiating the verification process. The bystanders recognize the device. That's the Exorcism Bureau's specialized aberration detector. The suited accuser gasps. It's incredibly valuable, crafted by a high-rank aberration handler. Only a few exist. Captain Shui actually possesses one. The guard rises, delivering his report to Captain Shui. Captain, we've scanned Xian Gufu. He's not showing any reaction. I'm afraid he's not an aberration. Suited accuser smirks, crossing his arms confidently. I already checked with my A-rank aberration handling talent, he states, implying his own superior judgment. A cruel smile spreads across the suited accuser's face. This Chu Sheng is a cold-blooded murderer, he declares. We must arrest him immediately. Captain Shui turns to Chu Sheng, his brow furrowed. Young man, the scan indicates he's an ordinary human. Could you have made a mistake and killed the wrong person? Captain Shui places a reassuring hand on Chu Sheng's shoulder. But don't worry, he asserts. As the recipient of a third-class Guardian Medal, a person who has saved thousands of families, you have immunity from prosecution. Chu Sheng's eyes flash with annoyance. Your scan is inaccurate, he states with absolute certainty. Let me show you how it's done. Captain Shui observes Chu Sheng with renewed interest. Young man, he inquires, what method are you planning to use? Chu Sheng kneels beside the corpse, raising a small, glowing white hammer. This, he declares, poised to strike. With a swift, powerful motion, Chu Sheng brings the glowing hammer down. A blinding flash erupts as the weapon connects, sending shockwaves across the ground. Captain Shui's eyes widen in utter shock, a single syllable escaping his lips. Th. The suited accuser recoils in horror, pointing a trembling finger at Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng, you're a real beast. He screams. Xian Gufu is already dead, and you won't even leave his corpse alone. Captain Shui wipes a bead of sweat from his brow, a hint of unease in his voice. Chu Sheng, he suggests, maybe we should take a break. Chu Sheng ignores the suggestion, continuing his relentless assault. Captain Shui, count for me, he announces, his gaze fixed. I'm going to smash him 666 times. If he doesn't wake up by then, I lose. Just as Chu Sheng prepares for another crushing blow, a faint twitch ripples through Xian Gufu's corpse. Stop! A voice suddenly yells, cutting through the tension. Xian Gufu's corpse suddenly sits bolt upright, his eyes disoriented. A collective gasp escapes the onlookers. Xian Gufu is alive. The bald bystander stammers in disbelief. Chu Sheng regards the reanimated Xian Gufu with a knowing smirk. So you're awake now? He asks, his voice laced with challenge. Done playing dead? The figure advances, a weapon clutched in his hand. His eyes, sharp and resolute, pierce through the dimness, signaling his readiness to engage. The atmosphere thickens, charged with the imminent confrontation. The captain tightens his stance, his focus narrowing as the air grows cold. Every fiber of his being is tuned into the shifting energy in the room. Bruised man on the ground trembles, his face a map of pain. He screams in disbelief, questioning if the youth standing before him is even human after such a brutal display of force. The atmosphere shifts instantly as the Exorcism Bureau officers move in. A handheld device begins to emit a sharp, rhythmic beat cutting through the silence. The captain remains stoic, his eyes scanning the area for the source of the disturbance. He knows that sound all too well. Panic flares in the officer's eyes as he confirms the reading. The aberration detector isn't just reacting, it's hitting critical levels. The village head tries to play his final card, pleading for the captain to bring him justice. But behind him, a sinister green glow begins to pulse. He points an accusing finger at Chu Sheng, threatening him with bankruptcy and legal ruin, completely unaware of the nightmare manifesting at his back. Crowd gasps as the shadows twist. The captain's hand moves toward his hilt as the detector screams its final warning. A deceptive smirk plays on the village head's lips for a split second, believing he has the upper hand, but the air pressure suddenly drops. The facade shatters. A gargantuan, insectoid monstrosity towers over the man, its chitinous armor shimmering with a lethal emerald aura. The lightning-fast motion, a jagged claw snaps forward, seizing the terrified man before he can even scream. The ghoul lifts its prey high into the air, its voice a guttural hiss as it mocks the very trust the man had placed in his own survival. Terror paralyzes the village head. His eyes bulge as he stares into the abyss of the monster's predatory gaze. Creature unhinges its maw, revealing rows of serrated teeth. It demands to know why it shouldn't just end his pathetic life right now. The tension is broken by a foul stench. The monster pauses, realizing its captive has literally soiled himself in pure, unadulterated fear. With a snarl of disgust, the ghoul tosses the man aside like garbage. He's a useless buzzkill, not even worth the effort of a meal. Now fully revealed, the beast declares that no one will leave this place alive. Since their cover is blown, it's time for a massacre. Round the room, other shadows begin to warp. Ordinary men rip through their clothes as they transform into hulking, bloodthirsty aberrations. The lead monster laughs, boasting about the fortune in nether coins spent on a disguised potion that fooled everyone, except for Chu Sheng. Its eyes glow with a murderous intensity. In just a year, it intended to convert this entire city into an army of ghouls. Chu Sheng doesn't hesitate. Recognizing the overwhelming power of the enemy, he signals for an immediate retreat. The monster lunges, its wings buzzing lethally as it targets the one who ruined its grand design. A metallic ring echoes through the hull. The captain draws his blade in a blur of motion, the steel catching the dim light. With a roar, the captain intercepts the beast, his sword humming with the power of his resolve. Blade meets claw in a shower of sparks. The impact creates a shockwave that cracks the ancient stone floor beneath them. Captain grinds his teeth, realizing this isn't a common threat. This is a native aberration from the main world, a true monster. He shouts for his men to hold the line, ordering the others to stop the monster while Chu Sheng makes his escape. The insectoid beast takes to the air, its eyes locked onto Chu Sheng. It won't let its primary target slip away so easily. Chu Sheng and his companion sprint through the dark corridors, their breathing heavy as they try to put distance between themselves and the carnage. Sudden crash blocks their path. The monster has bypassed the guards, landing directly in front of them with predatory grace. The companion freezes, his heart hammering against his ribs. The speed of the creature is beyond anything he has ever witnessed. The ghoul looms over them, its presence suffocating. It sneers, reminding them that there is no escape from its reach. Chu Sheng points toward a narrow side path, trying to find a tactical advantage even in this desperate moment. The monster merely laughs, its wings vibrating as it boasts of its ability to cover over 100,000 meters in a single leap. The hunt is just beginning. Chu Sheng isn't about to let this insect have the last word. His hand dives into his pocket, gripping a sharp tool as his eyes lock onto the target. With a burst of speed, he lunges forward. The air screams as he swings, a blur of silver aimed directly at the creature's head. A direct hit, but the sound isn't of breaking bone, it's the screech of metal against a high-density chitinous shell. The ghoul merely scoffs, completely unfazed. It boasts that a mere artifact isn't enough to pierce its evolved hide. Realizing the massive power gap, Chu Sheng and Paigu have no choice but to retreat, the monster's shadow looming over them like a death sentence. Chu Sheng hurls another pseudo-eerie artifact, desperate to buy even a single second of distraction. It's useless. The monster shatters the weapon mid-air, mocking their futile attempts to stall the inevitable. Chu Sheng grits his teeth. This ghoul is on a different level, potentially even stronger than the head nurse they barely survived before. Their lungs burn as they sprint through the dark corridors, the sound of vibrating wings echoing behind them. Chu Sheng shoves the remaining artifacts into Paigu's hands, demanding they split up to increase their chances of survival. Paigu hesitates, terrified that the monster will prioritize Chu Sheng if they separate. But before they can part ways, the ghoul descends, blocking their path with a sickening thud. Escape is no longer an option. Chu Sheng sweats, praying he can hold out until Captain Shui arrives to bail them out of this nightmare. Suddenly, Paigu stops. He drops his weapons to the ground, the clatter of metal echoing in the silent alley. With his hands raised, Paigu shouts out a surrender, addressing the monster as Lord Ghoul. Chu Sheng is paralyzed with shock. Has his companion truly snapped under the pressure? The monster is genuinely stumped. It's the first time a human has ever chosen to surrender instead of fight or flee. Paigu goes a step further, begging the creature to turn him into a ghoul so he can survive. Amused by the betrayal, the ghoul agrees, but with a condition: Paigu must personally kill Chu Sheng once he's transformed. Paigu grovels, promising to kowtow in thanks for this dark opportunity. The monster relishes the sight of human dignity crumbling before its power. It likes this sensible approach. As Paigu's head nears the ground, a sudden, invisible force slashes across the ghoul's chest, drawing black blood. The creature staggers back, confused. There is no one else around, so who is attacking it? Paigu is chanting now, his voice cold and rhythmic as he prays for the ghoul's death anniversary. The air thickens with a cursed aura as Paigu remains on his knees, focused entirely on his ritual. Crack! Paigu slams his head against the pavement with a force that would kill a normal man. Simultaneously, the ghoul erupts in agony, its body mirroring the impact as if struck by a giant hammer. Chu Sheng watches in awe. He finally realizes what's happening. This isn't a surrender, it's a lethal sacrificial skill. The ghoul panics, connecting the dots. The inexplicable damage is tied directly to Paigu's kowtowing. Paigu continues his grim blessing, wishing the monster a safe journey into the afterlife. Terrified, the monster screams for him to stop, but the momentum of the curse is already too great. The distance between the two is irrelevant, the spiritual link is locked. Paigu prepares for the final blow. He slams his head down one last time, the sound of the impact echoing like a thunderclap through the alley. Ghoul is torn apart, its internal organs rupturing as it is pulverized by the weight of the sacrifice. Chu Sheng calls out to his friend, fearing the physical toll such a powerful technique has taken on him. Paigu is barely conscious, his forehead bloodied and his breath ragged. He gave everything to end the threat. Dying ghoul can only hiss in resentment, realizing it was played by the very prey it thought it had broken. Chu Sheng doesn't hesitate. He leaps into the air, ready to deliver the finishing strike while the monster is weakened. With a roar of defiance, he brings his weapon down, ending the nightmare once and for all. Impact resonates through the creature's chitinous armor, its massive legs buckling under the sheer force of the strike. Standing tall, the warrior stares down the beast, his voice a cold command for the nightmare to vanish from his sight. Despite the grievous wounds, the locust ghoul hovers back into the air, its wings buzzing with a desperate, murderous intent. Its compound eyes glow with a sinister light as it spits out a final threat, promising a vengeance that will soon follow. But the battle isn't over for everyone. Paigu remains on the ground, his forehead slamming into the concrete in a rhythmic bloody kowtow. Panic flickers in the ghoul's eyes as it realizes the danger, screaming for the man to stop his self-destructive display. Paigu doesn't flinch, pouring every ounce of his hatred into the ground with a curse that demands the creature be torn limb from limb. A violent surge of red energy erupts from the void, ensnaring the ghoul in a vortex of pure, unadulterated malice. Seizing the opening, the warrior braces himself, his muscles coiling like a spring ready to deliver the final judgment. The ground shatters as the creature is slammed back down, the shockwave echoing through the narrow alleyway. The roar of kill, he lunges forward, his weapon trailing a streak of lethal energy. This is the chance Paigu bought with his own blood, and the warrior has no intention of letting it go to waste. He brings the hammer down directly onto the ghoul's head, the impact cracking the creature's reinforced skull. Ghoul gasps, its voice trembling as it tries to claim its own immortality, pleading for its life to be spared. But the warrior's eyes remain cold. He doesn't care about its status or its pleas, driving his weapon home with a final, decisive blow. Silence falls over the alley as he stands over the broken remains, the adrenaline slowly beginning to fade. Even in its final moments, the ghoul sneers, warning of its powerful clan in the aberration main world that will hunt him to the ends of the earth. With a dismissive shrug, the warrior raises his weapon once more, his expression one of pure indifference to the creature's threats. The creature tries one last desperate ploy, offering a hollow friendship in exchange for its miserable life. "Friends, my ass," he retorts, crushing the creature's head into the dirt and ending its existence once and for all. He wipes the grime from his face, letting out a heavy breath as the threat is finally neutralized. Suddenly, a sinister red orb rises from the corpse, pulsing with a dark, vengeful energy that chills the air. Before he can react, the orb streaks forward, embedding a mark of blood-red light directly into his chest. A spectral figure manifests behind him, holding the remnants of the curse as the warrior realizes he's been marked by a high-level entity. The ghost explains that this is a dying curse, a mark that only the most powerful ghouls can leave behind. While she can't dispel the dark magic entirely, she manages to seal it within a temporary cage to prevent it from consuming him. He looks down at the remains, realizing just how vicious these creatures are, even when they have one foot in the grave. Turning to his companion, he tells her to absorb the locust's essence while he goes to check on the man who made this victory possible. He kneels beside Paigu, offering a steady hand to the man who pushed himself to the absolute brink. Paigu looks up, his face a mask of blood and bruises, but a faint spark of life still flickers in his eyes. The warrior asks about the bizarre technique, curious about the power that nearly cost Paigu his life. Paigu reveals his awakened talent, Kowtow Kill, a high-risk ability where the damage dealt is proportional to the intensity of his bows. With a smirk and a thumbs up, the warrior acknowledges the sheer insanity of the skill, admitting that Paigu's precious knees definitely paid off today. The echo of Paigu's success quickly dissipates as the warrior steps into a new, ominous zone. In the dimly lit medical facility, Chu Sheng reveals a critical lead. "I have a clue. The key is with the head nurse." Warrior wastes no time, his command sharp and direct to the hunched figure before them. "Take us to the head nurse." Before they can react, the anomaly lunges. Chu Sheng, caught off guard, executes a swift dodge as the warrior questions his judgment. "Chu Sheng, why did you bring an anomaly here?" Unfazed, the warrior attempts to pacify the creature, patting its head and insisting, "Don't be scared. This is just an old cutie. Come on, give us a smile." Old cutie is anything but amused. Its eyes blaze with fury as it snarls, "We anomalies have dignity too. Don't you go too far." A sudden, powerful BAM erupts as the enraged anomaly lashes out, its clawed hand a blur. The warrior's counter is swift and absolute. He stands victorious, one foot pinning the anomaly to the ground, two blades held aloft as the creature lets out a defeated thwomp. Despite being subdued, the anomaly attempts to flip over, only to emit a chilling, guttural ha-ha-ha laughter. The unsettling laughter causes Chu Sheng to jolt back, visibly shaken. He pleads, "Stop laughing. It's even scarier when you laugh." The anomaly's attempt to reach out is immediately thwarted as a foot descends, firmly pressing it down with a decisive step. The warrior turns to Chu Sheng, cutting to the chase. "Did you get the key?" Chu Sheng, frustrated, admits his failure. "No, I've been sitting here the whole time. I have no idea where to find the key." The warrior's expression hardens as he realizes the magnitude of their challenge. Looks like getting the key won't be that simple. A new strategy forms. The warrior addresses the anomaly, "Old cutie, let the pharmacist take a look at your injuries." The anomaly, seizing the unexpected opportunity, pleads with Chu Sheng, "Young man, take a look at my injuries. I was hurt by a grenade." Chu Sheng's face contorts in utter disbelief. "Hurt by a grenade?" He scoffs. "This is the first time I've heard of someone using a grenade on an anomaly. Isn't that ridiculous? What a pointless thing to do." Warrior, seemingly nonchalant, echoes Chu Sheng's sentiment. "Yeah, isn't it just pointless?" With a knowing smirk and a clearing of his throat, the warrior dismisses the triviality. "Ahem, don't worry about the details. Let's get down to business." Suddenly, a system notification flashes before Chu Sheng, a new objective appearing. Side quest issued. Treat the injuries of the patient from Ward 204. Chu Sheng, startled by the quest, questions the warrior. I got a side quest. The warrior's advice is immediate. Accept it. That might be the key to getting the key. Following the advice, Chu Sheng confidently declares to the anomaly, I can treat your injuries. But the offer of treatment triggers a wave of profound terror in the anomaly. Its eyes wide with dread, it wails, head nurse. No, I'm not going. Warrior, now wielding a gleaming hammer, looms over the terrified creature, his intent clear. A new, blue-haired man appears, explaining the head nurse's true power. Although the head nurse isn't the most powerful anomaly here, she's the manager, he states. Using the rules of this anomalous zone, she can kill not only people but also other anomalies. With a sharp aim, the warrior strikes the anomaly with the hammer. The creature finally breaks, screaming, stop hitting me. I'll take you. A malevolent purple aura radiates from the anomaly as it grins sinisterly. If you want yourselves killed, I won't stop you, it hisses. When you're dead, I'll be free. As the trio walks, Chu Sheng ponders the earlier revelation. You just said the head nurse isn't the most powerful anomaly here. He asks, then who is? The anomaly reveals the true apex predator of the zone, the head chef. The head chef is the most vicious and powerful anomaly here. Even we have to show him the utmost respect when we see him. Outside the anomalous zone, a female reporter expresses her confusion. What on earth is Chu Sheng trying to do? She wonders aloud. I don't get it. A distinguished man with a monocle shares her bewilderment. I don't get it either, he concurs. Normally, students entering an anomalous zone for the first time would lay low. What's he stirring up trouble everywhere for? The sound of a heavy thonk echoes, a bloody slab of raw meat unceremoniously dropped onto a cutting board, a grim prelude to the zone's inherent horrors. A new student, assigned the chef profession, nervously reports to the hulking head chef, his voice trembling as he announces the plates are washed. Internally, he curses his luck, realizing the anomalous zone's challenges far exceed his expectations. The imposing head chef barks another order, gesturing towards a fresh pile of grotesque meat into the pot. Cook it. Overwhelmed by fear and the sheer weight of his task, the doomed student stammers a terrified why yes. As a plate slips from his precarious stack, plate hits the ground, shattering into fragments with a sharp crash, the sound echoing ominously in the eerie kitchen. The head chef's eyes glow with a furious green light, his gaze snapping towards the sound. A low, guttural HM escapes him. Panicked, the doomed student desperately apologizes. Head chef, I didn't mean to. I was wrong. I'll clean it up right now. Trembling, the doomed student bends, attempting to salvage the situation and clean the mess, still burdened by the remaining stack of plates. The head chef advances, cleaver glinting. Forget that, he growls. Anyone who breaks dishes in this kitchen gets thrown into the deep fryer. Terror seizes the doomed student. He spins and flees, screaming for help, desperate to escape this nightmarish kitchen and quit his profession. With deadly precision, the head chef hurls 2 cleavers through the air, each whistling with lethal intent. One cleaver strikes the doomed student's head with a sickening thunk, sending him sprawling with a guttural scream. A group of students, including Chu Sheng, receive a grim warning. Tomorrow, at breakfast, we'll see the head chef. Whatever you do, don't say his food tastes bad, or he'll be furious. The speaker chuckles darkly. Their journey leads them to a new, ominous location. We're here, a voice states. The head nurse lives inside. Before them stands a foreboding building adorned with eerie red lanterns. A chilling warning hangs in the air, let the living not approach. Anomalous fate awaits. The 3 students stand before the building, their backs to the viewer, contemplating the ominous entrance. The concerned friend, his face etched with concern, observes the warnings. Seeing these 2 lines, he mutters, entering will definitely lead to trouble. Aigu, the ghastly figure, lets out a sinister chuckle. Heh heh, he rasps. The head nurse's greatest pleasure is devouring young, handsome men. And you both are just her type. Paigu's glowing red eyes fixate on one of them, a malevolent green aura shimmering around him. Especially you, he emphasizes. The head nurse loves gnawing on tall and skinny ones the most. Paigu turns to Chu Sheng, urging him. Chu Sheng, why don't we just go back? If we lay low for 3 days, the awakening trial will be over soon. Concerned friend echoes the sentiment, advising Chu Sheng to reconsider. There's no need to provoke the head nurse, he warns. You'll have a better chance of survival if you follow the rules here. Chu Sheng's gaze hardens with resolve. I'll go, he declares, undeterred by the warnings. Paigu stares, a surprised HM escaping his lips. The concerned friend reacts with an incredulous huh. Chu Sheng steps forward, extending a hand to Paigu. Meeting the head nurse is dangerous, he states. Paigu, wait for me out here. If I don't make it out, hurry back to the infirmary. The concerned friend places a hand on Chu Sheng's shoulder, trying to dissuade him. It's fine, just stay, he urges. Chu Sheng shakes his head. Listen to me, he insists. It's too dangerous for you. I'm a pharmacist, and this is my side quest. I have a legitimate reason, which gives me a fighting chance. Concerned friend looks at Chu Sheng with deep concern. Are you sure about this? He asks. Don't force yourself. Chu Sheng reminds his friend of their earlier conversation. Remember what I told you on the phone? He presses. Given our circumstances, average innate abilities, no acquired skills, no money, and no connections, this time, we really have to risk it all. The concerned friend's eyes gleam with a newfound resolve. I want to turn this useless life of mine around too, he declares. The young man steels his resolve, his jaw tightening as he prepares for a dangerous gamble. He knows that to survive, he must be willing to face death and strike back with everything he has. With a final breath of determination, he plunges into the darkness of the inner sanctum, leaving safety behind. Outside, the old woman watches with a twisted grin, surprised that someone who appeared so timid could show such backbone when the stakes are life and death. His companion watches him vanish into the darkness, shouting a warning to signal if things go wrong. Inside, the air is thick and oppressive. The young man's vision is nearly useless as the shadows swallow him whole, leaving him isolated in the pitch-black corridor. Suddenly, a thunderous slam echoes through the hall as the massive gates seal shut, locking him inside. Panic begins to set in. The weight of his decision hits him like a physical blow, and he fears his own terror might consume him before any monsters do. A faint flicker of a lantern reveals a chilling sight, a figure draped in a blood-stained uniform looming in the darkness. Thinking fast, the young man drops to his knees in a desperate display of submission, showing humble respect to the figure's authority. The figure pauses, her interest piqued by his proactively subservient behavior. Back at the entrance, the old woman cackles and suggests that no human has ever walked out of that room alive. Companion has heard enough. With a roar of frustration, he swings his tool, demanding the woman stay silent. A heavy impact sends the old woman staggering back as the companion ignores her grim prophecies. Inside, the figure looms over the young man, her presence growing more menacing in the dark. She reveals a monstrous form, her appearance shifting as she asserts her dominance in the shadows. The young man plays the part of a terrified servant perfectly, showing complete obedience to stay in the figure's good graces. His obedience pays off. The figure leans in close, her predatory gaze softening as she reacts to his submission. Outside, the companion stands over the defeated woman, his eyes fixed on the door, waiting for any sign of his friend. The old woman coughs out a final taunt, convinced that the person inside has already been destroyed. Suddenly, a strange atmosphere drifts from the darkness, accompanied by floating heart shapes that confuse the companion. Companion grips his weapon, sensing that something is fundamentally wrong with the air coming from the room. The gates creak open, and the young man walks out completely unharmed, looking remarkably composed. The companion can hardly believe his eyes and rushes forward to check if the young man is still in one piece. With a casual smile, the young man reveals a set of keys, indicating that he handled the situation and secured the objective. He indicates that the solution was simple. He immediately showed the respect and submission that the figure inside craved. The companion narrows his eyes, wondering if kneeling was truly the only thing that happened in that dark room. The young man breaks into a cold sweat, denying any other scandalous interactions with the monstrous figure. They move toward the medicine cabinet to complete their task, but the air turns cold as they approach the lock. As the key turns, a violent crimson shadow erupts from the keyhole, a hidden trap left to finish the job. The young man recoils in horror, realizing that the key itself was a delivery system for a deadly attack. The red mist strikes, but an automatic defense is triggered, neutralizing the lethal blow just in time. The young man is left trembling, his heart hammering as he realizes how close he just came to a gruesome end. Companion realizes the grim reality. The key was given because the trap inside the cabinet was intended to kill instantly. The power dynamic shifts instantly. The anomaly woman stares at Chu Sheng with newfound terror, realizing he isn't just a lucky survivor, he is a hidden master who neutralized a threat even she feared. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Chu Sheng decides to play it cool for now, suggesting they head back to rest and prepare for whatever the morning brings. The relative peace of the night is shattered by the shrill ring of the morning bell, announcing that breakfast will be served in exactly 20 minutes. Before Chu Sheng is even fully awake, the anomaly woman is already at his bedside, submissively offering a towel for him to freshen up. He accepts the gesture with a silent nod, noting how her previous hostility has been replaced by a desperate need to please. As he wipes his face, she warns him in a low voice that as long as he follows the rules, his stay won't be difficult, a subtle reminder that the system still holds the cards. Chu Sheng isn't one to wait for the script to play out. He decides to head to the dining hall early to scout the area. They arrive at a massive, dimly lit hall where the woman explains that punctuality is the only thing keeping the residents alive. The rows of empty tables feel like a graveyard, reinforced by the grim rule: show up late or complain about the food and the punishment is absolute. Chu Sheng's gaze turns toward the back of the hall as he asks for the location of the kitchen. Trembling, the woman points toward a dark service window, her eyes darting around as if the mere mention of the place invites disaster. Ignoring her obvious fear, he instructs her to stay put while he investigates the source of the facility's meals. She pleads with him to reconsider, describing the head chef as a monster with a temper far more vicious than any anomaly he's faced so far. Chu Sheng simply waves her off, claiming he's just checking if the cooking is finished, but his eyes remain sharp and calculating. He reaches the threshold of the kitchen, the heavy air thick with a metallic tang that suggests more than just spices are being used. Peering through the shadows, he sees a grotesque scene. A massive pig-headed beast looms over a terrified girl anomaly who is stirring a bubbling cauldron of green sludge. The floor looks like a slaughterhouse, littered with human remains and bones, confirming that the breakfast being prepared is far from vegetarian. Pig chef roars at his assistant, his voice a guttural snarl as he berates her for being a timid, useless burden. The girl can barely hold the ladle, her red eyes wide with the paralyzing fear that only comes from facing certain death. Losing his patience, the chef slams a blood-stained cleaver into the counter, threatening to turn her into the next ingredient if she doesn't move faster. Chu Sheng watches from the shadows, knowing a direct confrontation with this brute might be messy. He needs a distraction. He reaches into his inventory and pulls out the deceptive descent bomb, a system item designed to manipulate the senses of even the most feral creatures. A thin trail of purple vapor begins to snake across the floor, carrying an irresistible aroma that cuts through the stench of rot. The pig chef stops mid-sentence, his snout twitching as the sweet, unnatural scent reaches him, drawing his attention away from his victim. He commands the girl to stay put while he follows the trail, his eyes glazing over with a gluttonous hunger that overrides his violent temper. As the beast lumbers out of the kitchen to find the source of the smell, Chu Sheng prepares to strike, seizing the perfect opening to infiltrate the heart of the anomaly's lair. Moving with predatory precision, Chu Sheng blurs through the shadows as he navigates the treacherous terrain of the anomaly's lair. He materializes instantly behind a long-haired girl, catching her completely off guard in the dim light. With a cold glint in his eyes, he raises a heavy hammer and whispers a command for her to stay silent or face immediate execution. The girl, an anomaly herself, is paralyzed with terror, muffling her breath in a desperate bid to survive. Ignoring her fear, Chu Sheng turns to the kitchen. Noting the head chef's poor cooking, he decides to enhance the recipe with a dose of sleeping pills. He levels a blade at the girl once more, reinforcing the threat. One word to the chef and he will hammer her into the floorboards. Terrified into total submission, she nods frantically, her spirit broken by the boy standing before her. Chu Sheng walks away with an air of casual dominance, realizing this supposedly dangerous anomaly is nothing more than a coward. Meanwhile, the rest of the lair stirs as a grotesque parade of anomalies begins to gather, their hunger palpable as dinner approaches. The whisper of the head chef's specialty, a gruesome cuisine of flesh and blood that they crave with an eternal lust. The hallway fills with the sound of dragging feet and low growls as the monsters march toward the dining hall. Violence is their only language. A hulking brute strikes a smaller creature, snarling about its inability to walk fast enough. The victim offers a submissive apology, forced to support the weight of its aggressor just to avoid further pain. Another one-eyed monster lashes out at a human servant, demanding water to wash its hands with a violent strike. The man falls, his survival instinct kicking in as he scrambles to obey the beast's command. He returns with a basin, playing the role of the perfect slave while the monsters loom over him. But behind his eyes, a fire burns. He vows that once he becomes an exorcist, he will return to wipe these creatures out. Nearby, other students watch Chu Sheng, convinced he simply got lucky by finding the weakest anomaly in the zone. They believe killing such a weak creature is a waste, missing the true strategy unfolding before them. Outside the zone, high-ranking exorcists are stunned. A mere student has managed to dominate an anomaly, a feat unheard of for a first-timer. The observers are baffled, unable to comprehend the endgame of Chu Sheng's unorthodox methods. They watch with bated breath, sensing that something monumental is about to happen within the anomaly's walls. The Lord Exorcist hints at a theory so daring that no one has ever attempted it. For now, they can only watch. The mysterious mummy-like figure beside him remains silent, his glowing eyes fixed on the screen as tension reaches a breaking point. Suddenly, a rhythmic rattling echoes through the halls, the sound of heavy metal wheels signaling the start of the main event. Pig-headed head chef emerges, pushing a massive cauldron of steaming stew. Dinner is served, and the trap is set. The neon green sludge hits the bowls with a sickening splash, a toxic brew that looks more like chemical waste than a meal. The pig-headed head chef bellows a command that echoes through the cold hall, demanding everyone consume the filth he's prepared. One prisoner immediately gags, the overwhelming stench of the stew far worse than the most putrid sewers imaginable. The realization sinks in, they aren't being fed, they're being treated as less than livestock. Not even a starving animal would touch this. But then, a veteran prisoner begins to feast, praising the chef's skills as if he were eating at a five-star restaurant. Surrounding inmates watch in absolute horror, wondering if the man has finally lost his mind to the madness of this place. The cafeteria becomes a theater of the macabre, with some inmates devouring the fresh meat while others stare at their bowls in despair. A young man hesitates, desperately hoping the foul odor is just a deception and that the taste might actually be bearable. Driven by a hunger that burns like fire, one brave soul decides to take a risk, lifting a spoonful of the glowing liquid to his lips. He forces it down, his face contorting as the thick, acrid slime coats his tongue. The reaction is instantaneous. He retches violently, spewing the neon bile back into the bowl as his body rejects the poison. Behind the white-haired MC, a sinister figure looms, watching the unfolding chaos with hollow, predatory eyes. The head chef is suddenly there, his massive shadow engulfing the man who dared to spit out his masterpiece. Terrified, the prisoner stammers, his voice trembling as he stares up at the hulking beast of a cook. The chef's ultimatum is cold and final: you don't have to eat, but insulting the cuisine is a death sentence. Man drops to his knees, begging for a mercy that does not exist in this hellhole. A sickening clunk rings out, a sound that signals the end of a life. With a single brutal swing of his heavy ladle, the chef crushes the offender's skull, ending the protest permanently. As the chef calmly wheels his cart away to serve the head nurse, he leaves behind a fresh corpse cooling in a pool of its own blood. The message is clear: criticizing the food is a direct violation of the death rule. Survival now depends on silence. Starvation is the only other option, but after days without a drop of water, the inmates are reaching their breaking point. Suddenly, a different aroma fills the air, a scent so enticing it cuts through the stench of death and decay. The white-haired MC corners a pale, trembling girl, holding a blade to her as he warns her to keep her mouth shut about what she's seen. The girl, an anomaly with haunting red eyes, nods frantically, her fear of the MC outweighing her own supernatural nature. The MC scoffs, dismissing her as a mere coward. To him, she's just another obstacle in this twisted game of survival. A new group of monstrous entities enters the cafeteria, their eyes gleaming with a hunger that only the chef's special can satisfy. To these creatures, the flesh and blood cuisine is the ultimate delicacy, a meal they intend to savor for all eternity. The path ahead offered no escape, only a deeper descent into the heart of this twisted domain where the next course was about to be served. Suddenly, a gruff voice barked, demanding to know the rush as an older man, struggling with his pace, sharply struck a younger captive across the back. The young captive, startled but compliant, quickly offered his assistance, reaching out to steady the elder. Before he could, a hulking, one-eyed brute violently shoved him to the ground, imperiously demanding water to wash his hands. Stunned and sprawled on the floor, the young captive could only stammer an affirmation, scrambling to fulfill the arbitrary command. Moments later, he returned, presenting a basin of water to the imposing brute who sat casually on a bench. Internally, a storm brewed within the young captive. He seethed, vowing silent retribution. Once he became an exorcist, he would return to settle scores with these tormentors. Meanwhile, two other captives speculated that the anomaly Chu Sheng was facing must be the weakest of them all, barely capable of overpowering regular humans. They concluded Chu Sheng had simply gotten lucky encountering a docile anomaly, and noted that killing such creatures could significantly boost their rewards for clearing the zone. Elsewhere, a team of seasoned observers, including a distinguished gentleman and the mysterious Lord Exorcist, watched in disbelief. A first-time student, Chu Sheng, had somehow rendered an anomaly completely submissive. A green-haired woman among them voiced her confusion, unable to grasp Chu Sheng's true intentions. When questioned, the Lord Exorcist admitted to a theory so audacious and unprecedented that they chose to simply observe for now. The mummified Lord Exorcist pondered, the red glow from their eyes intensifying with the weight of their unspoken hypothesis. A moment later, a thick, putrid green liquid was ladled into bowls, its noxious steam rising ominously. A hulking figure, resembling a monstrous cook, moved through the room, serving this vile concoction to the waiting captives. The grotesque pig-headed chef, a bipedal pig with a menacing glare, bellowed for them to eat up. One young captive gagged, describing the stench as worse than a latrine, questioning how anyone could possibly consume it. Another echoed the sentiment, lamenting that their captors clearly saw them as less than human, offering food even pigs would reject. Yet, the one-eyed brute from before eagerly devoured his portion, praising the pig-headed chef's top-notch skills. The young captive who had been shoved stared in utter disbelief, repeating delicious, in a tone of profound shock. Around the room, other monstrous figures savored their meal, one even declaring it tasted like fresh young meat and demanding a second helping. A new face, a young man in a cap, mused if the vile smell might be deceptive, like smelly tofu that tastes good. He challenged anyone brave enough to try it. The young captive who had previously seethed with anger stepped forward, declaring his hunger would compel him to take one for the team. With a deep breath, he spooned a portion into his mouth, his eyes squeezed shut in anticipation. His cheeks puffed out as he held the concoction, a hesitant escaping his lips. But the brief moment of contemplation shattered as he violently spat out the contents, declaring it utterly disgusting, worse than anything imaginable. Observing the unfolding chaos, the mummified Lord Exorcist chuckled, a sinister hee-hee. Now this is going to be good. Echoing their anticipation, Chu Sheng remained impassive beside them. Cafeteria's atmosphere curdles as a terrified player stammers, his voice trembling before the hulking figure of the kitchen's master. The chef towers over him, eyes glowing with a murderous green light. In this twisted realm, insulting the chef's cooking isn't just rude, it's a death sentence. The player falls to his knees, hands clasped in a desperate prayer for mercy, but the shadow of the chef's massive hand already looms over him. Plunk! A single, brutal strike echoes through the hall. No system notification is needed to know the damage was fatal. The chef casually moves on, pushing his cart of toxic green stew. He announces he's delivering to his superiors, leaving the remaining players with a ticking clock. The survivors stare at the fresh corpse, realizing the grim reality of the deadly rules. One slip of the tongue, and you become the next main course. Starvation begins to set in. They haven't had a drop of water since arrival, and the hunger is becoming as dangerous as the anomalies themselves. Suddenly, a scream erupts from across the room. A player realizes too late that the anomaly he's facing isn't a weakling, it's a high-tier predator. An elderly anomaly appears behind him like a ghost, her red eyes locked onto his spine. She mocks his attempt to run, her voice a raspy death rattle. She strikes with blinding speed. The player's scream is cut short as her claws find their mark. Squelch. The sound of tearing flesh fills the air, a critical hit that bypasses all defenses. The player slumps to the ground, watching his own heart being held in the anomaly's hand. The coldness of death claims him instantly. While the others panic, the young man continues his meal with chilling composure, even offering a silent compliment to the creature's lethal precision. The anomaly turns her gaze toward the next victim. To her, these players are nothing more than toys to be broken. The man tries to negotiate, pulling out a stack of currency. He hopes his wealth can buy him a few more minutes of life. He offers the bills with trembling hands, a pathetic attempt to bribe a creature that only hungers for souls. The anomaly isn't impressed. She lunges forward, her aura flaring with rage. A few bills aren't nearly enough to pay for a life. The man collapses, terror overriding his basic functions. The smell of fear and failure fills the space around him. Creature pinches her nose in disgust. Even for a monster, this display of cowardice is too much to stomach. Time passes. The chaotic energy of the cafeteria begins to settle into a heavy, unnatural silence. The anomalies, satisfied for now, begin to succumb to their post-meal lethargy. One by one, their heads drop to the tables. They drift into a deep slumber, their monstrous forms twitching as they dream of the next hunt. Considerable time has passed. The chef hasn't returned, and the monsters are asleep. This is the opening the players have been waiting for. The young man stands up, his plate empty and his expression unreadable. The time for observation is over. Now, it's time for business. He reaches into his inventory and pulls out a heavy hammer. The weight of the weapon suggests he isn't planning on a quiet exit. A nearby player whispers a frantic warning, terrified that the man's next move will wake the sleeping nightmares. But the man doesn't look like he's listening. The frantic warning falls on deaf ears. The man remains utterly focused, his silhouette a harbinger of imminent violence. With a sudden, brutal motion, he brings his hammer down, striking a prone figure with devastating force. A sickening bam echoes through the room. Blood erupts from the impact, splattering across a nearby nurse's face and uniform. The wet squelch is horrifyingly clear. The nurse screams, her eyes wide with terror and disbelief at the gruesome scene unfolding before her. Unfazed, he continues his relentless assault, hammering the fallen anomaly repeatedly. Another player shields their eyes, unable to watch the brutality. The male player, shocked, calls out to him, demanding to know what he's doing. The man pivots, raising a sharp blade-like object. The male player shouts for him to wait, but it's clear his plea is futile. With lethal precision, he thrusts the weapon into the head of another prone figure. A crimson surge of energy erupts from the impact point. Other players exchange stunned glances, questioning if he was always this ruthless. They wonder if he intends to eradicate every anomaly in the room, marveling at his unexpected boldness. One player theorizes that the hammer the man wields must be an anomalous artifact, as it would otherwise be impossible to kill an anomaly with such a mundane tool. Meanwhile, an external observation team watches, one woman exclaiming that the man is simply too crazy to describe. A distinguished man with a mustache observes that the man's meticulous planning began the moment he entered the anomalous zone, starting with his visit to the pharmacy. A mummy-like figure confirms his earlier suspicions. The man intends to wipe out all anomalies, a feat unprecedented in the Awakening trial. Back in the cafeteria, the man stands over another fallen figure, the nurse still visible in the background, frozen in fear. He brings his weapon down once more, delivering another crushing blow to an anomaly. Suddenly, a system notification flashes around him. He pauses, a look of surprise crossing his face as he realizes he has eliminated all the patients. Then, an old woman, glowing with a sinister red aura, rises from the floor, questioning if he truly believes she is merely a patient. The old woman transforms, her features twisting in fear, revealing her true anomalous form. She desperately explains that she is not a patient but merely stumbled into the retirement home and fell in love with an old man there. She pleads with him, assuring him she had no malicious intent and didn't mean to conceal her true nature. The old man, now a grotesque anomaly himself, expresses his profound fear, hoping the killer won't turn his hammer on him. The observation team is in disbelief, confirming that the man has indeed hammered every anomaly in the cafeteria to death, achieving an unprecedented solo wipeout. Burly worker bellows in desperation, demanding they tie Chu Sheng up. In his twisted logic, sacrificing the one who caused this mess is the only way to appease the coming nightmare. They plan to offer him as a blood sacrifice to the head nurse, hoping an apology in the form of his corpse will buy them a few more minutes of life. Chu Sheng casts a freezing glance over his shoulder. He doesn't offer excuses, only a lethal promise. The next person to utter a single word will have their heart ripped out on the spot. Tension is shattered by a raspy, inhuman cackle. A ghoulish anomaly manifests behind them, its eyes glowing with a predatory red light as it wonders aloud whose heart will taste best. Dismissing the lot of them as pathetic cowards, Chu Sheng turns his back on the group, his resolve completely unshaken by their betrayal. He ventures deeper into the dark, oppressive corridors, ignoring the warnings that seeking out the head nurse now is a one-way trip to the morgue. His logic is chillingly tactical. If the system says she'll kill everyone when she wakes, it confirms she is currently vulnerable and in a deep post-meal slumber. He reaches the inner sanctum, the heavy door yielding with a sharp metallic clack that echoes like a death knell through the silent hallway. Inside, he finds his targets. The head nurse and the massive head chef are fast asleep, completely unaware that a predator has entered their den. Chu Sheng doesn't waste a second on mercy. He grips his hammer, the weapon cutting through the air with a lethal swoosh. The hammer comes down with sickening force. He focuses all his strength on the chef, turning the room into a scene of rhythmic, brutal execution. 5 minutes of relentless hammering pass. A side quest notification pings. Kill the chef is complete, but a new, impossible task is immediately issued. Exhausted and covered in blood, Chu Sheng wipes his brow. This anomaly was a tank, possessing a massive HP pool that required hundreds of hits to finally deplete. He looks over at the sleeping head nurse. The new quest asks him to cook for the patients, but he knows that's a dead end since he's already cleared the building. He realizes the quest was a trap from the start. No sane person could cook the foul-smelling filth these anomalies crave without being attacked for the effort. In this anomalous zone, every path leads to death. To survive, he must eliminate the source of the threat before she has a chance to blink. He raises his hammer for the final blow, but the air suddenly shifts. A pair of emerald eyes snap open, burning with immediate conscious rage. Panic flares in Chu Sheng's chest. The timing is off. The most dangerous entity in the sanatorium has returned to the land of the living far too soon. The head nurse bolts upright, her voice a sharp, piercing blade as she catches him mid-swing. The hunter has just become the prey. Chu Sheng puts everything into a heavy swing, the air whistling as his weapon descends toward the monster. But the head nurse is already awake, her jagged teeth bared in a murderous grin as she demands to know if he's seeking an early grave. Refusing to back down, Chu Sheng launches a follow-up strike, desperate to land a decisive blow against the anomaly. It's useless. With a single, effortless smack, the head nurse sends him flying across the room like a ragdoll. Crashing onto the cold floor, Chu Sheng realizes he's in deep trouble. He never expected her to recover this quickly. High above, the observers watch with bated breath, the man with the monocle declaring that Chu Sheng's luck has finally run dry. The head nurse towers over him, her rage boiling over as she accuses the human of murdering the head chef and breaking the rules. Chu Sheng stands, a strange calm washing over him as he admits he's a dead man but asks for one final request: to choose the manner of his passing. Amused by his audacity, she flicks her unnaturally long tongue, mockingly asking him how he'd like to go out. The tension in the room is suffocating as the anomaly prepares to deliver the killing blow. With a cheeky smirk that defies the situation, Chu Sheng boldly claims he wants to die in total ecstasy. Head nurse's expression sours instantly, her disgust palpable as she tells him to keep dreaming. She decides to take control of his fate, promising to personally twist his head off his shoulders. Chu Sheng immediately objects, standing his ground as he refuses to accept such a gruesome end. Confused by his sudden change of heart, she reminds him of his claim that losing his head was no big deal. He retorts with a straight face, claiming he's only worried that a decapitation would leave a permanent scar. Silence falls over the room as the head nurse stares at him, genuinely stunned by his sheer audacity. Even the observers are baffled, while the man can't help but admire the kid's incredibly strong mental fortitude. Suddenly, a sharp ding echoes. The system has finally responded to the crisis. Knowing this is his last chance, Chu Sheng prays for the system to grant him something, anything, that can turn the tide. Notification flares to life. He has just obtained a flamethrower, a high-tier weapon designed for pure destruction. Looking at the heavy hardware, Chu Sheng wonders if this tool is actually effective against high-level anomalies. There's no time for tests. The head nurse lunges forward with a scream, her tongue lashing out as she orders him to stay still for the kill. Stay still and die. The head nurse shrieks, her tongue lashing out. But the boy isn't listening. He levels a makeshift flamethrower and pulls the trigger. Burn! What? She screams as the whoosh of a massive fireball engulfs her monstrous form. Her grotesque body writhes in the scorching heat. Arf! The fire relentlessly devours her. Watching from afar, a reporter and investigator stare at the screen in disbelief. Where did he get that weapon? The reporter gasps. The investigator narrows his eyes. It's absurd for such an item to appear in an anomalous zone. The flames die down, leaving the air thick with the smell of scorched flesh. Panting heavily, he lowers the empty flamethrower. Ha! Gas is gone. He stares at the charred, inert form of the head nurse, wondering if his fiery assault was actually enough to stop her. He isn't taking any chances. Grabbing a hammer, he prepares to deliver a finishing blow. Dead or not, I'm making sure you stay down. With a powerful swoosh, the hammer descends toward the anomaly's head. In a shocking display of resilience, a skeletal hand shoots out from the charred body, seizing the hammer midair. Grab! His eyes widen in disbelief. He curses under his breath, realizing that even after being burned to ash, her strength remains terrifyingly intact. Before he can react, her hand snaps out and clamps around his throat with immense force. Grab! Reduced to a shriveled, zombie-like husk, the head nurse lifts him effortlessly. "You little brat, ordinary flames cannot kill an anomaly like me." Her eyes glow with a malevolent green light. "Didn't your school teach you anything? Only an anomaly can kill an anomaly, that or an artifact or the rules themselves." He struggles against her grip, a desperate ack, escaping his lips as the world begins to spin. She raises him higher, a sinister smile twisting her lips. "I think I'll treasure your head as a trophy." Suddenly, a grotesque hand bursts through the head nurse's chest from behind. Squelch. She gasps in shock. "What?" The boy collapses, coughing and gasping for breath. Cough. The head nurse, mortally wounded, stammers at her attacker. Why are you helping a human?" The old man, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light, grins chillingly. "I simply have no other choice." Seizing the opportunity, the boy lunges for the hammer he dropped. He needs to end this now. He springs forward, hammer poised to strike, capitalizing on the distraction. With a brutal overhead swing, the hammer connects. Bam! The blow sends the head nurse reeling. He follows up with a relentless barrage of strikes. Bam! 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 He pours all his fury into making sure she stays dead. The old man reaches out, stopping the assault. "That's enough, young master. She is already dead." The man stands amidst the settling dust, a faint aura of spent energy still clinging to his frame as the adrenaline begins to recede. Panting heavily, he wipes the sweat from his brow and offers a sincere word of thanks to the entity that stood by him. Without that intervention, he wouldn't be standing at all. The elderly man doesn't accept the gratitude easily, admitting his help was a matter of mutual survival. Had his betrayal been discovered, his fate would have been just as gruesome. They stand over the twisted remains of their foe. The terror that once ruled this place is now nothing more than a cooling corpse on the cold floor. Far from the carnage, observers watch in stunned silence. A human and an entity working together to slay a major threat. It's a scenario that defies every rule of their world. The man with the monocle breaks the silence with a slow, rhythmic clap. To him, this wasn't just a fight, it was a masterpiece of tactical survival. He declares the performance a perfect textbook case, a feat of brilliance that will likely be studied by others for years to come. The bandaged figure beside him agrees, noting the rarity of such a bond. "This report is going straight to the top of the organization." Back in the ward, the man ignores the unseen eyes and begins to scavenge. In this world, a fallen foe means valuable items, and he's not leaving empty-handed. His eyes land on a weathered ledger. A spark of curiosity flickers as he realizes this place is part of something much larger. The overview reveals a chilling truth. This facility is merely a small branch of a massive organization rooted deep within a dark, otherworldly realm. As he flips through the pages, the scale of the threat becomes clear. The facility isn't just a building, it's a multidimensional chain organization. The lore describes a dark world, a place so dangerous that few dare to even speak its name. Every unnatural zone in the human realm is an invasive seed planted by this dark world, a slow-motion conquest of reality itself. The ultimate goal is total assimilation. They want to turn the entire human world into one giant, nightmare-filled zone. The elderly man warns him that the leader of this organization is an immensely powerful entity. Killing a subordinate is one thing, but drawing the leader's ire is a death sentence. The man absorbs the warning with a grim nod. He's marked now, and the road ahead just became a lot more treacherous. He reaches into a final drawer, hoping for a weapon or a powerful charm to aid his escape. A system notification chimes. He has obtained a relic, but the description leaves him speechless. A pair of foul-smelling stockings with an unexpected effect. Pushing past the sheer absurdity of the item, he stuffs it away. In this hellhole, even a pair of foul-smelling stockings might be the difference between life and death. Suddenly, a booming system announcement echoes through the halls. The area has been cleared, and the zone will vanish in 2 days. In the common area, the other survivors are in an uproar. The news of the zone being cleared spreads like wildfire, and there's only one person on everyone's lips. The man walks into the room, flanked by the elderly entity. The crowd parts, eyes wide with a mix of terror and reverence. They swarm him immediately, desperate for details. To them, he isn't just a fellow prisoner anymore, he's someone who conquered the impossible. One particularly eager man tries to pledge his loyalty, calling him a leader and offering to do anything he asks. Annoyed by the sudden attention and the lingering stench of the area, the man gives a simple, cold command. Taking the order quite literally, the person curls into a ball and rolls away, leaving the man to contemplate his next move in peace. Stepping deeper into the dimly lit facility, Chu Sheng moves with a calculated stride, his presence commanding the room as he approaches his next objective. In the corner, a pale anomaly with haunting red eyes and a stitched mouth mask relentlessly hacks away at a slab of meat, her movements mechanical and eerie. Chu Sheng stands firm, crossing his arms as he commands the creature to stop, pointing out that the head chef is already dead and her labor is now useless. The girl freezes, her wide, glowing eyes reflecting a sudden wave of confusion and shock as the realization sinks in. Turning to a nearby elder anomaly, Chu Sheng questions the origin of this timid creature, sensing something unusual about her presence in this zone. The elder explains that the girl is a native of the Royal Retirement Home, an anomaly swept into this area during a previous invasion. Chu Sheng's eyes narrow. It is rare for a native anomaly to survive an encounter with the head nurse, yet this girl has somehow remained untouched. The elder reveals that despite being bullied by everyone, the girl is so incredibly timid that she never fights back, which ironically may be why she was overlooked. With the anomaly zone nearing collapse, Chu Sheng asks the two where they plan to go once the boundaries dissolve. The answer is grim. They will be forced back to the royal retirement home in the main anomaly world, a place they clearly fear. The young anomaly trembles, her body language betraying a desperate desire to escape the fate that awaits her back home. Noticing her reaction, Chu Sheng asks directly if she truly wishes to avoid returning to that hellish retirement home. She nods frantically, a silent plea for salvation shining in her glowing red eyes. Chu Sheng offers a way out. He can keep her in this world, but it comes with a price. She must serve him. He lays out the terms clearly. If she becomes his anomaly servant, he will guarantee her safety from the horrors she fears. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl agrees, her fear of the retirement home far outweighing any concern for her own freedom. Chu Sheng is momentarily taken aback by how easily she yielded, wondering if she is just incredibly simple-minded or truly that desperate. To seal the contract, he demands her life-bound item, the core essence of her existence as an anomaly. Outside the zone, the observers are in an uproar. Taking an anomaly servant before even becoming an official exorcist is a feat that has never been recorded in history. Girl reaches out and hands him a small, rectangular object. It is her most precious possession. Chu Sheng stares at the object in disbelief. Instead of a weapon or a bone, her life-bound item is a simple pencil case. He tries to pry it open, but the case remains sealed tight, resisting his strength as if it holds a secret far beyond its appearance. Deciding to skip the mystery for now, he prepares to finalize the ritual. He will take her as a servant first and ask questions later. With a sharp bite, he draws blood from his thumb, preparing the catalyst for the binding contract. A single drop of blood falls onto the pencil case, hitting the surface with a heavy resonance that signals the start of the fusion. A massive explosion of blue energy erupts, swirling around them as the contract is forged. Chu Sheng has done the impossible, setting a legendary new record for the Academy. As the blinding light fades, the spectators are left in shock. The reporter turns to the senior exorcist, asking why he looks so concerned after such a historic moment. The Lord Exorcist remains grim as he reminds everyone of the absolute law. An exorcist can form only a single contract with an anomaly in their entire lifetime. There are no second chances. The weight of that reality hits the reporter instantly. She realizes Chu Sheng has tethered his entire future to a timid, seemingly powerless anomaly. To the world, he hasn't just made a mistake, he's rendered himself worthless. The Academy instructor shields his eyes in disappointment. Chu Sheng had a perfect start and a trajectory toward greatness, only to throw it all away at the finish line. But Chu Sheng doesn't feel like a failure. On the contrary, a surge of exhilarating energy courses through his veins. He raises his fists, basking in the glow of a successful contract that feels anything but weak. A wisp of vibrant green energy swirls through the air, diving into Chu Sheng's chest as the anomaly fully integrates with his soul. He chuckles to himself, feeling his new partner's presence. She's so incredibly shy that she couldn't wait to hide within the safety of his body. Everything has gone exactly according to his plan. His unique trait, Born Rebel, was only active for a single day, and he managed to resolve the trial within that narrow window of opportunity. At the observation post, the instructor decides to lock down the footage. Chu Sheng's trial was an anomaly, a series of high-stakes risks no normal student could survive. Releasing this would only lead others to a suicidal sense of overconfidence. With 2 days left in the trial, the reporter suggests they pivot their coverage to other students. Surely, there must be more conventional talents to showcase. The instructor agrees and points toward Kai Ji. Born to a family of elite exorcists, he's the textbook definition of a top-tier candidate, and they expect a masterclass in traditional combat. However, the screen flickers to a bizarre scene. Instead of an epic battle, the broadcast shows Chu Sheng kneeling, diligently massaging an elderly anomaly's legs as if he were her own grandson. Instructor stares in stunned silence. This wasn't the heroic display he wanted to broadcast. It's absurd, yet somehow, it's working. The reporter sighs, burying her face in her hands. After witnessing Chu Sheng's chaotic and unpredictable methods, watching anyone else feels incredibly mundane. Fast forward 2 days later. The trial is nearing its end, and Chu Sheng is seen lounging under an umbrella, treating the Academy's most dangerous zone like a luxury resort. The elderly anomaly he befriended approaches him with a warning. There are only 5 minutes left before the gates close and the trial officially concludes. Chu Sheng sits up, realizing they've spent so much time together yet he still doesn't know her name. He asks her directly, showing a level of respect rarely seen between humans and anomalies. She offers a small, toothless smile, telling him that a name is just a label. To him, she is simply Granny Nye. Chu Sheng nods, offering a genuine farewell. He hopes their paths cross again, unaware of just how soon that might happen. Suddenly, a violent rumble shakes the very foundation of the psychiatric hospital. The crimson moon is swallowed by a swirling, oppressive darkness. Chu Sheng's relaxation vanishes instantly. He looks up at the sky, gripped by a sudden, chilling realization that something is very, very wrong. Granny Nya trembles, her eyes wide with terror as a massive vortex of dark energy manifests above them. The true nightmare has arrived. The director of the Royal Retirement Home has appeared. Chu Sheng's eyes widen as the atmospheric pressure shifts from suffocating to absolute. He's faced monsters before, but this presence is on an entirely different scale. Granny Nya collapses into a trembling heap on the ground. Above them, the director's voice thunders through the vortex, declaring that for the crime of slaying the head nurse, death is the only sentence. The student beside Chu Sheng clutches himself, his soul vibrating with a primal fear that threatens to shatter his mind. This isn't just power, it's total spiritual erasure. From the swirling abyss, a singular crimson eye manifests. It locks onto Chu Sheng with a gaze of ancient malice, branding him a damned human whose crimes are beyond forgiveness. Outside the zone, the spectators are in an uproar. While other students struggle to survive, Chu Sheng has been treating this nightmare like a vacation for 2 days, and the contrast is infuriating. The mood shifts instantly as a massive, dark silhouette looms over the entire retirement home, accompanied by the low, guttural rumble of a descending deity. The man in the monocle stares up, paralyzed. This black fog isn't just a weather phenomenon, it's a manifestation of pure anomalous energy. The reporter grips her microphone, her voice trembling as she asks the Lord Exorcist for an explanation. The retirement home is being swallowed whole. The Lord Exorcist, a figure wrapped in ancient bandages, narrows his glowing eyes. He's never seen an anomalous zone descend upon the same location twice. The situation defies all known logic of the system. It's an unprecedented event that threatens to rewrite the rules of their world. The man in the monocle panics, reminding them that hundreds of students are still trapped inside. If they don't act now, those students are as good as dead. Stepping forward, the Lord Exorcist prepares to intervene. He channels his energy, vowing to forcibly break the barrier as a violet flame begins to bloom in his palm. The reporter identifies it immediately: soul fire. It's a legendary skill that only the most elite exorcists, those who have spent decades in the main anomaly world, can ever hope to master. The Lord Exorcist unleashes the technique. A massive, ethereal purple rose of flame surges toward the heavens, radiating enough power to incinerate a city. The soul fire collides with the dark vortex, lighting up the sky in a brilliant, violent display of spiritual dominance. With a shout, the Lord Exorcist charges toward the epicenter, hoping to exploit the opening his soul fire has created. In a heartbeat, the impossible happens. The legendary soul fire flickers and vanishes, snuffed out like a candle in a hurricane. The man in the monocle is stunned. A high-tier exorcist's ultimate move was extinguished without even a hint of resistance. Lord Exorcist drops into a defensive stance, his voice cold with realization. This isn't just an anomaly, it's a great terror. He orders an immediate call to the Exorcist Alliance. Inside the chaos, Chu Sheng remains eerily calm. He checks the countdown, only 2 minutes left until the trial ends. He just needs to survive the director's wrath. The director's eye pulses with a sickening red light. He offers Chu Sheng a choice: to be melted into liquid, or to have his bones flayed from his body while still alive. The student beside him finally breaks. His legs give out as he wobbles, his mind unable to process the sheer weight of the director's killing intent. As the boy faints from pure terror, Chu Sheng looks down with a mocking sigh. It seems the kid's sanity value hit zero before the fight even started. A skeletal, purple-tinged hand descends from the clouds, pointing a finger directly at Chu Sheng. The director promises a death so agonizing that he will wish he was never born. The director's eye narrows, focusing all its hatred onto the one human who dared to disrupt his domain. The real battle for survival begins now. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of the massive eye, he doesn't flinch, demanding the entity stop its pathetic attempts at intimidation. The entity's eye surges with a malevolent glow, but he sees right through the facade, noting that the monster can't even manifest its true form yet. He knows the game being played. This is psychological warfare, a desperate attempt to shatter his sanity so the entity can claim his soul. The entity acknowledges the human's wit and his previous exploits, but warns that once his sanity drops low enough, he will be dragged into the abyss. Instead of fear, a confident smirk plays on his lips. He's already calculated his survival. Losing patience, the entity unleashes its power, firing a searing red beam from its pupil directly at the human's heart. A nearby observer trembles, knowing the terror of this ability. One hit is enough to plunge any mortal into a permanent, hellish nightmare. The impact is heavy. He grinds his teeth as the light attempts to shred his mind, admitting that the attack actually packs a serious punch. The entity's eye widens in pure shock. Despite the direct hit, the human's sanity remains stubbornly intact. He reveals his trump card, a passive ability that ensures his sanity never drops too low, making him immune to the entity's corruption. Infuriated by the failed corruption, the entity prepares to shift from mental torture to physical execution, vowing to kill him where he stands. With a dismissive laugh, he reveals he wasn't trying to win a fight, he was simply stalling for time. The entity is caught off guard, realizing too late that it has been played by a mere mortal. The entity lets out a final, echoing command, but the world around them is already beginning to fracture. He starts the countdown with a cold smile. 3, 2, 1. Right on cue, a system announcement blares. The trial has officially ended, and everyone is being forcibly ejected from the zone. The observer is left speechless. Surviving a direct confrontation with such an entity shouldn't be possible for a trainee. Outside, officials overlook the survivors, noting that despite the final complication in the zone, the impact on the group was minimal. The relief among the participants is palpable. Some break down in tears, barely able to process the fact that they made it out alive. Many, the trauma is too much. One survivor swears he will never set foot in another zone again for as long as he lives. But the respite is short-lived. A stern official silences the crowd, announcing the start of the most critical phase, the awakening. Their future hinges entirely on the power they are about to manifest. The trial was just a filter. The real test begins now. Ignoring the speeches, he kneels down to rouse his companion, telling him it's time to claim their power. His companion bolts upright, screaming in terror, still trapped in the memory of their near-death encounter. As the dust settles, a smug newcomer mocks the others for their fear, unaware he's standing next to the man who just stared down a god and won. IG leans in with a venomous sneer, mockingly asking Chu Sheng how many times he wet himself while trapped inside the trial zone. Chu Sheng doesn't even spare him a glance, swatting the hand away with a sharp smack and telling the pest to vanish before he loses his patience. The rejection hits Kai Ji like a physical blow, his face twisting in a mask of pure, indignant rage at being dismissed by a nobody. Before the tension can boil over, Jing Zi steps into the light, her voice cutting through the air as she tells Kai Ji he got exactly what he deserved. Her icy demeanor melts instantly as she turns toward Chu Sheng, her eyes filled with a genuine, burning curiosity about how he fared in the depths. Chu Sheng keeps his response cold and brief, claiming it was just okay, while Jing Zi tries to offer comfort, assuming he barely survived. She leans in with a playful smile, repeating her offer, become her personal servant and she'll ensure he stays alive in this cruel world. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as a massive blue portal erupts in the sky, signaling that the trial rankings are finally ready to be unveiled. The crowd murmurs in a frenzy, knowing these ranks will determine the raw power of the exorcist abilities they are about to awaken. Kai Ji stands tall, radiating an insufferable arrogance as he declares to everyone within earshot that the number one spot belongs to him alone. Board flickers to life and the results are soul-crushing. Chu Sheng sits at the top with an impossible, logic-defying score of 120%. Kai Ji's world shatters in an instant. He lets out a strangled scream of disbelief as he sees his own name buried deep in fourth place. The courtyard erupts in absolute chaos. No one can wrap their heads around a score that literally breaks the system's established limits. Confused voices rise from the crowd, frantically questioning how any human could possibly exceed a 100% completion rate in a dead zone. The shock quickly turns to bitter jealousy, with many pointing out that Chu Sheng is just a commoner with no prestigious lineage or private tutors. Desperate to salvage his pride, Kai Ji points a trembling finger at the headmaster, demanding a full investigation into what he calls falsified data. Headmaster steps forward, his expression unreadable as he confirms the system is infallible. The anomalous zone does not make mistakes. Jing Zi stares at the man beside her in stunned silence, her voice a mere whisper as she asks him how he achieved the impossible. Chu Sheng flashes a sharp, dismissive grin, simply stating that it was easy and that anyone could have done it if they had the spine for it. But there is no time for further questions. The air grows heavy with spiritual pressure as the talent awakening ceremony begins in earnest. First student's hope vanishes instantly as he awakens a talent that forces him to eat massive amounts of food, a useless, bottom-tier ability. The results grow more absurd. One young girl realizes her gift is the involuntary urge to urinate the moment she senses a monster nearby. She collapses to her knees in tears, the brutal reality of a useless life in a world of monsters crashing down on her soul. From the shadows, the headmaster and his companion sigh, disappointed by the wave of pathetic talents flooding this year's batch. Then, a pillar of high-rank energy surrounds Kai Ji, revealing an A-rank talent, the ability to perceive hidden anomaly information. A true game-changer. The momentum continues as a new notification flashes. Jing Zi has awakened an A+ rank talent, the immobilization technique, a power that defies the very laws of motion. Academy officials are ecstatic. It has been years since a student with such high-level potential has appeared, and the immobilization technique is considered a premier combat asset. The instructor explains that as an exorcist's power grows, this technique becomes a death sentence for any ordinary anomaly, ending fights efficiently before they even begin. Basking in her success, Jing Zi turns to Chu Sheng with a smug grin, asking if he's finally impressed by her talent. But Chu Sheng remains unfazed. Suddenly, the ground trembles. A violent surge of blue energy erupts from Chu Sheng, far more intense than anything witnessed today, making the air vibrate with raw power. The officials freeze in disbelief. This isn't just another high-rank talent, it's the pinnacle. An S-rank talent has just been born. The official with the monocle can barely contain his shock, questioning his own eyes. He wonders if Chu Sheng is about to rewrite the Academy's entire history. The news reporter is equally stunned, noting that an S-rank exorcist is a monumental figure destined to become a titan of the era. However, as the dust settles, the crowd looks at the talent's name in confusion. Nether coin critical hit rebate. They've never heard of anything so bizarre. The system confirms it. Chu Sheng's S-rank ability grants extra nether coins as a rebate after clearing an anomalous zone. On paper, it sounds purely financial. The crowd's awe quickly turns to mockery. They calculate that even with a massive multiplier, a few extra coins are useless compared to combat-oriented S-rank skills. Blonde student laughs out loud, calling it a trash talent despite the S-rank label. To them, Chu Sheng just won the lottery for a currency that doesn't win battles. The reporter and officials are visibly disappointed. Compared to the world-ending abilities of other S-ranks, Chu Sheng's talent seems far too ordinary. The instructor remains thoughtful, noting that a quantitative change can lead to a qualitative one. If the amount of coins is staggering enough, it might actually matter. The awakening trial concluded, the system begins calculating final rewards for the trial. This is where the true value of the talent will be tested. Standard students receive meager rewards, some getting 5 coins, others only 3. In this world, nether coins are rare and highly coveted. The eyes of the crowd turn back to Chu Sheng. They mockingly wonder if his S-rank rebate will give him even a dozen coins. Suddenly, the system notification explodes. Chu Sheng is awarded 18 base coins, but a 10,000x critical hit triggers, granting him a staggering 180,000 nether coins. Chu Sheng smirks internally. Combined with his secret cheat custom shop, this isn't trash, it's infinite power. He can now buy any ability he desires. The onlookers misinterpret his silence as devastation. They pity him for what they see as a cruel fall from grace from his S-rank glory. Chu Sheng feels a hand on his shoulder and turns to see Jing Zi, who is clearly relishing her perceived superiority over him. She mockingly tells him to lighten up, suggesting that since he's destined to be a slave to the system, he should just submit to her and her A+ talent. Chu Sheng's response is immediate. He pinches her cheeks, treating the academy's new star like a bothersome child. He knows the power balance has shifted. Instructor brings the session to a close. He warns them that this is only the starting point. True strength is forged only in the fires of the anomalous zones. The instructor's voice booms, solidifying their new reality. They are now provisional exorcists. He emphasizes the grave responsibility of clearing anomalies and anomalous zones, which is essential for humanity's very survival. With a final, unsettling smile, the instructor directs them back to the academy. He announces that in 3 days, their first official mission will commence, clearing nearby anomalous zones to earn crucial contribution points. Path to becoming a true exorcist is laid out. They must accumulate enough contribution points to enter the perilous main anomaly world. The bus speeds away, leaving the ominous red landscape behind. The bus cuts through the desolate terrain, a stark reminder of a world now teeming with unseen threats and anomalies. Inside the bus, a student turns to his companion, Paigu, and asks about the talent he awakened during the trial. Paigu laughs awkwardly, dismissing his awakened talent as nothing special, though his expression betrays a hint of nervousness. Back at the academy, the students arrive at a new destination, the anomaly artifact shop, their curiosity piqued by the prospect of powerful tools. Inside, the students are met with immediate sticker shock. The prices of the anomaly artifacts are astronomical, far beyond the meager nether coins they've earned. One student laments needing to clear anomalous zones 200 times just to afford a single artifact. Commotion draws the attention of 2 stern-looking older men. One, with a long white beard, barks at the students to leave if they aren't serious buyers. The man in the suit, the bearded man's companion, questions his harshness and suggests it's inappropriate to tease the young students. The bearded man, identified as Old Tian, scoffs while puffing on his pipe. He claims modern students are pampered and too focused on shortcuts rather than understanding how to truly strengthen themselves against anomalies. Old Tian declares his intention to teach them a harsh lesson. In this dangerous world, shortcuts are rarely, if ever, easy. His companion sighs, clearly used to Old Tian's eccentricities and blunt manner, expressing his exasperation. Old Tian proudly declares his artifacts a bargain at 1,000 nether coins each, claiming they would fetch 5 times that price elsewhere. His companion retorts that the price is irrelevant if no one can afford them, clicking his tongue in frustration at Old Tian's logic. Students collectively reel from the revelation, confirming that even the cheapest artifact costs an impossible 1,000 nether coins. Paigu examines the artifacts, noting they feel significantly weaker than the powerful hammer he acquired previously, sensing a distinct difference in their energy. Old Tian confirms Paigu's astute observation, revealing that these are merely imitation anomaly artifacts, not the genuine articles. He elaborates on the vast difference in power. A true anomaly artifact is priceless, akin to an exorcist's life itself, and would never be sold for a mere 1,000 nether coins. A bewildered student questions the purpose of these imitation artifacts if they aren't genuine, wondering what use they could possibly hold. Old Tian challenges their assumption, demanding to know who told them imitation artifacts were inherently useless, a smirk playing on his lips. Clarifies that these single-use imitation artifacts are imbued with energy capable of saving a life in a critical moment against an anomaly, a last resort for desperate situations. The student explodes in frustration again, pointing out that 1,000 nether coins for a single use is exorbitant, especially when most students barely possess 10 coins. Old Tian cackles, openly admitting his intention was to demonstrate their current weakness. He tells them to return to the anomalous zones and work twice as hard if they ever hope to afford such protection. The student beside Paigu mutters that old Tian is kinda evil while Paigu simply observes with a thoughtful expression, internalizing the harsh lesson. Having made his point, old Tian declares it's time to close up shop, leaving the students with a stark realization of the challenges ahead and the true cost of survival. But before the shutters can fall, a sharp rap on the counter echoes through the room, halting the shopkeeper's departure. A young man steps forward, his aura flaring with a desperate intensity as he calls for a momentary reprieve. Slamming his hands onto the surface, he makes a bold demand. He wants every powerful artifact in the shop regardless of the cost. The shopkeeper pauses, his weathered face etched with surprise at the young man's sudden and reckless ambition. The young man doesn't flinch, crossing his arms and doubling down on his order, desperate to arm himself against the coming storm. While some prepare in the safety of the city, others are already facing the nightmare as screams of monster tear through the outskirts. A pale, ghoulish entity shrieks into the night, its hollow eyes fixed on its next meal. Before the victim can even react, the creature lunges, its jagged teeth sinking into flesh as the darkness consumes the patrol. Next morning, the village is a stark contrast of celebration and hidden dread as banquet tables are laid out across the green. The village chief oversees the preparations, insisting that everything must be perfect for their honored guests. However, a worried subordinate interrupts, reporting that a member of the night patrol has failed to return. Chief's brow furrows. He demands to know why a search party hasn't already been dispatched to find the missing man. The villager nervously explains that the banquet prep took priority, earning him a sharp rebuke and an order to find the missing man immediately. As the man scurries off into the woods, the chief masks his concern, turning back to the festivities. Tall, imposing figure in black robes approaches the clearing, his presence commanding the attention of everyone present. Surveying the scene, the traveler notes the lively atmosphere, his eyes sharp and observant. The village chief greets him warmly, calling him their benefactor and inviting him to take a seat of honor at the appreciation banquet. The traveler accepts the invitation, moving toward the table as he gestures for his companion to join the feast as well. The chief smiles, welcoming the traveler's companion to the table, eager to show his gratitude to both of them. A server pours a fresh decanter of liquor, urging the guest to eat and drink his fill as the guest of honor. The guest politely declines the drink, placing a hand over his cup and admitting he has no head for spirits. Understanding the gesture, the chief reaches into his robes, announcing he has prepared a special gift to show the village's true gratitude. He produces a small, bundled object wrapped in dark cloth, presenting it with a reverence that piques the traveler's interest. The chief reveals the contents, the village's greatest treasure, a legendary artifact. As the traveler takes it, the artifact erupts with a brilliant light, its raw power vibrating through his palm. He stares at the artifact, feeling the immense energy contained within this small, unassuming object. Surprised by the gesture, he asks why they would part with such a precious heirloom. The chief simply replies that saving their lives has forged an unbreakable bond. With a grateful nod and a knowing smile, the traveler accepts the gift, unaware of the chaos that the disappearance is about to unleash. The peace is violently shattered as a villager, face contorted in terror, screams a warning. "Chief, something terrible has happened." The chief turns, his expression hardening as he demands an immediate explanation for the sudden chaos. Before anyone can respond, another villager stumbles into view and collapses mid-stride, his desperate words barely audible. The plantation, something has. His voice fades and his eyes close as he succumbs, leaving only the chilling implication of disaster hanging in the air. A third villager, wide-eyed with horror, points frantically towards the horizon, urging the chief to witness the encroaching threat. From the swirling crimson mist, hordes of grotesque, pale figures emerge, immature life forms from the plantation, their guttural roars tearing through the silence. Chief's face twists in a mix of disbelief and rage. These are the plantation's creatures, but he cannot fathom how they could have broken free. A warrior, his expression grim, voices the critical question: if they're not mature, how did they get out? The implications are dire. A cold certainty settles upon the chief. This is no accident. Someone has deliberately instigated this chaos within the plantation. Dismissing the mystery for now, the warrior declares their immediate objective: let's take care of these things first. He surges forward, initiating combat. With a powerful leap, he ascends above the monstrous tide, preparing to unleash a devastating area of effect attack. A brilliant explosion erupts, tearing through the horde and sending countless creatures flying as their roars are swallowed by the blast. He hovers in the air, a figure of potent power, momentarily assessing the impact of his strike. Below, an endless sea of creatures continues to advance. He acknowledges the overwhelming numbers. This is a pain. There are too many of them. I can't keep this up forever. I need to find the source. He delegates the defense to his companions. I'm leaving this to you. I'm going to check on the plantation. They acknowledge their leader's command. Channeling his energy, he rockets away, a swift silhouette vanishing towards the heart of the ravaged plantation. Far away, a dark figure sits amidst swirling, malevolent red energy, his voice a guttural demand: more, I need more. His eyes glow with dark power, reflecting an unholy ambition as the sinister aura intensifies around him. The red energy erupts into a colossal, consuming vortex as he declares his ultimate goal: I'll use your essence to forge my demon body. In stark contrast, an old man with a long pipe waves dismissively, shooing away those nearby. Go on, shoo. Go play somewhere else. He stands behind a counter, observing as a stack of currency is placed with a crisp thud. Two figures stand opposite, ready to deal. The old man's gaze sharpens, his voice laced with expectation as he inquires about the payment. Now, where's the money? A confident young man with white hair steps forward, stating the price. This is 8,000 nether coins. Give me all 8 of the imitation anomaly artifacts. The older man beside the pipe-smoking elder bursts into mocking laughter, taunting him for his supposed misfortune. You worked so hard to make these imitation anomaly artifacts, and now you're selling them to this kid for cheap. The elder disregards the jibe, his suspicion focused on the youth. He challenges the source of such wealth. Where did you get so many nether coins? Even a veteran exorcist wouldn't have an easy time saving up this much. His interrogation continues, pressing for details on the young man's origins. Which exorcist family are you from? Do your parents know you're spending this much money? Chu Sheng doesn't flinch. Instead, he smirks and asks if old Tian's prying questions are just a lead-up to a secret discount. The shopkeeper nearly chokes on his pipe smoke. A discount? After the bargain the kid already got? The answer is a flat, resounding no. Old Tian gazes at the empty display case, his heart aching. He's never mass-produced this many anomaly artifacts at once, not even for his own granddaughter. Clutching the heavy briefcase, Chu Sheng offers a polite farewell, promising to return and patronize the shop whenever new artifacts are in stock. As Chu Sheng walks away with a smug stride, old Tian fumes. He practically gave the items away, yet the kid acts like he's doing the shop a favor. The man standing beside him tries to offer some cold comfort, suggesting old Tian view this massive loss as a charitable contribution to the future of humanity. Contribution my ass. Old Tian barks back. No amount of philosophy can cover the 30,000 nether coin deficit, burning a hole in his ledger. Before the young man disappears into the city crowd, old Tian shouts out one last question, demanding the name of the person who just cleaned him out. Stopping at the shop's threshold, the youth looks back. Chu Sheng, he declares, leaving the name to echo in the shopkeeper's mind. Old Tian watches him go, the name Chu Sheng etching itself into his memory. It's a name he won't be forgetting anytime soon. Elsewhere in the city, a group of wealthy students struts down the street, led by the arrogant and privileged Kai Ji. Kai Ji boasts about the 1,000 nether coins he managed to scrape together from his parents, just enough to secure a single, high-quality anomaly artifact. His lackeys are impressed by the sum, though they worry about the exorbitant prices. 1,000 coins for one item feels like highway robbery. Kai Ji scoffs at their ignorance. True artifacts are legendary finds. Even an imitation usually starts at 5,000, making a 1,000 coin deal a total steal. He holds up a skeletal hand, explaining his father paid 2,000 for this tainted fake. To Kai Ji, the artifacts he's about to buy are his ticket to the top. The group bursts into old Tian's shop, ready to spend. But they are met with a cold reality. The shelves are bare. Everything has been sold. Kai Ji's jaw drops. Sold out? In an academy where most can barely afford a meal, how could an entire stock of artifacts vanish in a single day? His followers are equally stunned. Aside from Kai Ji himself, they can't imagine anyone else in the academy having that kind of liquidity. Old Tian waves them away dismissively. He tells them plainly, a student named Chu Sheng came in and bought every single item in the store. Shock turns to predatory intent. Kai Ji leads his group out of the shop, his mind racing. They need to find Chu Sheng immediately. As they hit the pavement, the lackeys remain skeptical. They remember Chu Sheng as a broke loser. How could he afford even one artifact, let alone the entire stock? Kai Ji looks at them like they're idiots. He reminds them of the unique talent Chu Sheng recently awakened, a talent that changes everything. The realization hits them like a physical blow. That nether coin critical hit rebate. Chu Sheng isn't just lucky, he's become a walking, breathing infinite money glitch. But in a world governed by strict hierarchy and power, wealth without strength is just a target painted on your back. Kai Ji's lackeys are already circling, their eyes filled with a mix of envy and predatory suspicion. Kai Ji sneers, his mind racing with arrogance. To him, Chu Sheng is nothing but a piece of trash who stumbled upon a gold mine, a nobody with a garbage talent who doesn't deserve the anomaly artifacts he just purchased. Unbothered by the growing tension, Chu Sheng continues his walk, his briefcase heavy with the spoils of his recent shopping spree. He has no intention of entertaining the local thugs. The peace is shattered as a frantic shout echoes down the street. Kai Ji and his gang are in full sprint, desperate to close the gap before their prey slips away. Chu Sheng's companion tenses up, recognizing the threat immediately. He warns that the gang must have caught wind of the high-tier artifacts, but Chu Sheng simply tells him to ignore the noise. Kai Ji's face contorts with rage at the blatant disrespect. He screams at the top of his lungs, demanding to know if Chu Sheng has gone deaf. The gap closes in seconds. The sound of heavy boots pounding the pavement signals that the time for ignoring them has officially passed. They are surrounded. Kai Ji stands tall, blocking the path with a look of pure entitlement. He demands to know who Chu Sheng thinks he is to ignore a direct order. One of the lackeys scoffs, mocking Chu Sheng for getting cocky over a few imitation artifacts. He reminds him that those toys only work on anomalies and are useless against actual people. Kai Ji reaches out a hand, his voice dropping to a cold, demanding tone. He isn't asking for much, just half of everything Chu Sheng bought as a tax for his safety. Chu Sheng stops. He turns his head slightly, his gaze piercing and icy. A single, low-frequency question escapes his lips. Why? Kai Ji laughs, spreading his arms wide as if he's the master of this domain. He boasts about his talent to perceive anomaly information, claiming it's far too easy to get someone killed in this city. The air around Chu Sheng suddenly turns heavy. His eyes narrow with a cold, murderous intent. You want to kill me? He asks, the words dripping with a dangerous calm. Kai Ji, completely oblivious to the shift in the atmosphere, continues his sales pitch. He promises to look out for Chu Sheng in future missions if he's sensible enough to pay up now. Slap. The sound rings out like a gunshot. Before Kai Ji can finish his sentence, Chu Sheng's hand connects with his face in a blindingly fast strike. Kai Ji recoils, his cheek swelling instantly. His eyes bulge with shock and humiliation. He snarls, telling Chu Sheng that he is officially courting death. Chu Sheng lets out a dismissive grunt. He's tired of the talking. It's time to show these bottom feeders the difference between an imitation and the real deal. With a fluid motion, he reaches into his bag. The system hums as he draws a specialized hammer artifact, its surface glowing with a faint, ominous light. Kai Ji lunges forward, convinced that an anomaly hunting tool won't leave a scratch on a human. He throws a punch fueled by pure ego. The hammer connects with brutal precision. The impact isn't just physical, it's a heavy, crushing force that sends Kai Ji reeling toward the pavement. The gang stands frozen in disbelief. Their leader is on the ground, clutching his head in agony. The imitation artifact just delivered a world of pain. Kai Ji scrambles to his feet, blood trickling down his face. He pulls out a jagged, skeletal blade, screaming for his men to attack. He'll take full responsibility if Chu Sheng dies. Chu Sheng stands his ground, the hammer held ready. He dares any of them to make a move, his presence radiating a level of confidence that makes the lackeys hesitate. The lackeys notice it now, a sinister, dark aura bleeding from the hammer. They realize with horror that this isn't a cheap copy. Only a real anomaly artifact could project such a terrifying pressure. Kai Ji ignores the warning signs, driven by a blind, murderous rage. He raises his bone artifact high, screaming a final, desperate command. Die. Clang. The two artifacts collide in a shower of sparks. The street erupts in a clash of steel and supernatural energy as Chu Sheng finally decides to stop playing nice. Kai Ji stares in utter disbelief as his anomaly artifact, the very tool his status relied on, shatters into useless fragments before his eyes. Chu Sheng stands tall, his aura radiating a cold, suffocating pressure as he brandishes his own weapon and asks if that was finally enough to make his point. The surrounding students watch in stunned silence. The murderous intent in Chu Sheng's gaze is unlike anything they've ever seen from a peer. Bruised, broken, and with his pride in tatters, Kai Ji finally swallows his arrogance and admits defeat as the massive power gap sinks in. Chu Sheng remains indifferent to the submission. He reminds Kai Ji that in anomalous zones, mercy is a death sentence and neither of them can afford to be weak. With a final, chilling warning to never cross him again, Chu Sheng turns his back on the humiliated bully and prepares to depart. He takes a moment to examine his prize, the hammer artifact, wondering how high its grade actually scales within the system. As Kai Ji's lackeys rush to support their fallen leader, the heavy atmosphere of the street remains thick with the aftermath of the one-sided clash. Kai Ji's eyes burn with toxic hatred. He swears on his family name that if he doesn't kill Chu Sheng, he will renounce his very identity. Meanwhile, the city shifts into a crimson-soaked night as the next phase begins, moving the trainees into the urban center. Mission locations are confirmed to be within city limits, forcing the trainees to cooperate with the official Demon Extermination Bureau. A commanding officer steps forward, ordering all trainees to line up as the task assignments are about to be handed down. Captain Shuiyu of the Han City Bureau takes the lead, his presence alone commanding the respect of every prospective exorcist. He explains the city's defenses, massive walls and warding formations built to repel anomalies, but warns that some have still managed to infiltrate. Intelligence confirms that multiple anomalies are currently hiding in the urban village just ahead, waiting for the cover of darkness. The objective is clear: find them, neutralize them, and prove they have what it takes to survive the real world. Shuiyu offers a massive incentive. Those who perform exceptionally won't just earn points, they'll get a chance to work for the Bureau itself. In a world where safety is a myth, a stable position at the Bureau is the ultimate prize for any aspiring exorcist. With the orders issued, the group moves out. Shuiyu warns them one last time: these anomalies are as cunning as they are dangerous. Every recruit is fueled by their own dreams, determined to work harder than ever to secure a future in the official ranks. Chu Sheng blends into the crowd, moving with a calm that sets him apart from the nervous energy of the other trainees. Nearby, an officer catches Shuiyu's attention, pointing out a specific figure walking toward the mission zone. The officer asks if that's the same youth who supposedly killed Granny Wealth, a name that carries significant weight in the underworld. Shuiyu snaps his head around, his sharp eyes locking onto the target as the realization hits him. Predatory, excited grin spreads across the captain's face. He has finally found the anomaly killer he has been searching for. As Chu Sheng enters the urban village, he remains unaware that the bureau's top brass now has their eyes fixed solely on him. Orders are barked from the command center. The target must be found and brought back immediately. They aren't taking any chances now that he's off the radar. The search team descends into the urban village, but the sheer scale of the slum is overwhelming. Searching for one man in this sprawling labyrinth is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As they navigate the dimly lit alleys, the lead operative suggests a tactical approach, questioning the locals about any recent anomalies or strange incidents. The partner realizes that in a place where the supernatural bleeds into reality, the residents are bound to have seen something they shouldn't have. They spot a lone figure sitting in the shadows, an old man lounging in a chair, seemingly indifferent to the oppressive atmosphere of the village. Approaching cautiously, they break the silence, asking if any peculiar events have disturbed the peace of the neighborhood recently. The old man continues to fan himself slowly, the rhythmic motion adding a layer of tension to the encounter as the air turns strangely cold. He looks up with a gaunt, deathly pale face and a jagged surgical scar running down his chest. He dismisses their concerns with a dry, unsettling joke about his own appetite. Sensing a deeper darkness beneath the old man's words, the operative drops the pleasantries and asks the question that truly matters: have there been any hauntings?